بكم جميعا ببرنامجكم سماشي. اليوم نحن متواجدين بمؤتمر ستيب لريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا، واليوم مؤتمر ستيب عم بيحتفل بالعشر سنوات. طبعا حرمتنا كورونا من مؤتمر ستيب بالسنتين الماضيتين، ولكن الآن عدنا والعود أحمد. مؤتمر ستيب متواجدين نحن الآن بمدينة دبي للإنترنت، تغطيات فعاليات ورش عمل وسبيكرز أيضا رح يكونوا متواجدين. فبنتمنى انه نشوفكم كلكم جميعا. سماشي تي في هو الشريك الاعلامي لهذا المؤتمر الضخم، ونحن سعيدين جدا بان موجودين نحن هون لحتى نشارككم قصص نجاح رواد الاعمال من مختلف العالم ومنطقتنا العربيه تحديدا. شفنا العديد من الاشخاص اوريدي جايين، في ناس مسافرين خصيصا لمؤتمر ستيب كونفرنس. طبعا اليوم وغد هي الايام لمؤتمر ستيب، رح يكون في منصات حواريه بالمين ستيج، رح يكون في العديد من الشركات الناشئه، في 400 شركه ناشئه مشاركه في مؤتمر ستيب لهذا العام. عم نحتفل مثل ما ذكرنا بمرور 10 سنوات لستيب كونفرنس. قصص نجاح، ريادة أعمال، وأيضا تكنولوجيا، أيضا في مواضيع شيقة كثير مميزة رح يتم تغطيتها بمؤتمر ستيب لهذا العام. منها أكيد حديث الموسم والساحة، الكريبتو كرنسيز، العملات الرقمية، ايضا الويب 3، الان اف تيز، الرموز الغير قابله للاستبدال، وايضا التقنيات الماليه اللي عم تحدث تغيير كبير في عالمنا الحالي. مثل ما عم نشوف في ثقافات اخرى، يعني اشخاص كثير جايين من حول العالم الان متواجدين في ستيب كونفرنس. رح نغطي معكم اول باول كل الاخبار المتعلقه بهذا المؤتمر. المؤتمر عم بيضم قادة من المؤسسات سواء كان الحكومية والخاصة في دولة الإمارات، أيضا العديد من الشركات التكنولوجية مثل ما ذكرنا. رح يكون في نخبة من الشخصيات البارزة. بالإضافة إلى ذلك رح يكون في 4 مسارات عندنا رح نحكيكم فيها بالتفصيل ورح نشرح لكم عنها. أما بالإضافة إلى ذلك حابة نوه على الأجندة تبع مؤتمر ستيب لليوم، تحديدا باليوم الأول في الافتتاح رح يكون ببداية هذا اليوم. بالإضافة إلى ذلك رح يكون في حديث شيق جدا عن الإيكو سيستم للستارت أبس، وتحديدا بمنطقتنا العربية رح يتم الحديث عن الشركات الناشئة، التحديات اللي بواجهوها. طبعا نحن رح نعمل مقابلات خاصة مع رواد الأعمال اللي متواجدين حاليا لحتى نشاركهم تجربتهم، نتعلم من الأخطاء اللي مروا فيها، وايضا العديد من التبس اند تريكس لقصص النجاح اللي موجوده في منطقتنا العربيه. في العديد من الشركات الناشئه مشاركه هون في ستيب كونفرنس، مثلها تابي، كيتوبي، وغيرها ايضا من الشركات الناشئه، ماجنت، وشركات كثير كبيره حققت نجاح اوريدي، فرح يشاركونا قصص نجاحهم. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يتم الحديث ايضا عن الشركات الناشئه، تحديدا رياده الاعمال. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يكون في الاوبننجز للتراكس، سواء كان في ديجيتال تراك وفنتك تراك وغيرها، ورح ايضا يكون في حديث مع دابي. بالاضافه الى ذلك ايضا رح يتم التركيز على الكرييتر ايكونومي، واللي هو كمان عم يلعب دور كثير كبير في منطقتنا العربيه. الكرييتر ايكونومي اللي هو الاقتصاد الخاص بصناع المحتوى، واللي هو المستقبل ايضا اللي عم نشوفه. فبالتالي رح يتم التركيز ايضا على هذا الموضوع، لانه عم نشوف في انتشار واسع للكرييتر ايكونومي تحديدا حول العالم وبمنطقتنا العربيه ايضا. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يتم الحديث عن العملات الرقميه، الكريبتو ريجوليشنز. رح يكون الساعه 10 وثلث تقريبا، يعني بعد 10 دقائق. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يتم الحديث عن الاستثمارات، وهو موضوع كثير مهم، وتحديدا في مؤتمرات خاصه برياده الاعمال مثل ستيب كونفرنس، لانه العديد من المستثمرين بيجوا خصيصا لمؤتمر ستيب لحتى يشوفوا قصص نجاح الشركات الناشئه، او حتى افكار الشركات الناشئه. يعني في العديد من الشركات مثل ما عم تشوفوا ورانا شركات ناشئه مشاركه عم بيعرضوا فكرتهم بحاجه الى مستثمر مثلا، فالعديد من المستثمرين بيسافروا من جميع انحاء العالم لحتى يجوا يشوفوا هدول الشركات الناشئه، يدرسوا الافكار، وممكن يكون في خطط لاستثمارات. وفي العديد من الشركات الناشئه اللي بتحصل على استثمارات بعد مؤتمر ستيب. فهي من المواضيع الشيقه جدا والمهمه اللي رح يتم نقاشها بمؤتمر ستيب. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يتم الحديث عن منصات التداول، ايضا امر مهم جدا. عم نشوف العديد من الوعي زاد بالفتره الاخيره عن الاستثمار في العملات المشفره وغيرها، فبالتالي ايضا رح يتم الحديث عنها. تحديدا رح تكون الساعه تقريبا 11 إلى 10 صباحا فلكل الاشخاص اللي متواجدين هون فيكم تروحوا، رح تكون موجوده ايضا بالفنتك ستيج. طبعا بمختلف الستيجز، في رح يكون حديث، ورشات عمل، وايضا نقاشات مهمه. ففيكم تشوفوا تزوروا موقعهم dubai.stepconference.com، بالاجنده موجود كل التفاصيل. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يتم الحديث عن أهمية التدريب للشركات الناشئة. اتوقع هذا ايضا من المواضيع اللي جدا مهمه. هي ورشه عمل رح تكون الساعه 11 صباحا بالغرفه رقم 2. ايضا من الامور اللي جدا مهمه اللي هي التدريب للشركات الناشئه. بالاضافه الى ذلك في تركيز ايضا اخر على موضوع understanding digital psychology to create wow experience hosted by clever tab. هي امور مهمه جدا، اللي هو فعلا انه علم النفس ما وراء الاكسبيرينس للمستهلك وتجربه المستهلك من احد الامور اللي رح تكون طبعا بالديجيتال ستيج. هي رح تكون الساعه 11 و10. بالاضافه الى ذلك طبعا في كلمه العديد من الاشخاص عم بيستخدمها بالفتره الاخيره اللي هي الويب 3، ايضا رح يتم نقاش هذه المواضيع. بالاضافه الى ذلك ايضا من المواضيع اللي كثير مهمه واللي عم تنتشر بالفتره الاخيره عالم البودكاست. عالم البودكاست رح يتم نقاشه بتفاصيله. ايضا في سبيكرز خصيصا جايين ليتكلموا عن البودكاست وبداوا مسيرتهم في البودكاست وحققوا قصص نجاح. بالاضافه الى ذلك طبعا رح يحكوا عن التقنيات الماليه، لانه عم نشوف تغير واسع للكاشلس. العديد منا الان، مين منا اصلا بيحمل كاش؟ يعني تقريبا الان معظم الاشخاص عم بيتجهوا انه ما يكون في استخدام النقود او الدفع النقدي، وعم بيتجهوا اكثر الى موضوع انه يدفعوا عن طريق الموبايل فون مثل ابل باي، سامسونج باي وغيرها. او حتى لما بدنا نشتري تذاكر لمثل مؤتمر ستيب مثلا، بيكون من خلال الشراكه مع شركات العلاقه بالتقنيه الماليه والفنتك اللي بتساعد وبتسهل عمليه الدفع مثل ما يعني غير عما كان سابقا. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يتم الحديث ايضا عن التسوق وتحديدا لفئه الجنزي. فايضا هذا الجيل، جيل الجديد، كيف ممكن الواحد انه يوصل لهذا النوع من المستهلك؟ شو الاشياء اللي بتجذبه؟ شو الامور اللي ممكن تلفت نظره؟ وكيف ممكن يكون مستهلك مخلص للمنتج؟ العديد من المواضيع الشيقه جدا راح تكون موجوده بمؤتمر ستيب. بالاضافه الى ذلك راح يتم الحديث عن اللامركزي والسيستم اللامركزي في عالم العملات المشفره. يعني مثل ما عم نشوف في بعض المواضيع اللي لها علاقه بالديجيتال بالشركات الناشئه، ولكن ايضا في تركيز كبير جدا على العالم الجديد اللي هو العملات المشفره، الكريبتو كورنسيز، الويب 3، الان اف تي، الرموز الغير قابل للاستبدال وغيرها. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يتم الحديث عن المحتوى، وقلنا رح نركز على موضوع صناع المحتوى، الكرييتر ايكونومي بشكل كثير كبير ايضا في مؤتمر ستيب. ومثل ما ذكرنا رح يكون عندنا مقابلات بسماشي تي في، فخليكم معنا وتابعونا. بالاضافه الى ذلك حاب نوه عن بعض السبيكر والمتحدثين اللي موجودين بستيب. رح يكون في اشخاص من شركات مثل اتصالات مثلا، مثل امازون، ايضا بالاضافه الى ذلك ديل، هايبر باي، كريم باي، ثروه، اي كار. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يكون في اشخاص مثل عندنا مثلا هون اي واي، تاب بيمنت، والعديد من الشركات الناشئه الاخرى. طبعا في كثير ناس بعد قصه نجاح انغامي ويعني اطلاق اسهمها في بورصه ناسداك، الي حبيب مؤسس الشريك المؤسس لانغامي ايضا رح يكون موجود. فبالتالي هي النوع من تبادل الخبرات تحديدا بين الشركات اللي بدات كشركه ناشئه ولكن حققت نجاحات، والان عم تتبادل الخبرات مع شركات ناشئه قد تكون عم تبدا مسيرتها حاليا. رح تبث نوع من الامل، من الشغف، من الطموح، ورح تدفع هاي الافراد لحتى فعلا انه يمضوا قدما في مسيرتهم. ايضا مثل ما ذكرنا في عندنا تابي، في كيتوفي، العديد من الشركات الاخرى. فبالتالي نحن كثير متحمسين لهذا المؤتمر. رح يكون في تغطيه مباشره لهذا الموضوع، اول باول رح نكون معكم. مين كمان ما بدي انسى حدا من السبيكرز من كثر ما في يعني اسماء فعلا رائعه. مايكروسوفت، هاب 71، مثل ما عم نشوف سوا يعني في ميكس رائع وخليط رائع جدا ما بين الشركات الحكومية في دولة الإمارات والشركات الناشئة أو حتى الشركات الخاصة. رح يكون في تبادل خبرات رائع جدا. نحن متحمسين كثير، وأنا شخصيا متحمسة لأسمع قصص النجاح اللي دائما فعلا بتبث الشغف فينا لحتى نمضي قدما في تحقيق أهدافنا. عملنا أيضا نحن مقابلة مع الشريك المؤسس لمؤتمر ستاب ريدر غام. حابة إنه شارككم هي المقابلة، حكينا فيها بالتفصيل عن مؤتمر ستاب، شو ممكن أيضا تتوقعوا منه، وليش مؤتمر ستاب هذا العام مختلف جدا عن العام القادم. فخليكم معنا، تابعونا أول بأول، رح يكون التغطية بكل تفاصيلها عن كل مواضيع المتعلقة اللي رح يتم تغطيتها في ستيب كونفرنس لهذا العام. خليكم معنا وتابعونا.
ورجعنا لكم من جديد، ومعنا ضيفنا لليوم ريدر غام، الشريك المؤسس لمؤتمر ستيب، المؤتمر الأضخم في المنطقة العربية لريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا. أهلا وسهلا فيك معنا ري.
أهلا فيك. هلا.
10 سنين ري، يعني أنت متخيل كنت إنه رح توصلوا لهذا الرقم؟
ايه 10 سنين، صارنا حتى 11 سنة. احنا كان لازم هديك السنة تسليبريت 10 سنين، بس
صحيح.
كان في كوفيد، وهديك السنة كان أول سنة بنعمل الإيفنت ب10 سنين، فهلأ هي السنة العاشرة للإيفنت و11 سنة لستاب. فكتير محمسين، really excited for the event. ونفس الشيء كمان الاتنديز، السبيكرز، السبونسرز، البارتنرز. حيكون مثل يعني الجمعه الجايه حيكون مثل ريونيون للستارت اب ايكو سيستم، خاصه بعد كوفيد وبعد فتره طويله ما كان في ايفنتس عم بتصير. فبعتقد حتكون ايفنت ناجحه ان شاء الله.
أكيد إن شاء الله. خبرنا أكثر، بما أنه ذكرت موضوع أنتم عملتوا فيرتشوال السنة الماضية وهلا رجعتوا على أرض الواقع، ونحن متعودين على ستيب إنه بصراحة على أرض الواقع كلاتنا بنجتمع، حتى الانفسترز، الستارت ابس، الانتربرينورز. فأيو بتفضل أنت، الافتراضي ولا الان بيرسون؟
مزبوط. عملنا يعني بالسنتين اللي مضوا من وقت ما بلش كوفيد عملنا أكثر من ايفنت فيرتشوال، وكانوا كمان ناجحين. هلا برأيي في يعني فرق بين الفيرتشوال والفيزيكال، لأنه كل وحدة لها حسناتها وإلها سيئاتها. هلا نحن كستاب مثل ما قلتي بنحط كتير افورت بالاكسبيرينس اللي بيصير على الأرض، ونخلي الناس مش بس يكونوا عم بيحضروا مؤتمر، بس يحسوا باكسبيرينس معين مثل ميموربل يعني يكون لهم. بس الافتراضي كمان بيساعد بشغلات تانية، اللي هي مثلا الحضور يكون من بلدان مثل مصر او لبنان او ابعد، اهون وارخص، يعني اوفر للاتندي، يقدر ما بده يشتري تيكت، ما بده يحجز اوتيل، يسافر. فكان عندنا حضور اكثر جلوبال على الفيرتشوال. بس اذا بتساليني شو بفضل، هذا بفضل الفيزيكال، الفيزيكال ايفنتس كاكسبيرينس، لانه هذا الشيء اللي حطينا فيه كثير افورت ووقت على العشر سنين اللي مرقت لتحسين هذا الاكسبيرينس. بس حنضل نعمل الاثنين، يعني احنا حنضل بعد كوفيد حنضل نعمل الايفنتس الاساسيه تبعنا. مثلا عندك فتره الصيفيه اللي هي بالخليج بيكون الطقس حار لفعاليات مثل الايفنت تبعنا اللي هي بتعتبر اندور اوتدور. فبهذا الفتره مثلا نلجا للفيرتشوال حتى نقدر يضلوا الناس مشاركين بالاكتيفيتيز اللي عم نعملها.
طيب إذا بتشاركنا مثلا درس أو تعلمته تحديدا بفترة كوفيد ولما غيرتوا للفيرتشوال، شو ممكن يكون؟
تعلمنا دروس كثير بالأولى. كانت فترة صعبة بعتقد خاصة للاندستريز يلي بالايفنتس او بالترافل، بس قدرنا نتخطاها بشكل منيح. وكمان يعني ما كنا قدرنا نعمل هذا الشيء لو ما التيم الموجود بستاب وكلنا اشتغلنا مع بعض بسرعة وبإيد واحدة فقدرنا ريلي بعتقد هلا حنكون يعني بعد كوفيد وبعد هذه السنتين قد ما كانوا صعبين حنكون بشكل افضل واقوى من قبل يعني واكثر لين كشركه من الفتره اللي سبقت. يعني اوقات الفترات الصعبه بتخليك كشركه تشتغلي على شغلات كثير ما عادة بايام الطبيعيه ما بتقدر تشتغلي عليها. فكتير متفائلين هلا بهيدي السنه وبالسنين اللي جاي بعد فتره كوفيد. وبعتقد حيكون في نجاحات كثيره لستاب وشغلات كثير حنشتغل عليها.
أكيد. بتوقع مثل ما ذكرت فعلا كلاتنا انجبرنا إنه نتكيف، فهلا أي تغيير بيصير مثلا أو أي شيء ممكن يصير جاهزين إنه يلا شو الحل على السريع، كمان في مرونة صار بالموضوع. ولكن ستيب هلا هاي السنة خبرنا كيف رح يكون مختلف عن السنوات الماضية.
في تركيز على مواضيع جديدة ما كانت قبل اللي هي كمان تغير يعني من سنتين لهلا. بتعرفي بالتكنولوجي التك وورلد شغلات بتمشي كتير بسرعة. فالتركيز حيكون على مواضيع جديدة مثل ويب 3 NFTs كتير شغلات اللي لها علاقة بالكريبتو والبلوك تشين اللي هي كتير صار فيها تطور بالسنتين اللي مضوا من آخر ايفنت فيزيكال عملناه. ففي كتير تركيز على هذا الموضوع. وفي حيكون يعني التراكس مثلا عندنا نحن 5 تراكس اللي بنركز عليهم كانوا موجودين ب 2020 بس في تركيز مثل ما قلت على شغلات ثانيه مثلا الويلنس تراك اللي هو بيركز على المنتل هيلث ات ورك الريموت وركينج. هذا موضوع حنركز عليه او تراك حيكون عليه تركيز اكبر. فهي هذه الشغلات وفي شغلات تانية يعني بس الشيء الأساسي هو العودة للفيزيكال والريونيون اللي حيكون والسنة العاشرة لستاب. يعني هذا احتفال لنا بالسنة العاشرة لستاب.
وأنا بتخيل لأنه فعلاً ستيب معودنا المؤتمر يعني إنه ما مجرد مؤتمر مثلاً أو فعالية إلى علاقة بريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا، فعلاً بنحس إنه بيجمع كل المستثمرين رواد الأعمال. في ناس بتحجز تيكتس لتيجي على مؤتمر ستيب، فبالتالي فعلاً بينتظروا العالم هذا الموعد، ويمكن نحن فعلاً اشتقنا له السنة الماضية يعني بسبب كوفيد. سبيكرز خبرنا أكثر، مين رح يكونوا السبيكرز بستيب هالسنة؟
عندنا سبيكرز مقسمين على التراكس الموجوده. التراكس اللي عندنا في الستارت تراك اللي هي بتركز على رياده الاعمال على المستثمرين، في الفنتك اللي بتركز على كل شيء كنا عم نحكي عنه ويب 3 اوبن بانكينج كل شيء له علاقه بالفنتك. هو قطاع كتير كبير بالعالم وبالشرق الاوسط بالشركات الناشئه. ففي سبيكرز لكل تراك، وعندنا الديجيتال تراك الفيوتشر تراك والويلنس تراك. ففي مثلا بالفي بي فروم امازون حيكون بال الستار تراك. عندنا سبيكرز جلوبال مثل سيدرا من شركه اتومز يلي هن يعني انا I think it's one of the best shoes ever created. حيكون كمان مشاركين معنا. في 200 سبيكر بدنا يمكن شي ساعة لحالنا نحكي على السبيكرز بدنا نعدهم، بس في عنا أكثر من 200 سبيكر حيكونوا موجودين على الفايف تراكس. وكمان طبعا مؤسسين شركات أساسية بالمنطقة مثل مو من كيتوبي اللي حبيب رامي وغيرهم حيكونوا موجودين كمان بالايفنت.
حلو كتير. طيب سؤال ري للناس اللي عم بتتابعنا، ستيب لمين؟ يعني لمين، مين هي الفئة اللي عن جد رح تستفاد إذا بتروح على مؤتمر ستيب؟
نحن من اليوم الاول ستيب تركيز الاساسي هو على المؤسسين وعلى الشركات الناشئه. هذا هو التركيز الاساسي وكل شيء بيدور حوله بصراحه. يعني نحن كل سنه بيكون عندنا اكثر من 300 شركه ناشئه بتشارك، والسنه عرضنا كمان كامبين كان 10 ستوريز 10 years يلي عرضنا فيه 10 ستارت ابس شاركوا بالسنوات اللي سبقت وقدروا يصيروا شركات ناجحة raising tens of millions of dollars مثلهم مثل ثروة كار سويتش كار ماجنت and so on. ف مثلهم كثير في شركات ما بدي أقول ستاب منا هي السبب لنجاحهم أكيد، بس ستاب كانت مثل شغلة من الشغلات اللي ساعدتهم على النجاح، لأنه نحن بنجمع تركيز مثل ما قلت لك على المؤسسين وعلى الشركات الناشئة، بس نجمع معهم المستثمرين البارتنرز المعقول هن يشتغلوا معهم، حتى from a PR point of view. شركات كتير تكون ناشئة بعدها جديدة بيستفيدوا من مشاركتهم بستاب يقدروا ناس أكتر تعرف عنهم من خلال البي آر، من خلال الميديا اللي بيكون موجود. بس التركيز الأساسي هو كانوا دايما حيكون على المؤسسين والشركات الناشئة، لأنه هذا الكور تبع ستاب.
بالضبط. وفعلا يعني نحن لما بنروح هونيك يعني نحن طبعا سعيدين انه الشريك الاعلامي لمؤتمر ستيب، فبالتالي لما نقابل رواد الاعمال وبنعمل معهم مقابلات وبننشرها يعني بصراحه مصدر فخر بالنسبه لنا انه عم نشوف في كميه من الشغف بمنطقتنا العربيه. وانا بنتبه دائما على الويب سايت عندكم انه في عندكم مبلغ معين او خصم للستودنت باس للطلاب، وهذا الشيء كتير حلو. ليش؟ لأنه بحس إنه الطلاب بحاجة يروحوا لهيك مؤتمرات ليوسعوا الآفاق تبعهم ويشوفوا إنه هذا الشخص عمل هيك، أنا ممكن أوصل وأعمل هيك يوما ما.
طبعا 100% بعتقد يعني بالجامعات تحديدا للستودنتس لازم يصير في تركيز أكتر بالمنطقة كلها، لأنه هذا السورس الأساسي وين الانوفيشن بيصير. وكل ما يصير أبكار، يعني معظم رواد الأعمال بتشوف فيهم بالمنطقة هن ناس كانوا عم بيشتغلوا لفترة معينة بشركات تانية، كان عندهم وظيفة بعدين تركوا أسسوا شركة، اللي هو ما في شيء غلط، بس مقارنة مع سيليكون فالي أو محلات تانية في كتير أكتر رواد أعمال ببلشوا من الجامعة، هن عم بيدرسوا، واللي هي أكبر شركات اللي بتصير وأكتر نجاحاً هن عادة بيكونوا من المؤسسين اللي بيكون بعده عمره 20 سنة بعده بالجامعة، حتى في أوقات أبكر. فهذا الموضوع بعده ايه بعده مش موجود بالمنطقة بطريقة تانية. فطبعا احنا بنجرب قد ما فينا نشتغل مع الجامعات، تدعم التلاميذ حتى يشاركوا يصير عندهم برسبكتيف. هو الشيء الأساسي يكون في برسبكتيف أكتر لهم على شو عم بيصير بهذه القطاعات.
بالضبط. وهذا الشيء كتير مهم لكل الناس كمان اللي عم تتابعنا. مؤتمر ستيب رح يكون ب 23 و 24 فبراير. اللي ما حجز التذاكر لازم تحجزوها، ونحن رح نكون كمان متواجدين هناك. شكرا كتير لك راي، ونشوفك إن شاء الله الأسبوع الجاي بستيب.
شكرا لك. شكرا.
Thank you.
ورجعنا لكم من جديد من مؤتمر ستيب في برنامجكم سماشي @ستيب، واليوم معنا ضيفتنا الاولى ايناس، الشريك المؤسس لمنصه تكلم. اهلا وسهلا فيك معنا.
اهلا وسهلا فيكم، شكرا كثير.
شكرا لك لوجودك معنا، اول ضيفه معنا اليوم.
يعني بدايه
نو بريشر. خبرينا اكثر، اول شيء اعطينا نبذه عن منصه تكلم، امتى بديتوها والخدمات اللي بتقدموها.
شكرا كثير. منصه تكلم هي منصه لتعزيز الصحه النفسيه، اطلقناها في بدايه عام 2020، وهدفها اللي هي ربط الافراد والمؤسسات مع اخصائي الصحه النفسيه، لحتى يكون في بيقدر انه يكون في اونلاين كونسلينج ثرو برايفت افوردبل and convenient way، لحتى الاشخاص يقدروا يكون في لهم اكسس على المنتل هيلث كير بطريقه كثير سهله وبسيطه
واونلاين. نحن متعودين على هاي الامور انه نروح عند الطبيب النفسي على يعني عرفتي على العياده، فقد ايه مختلف الموضوع اونلاين؟ هل في تحديات واجهتوها بالموضوع الاونلاين؟
هلا موضوع الاونلاين خاصه مع الكوفيد ايرا اللي بحكي مرقنا فيها، كثير سهل انه الناس تكون متواجده اونلاين، وهذا اللي شجع الاشخاص لحتى انهم ياخذوا هاي الخطوه وانهم تو اكسبلور ايش الافيلابيلتي. لما يجي الموضوع على الصحه النفسيه والمنتل هيلث سبيسيفيك، people they like it to be private.
صح.
فنحن جزء من الاستجمة والمشكله اللي عم بنحاول نحلها انه نعطي الافراد الخصوصيه بانهم يقدروا يدخلوا ويحصلوا على هاي الخدمات بالوقت اللي بناسبهم، بالمكان اللي بناسبهم، وبالاسعار اللي بتناسبهم كمان. في you get to see different options. يعني خبراء مختلفين، تخصصات مختلفه، كلها والاغلبيه عندنا هدفنا انه يكونوا عم بيفهموا الكالتشر تبعنا، ثقافتنا، وايش اللي احنا بحاجه لها in a global context طبعا. ف having it online، هلا احنا كمان اطلقنا الموبايل ابلكيشن تبعنا، بليز نزلوه.
مبروك.
ثانك يو. فهذا الشيء عم بخلي الاشخاص لا يكون اسهل عليهم، ونحن نتكلم we believe will be the companion والشريك لكل فرد في مجتمعاتنا لحتى نكونوا قادرين على تعزيز صحتهم النفسيه.
قد ايه هذا الموضوع مهم، قد ايه حسينا انه مهم تحديدا بفتره كورونا.
صحيح.
يعني موضوع الصحه النفسيه بصراحه، الحجر المنزلي، حتى جائحه كورونا، في كثير ناس خسروا وظائفهم، خسروا ناس بيحبون. فقد ايه موضوع الصحه النفسيه مهم وامر اساسي.
نحن بلشنا الموضوع خولة حماد مؤسسة تكلم وأنا بناء على تجربة شخصية. يعني نحن عارفين الوجع كيف ممكن يكون، وإنه الشخص لما ما يكون despite السبورت سيستم اللي كل حدا عندنا إياه الحمد لله بمجتمعاتنا موجود هذا السبورت سيستم، لكن إنك to be guided with an expert، شخص على خبره ودرايه بانه كيف يسالك الاسئله الصح بالوقت الصح وتو جايد يو ثرو يور منتل هيلث تشالنج او الستريس، لايف ستريس اللي كل حدا فينا عم بمرق فيها.
ماسكه ستريس بول هي
بالضبط. هذا اهم شيء. فيعني نحن ريلي وات وي ريلي هير انه نساعد الاشخاص لحتى انهم يقدروا يحصلوا على هاي الخدمه، ومش بس حتى كمان لما انت تكون بسبب كورونا او فقدان عزيز او having a mental health disorder. الصحه النفسيه هي جزء لازم ما يتجزأ من حياتنا اليوميه.
يعني بتشكرك
ديلي روتين والله
بالضبط.
يعني كيف الواحد بيروح على الجيم لحتى يقوي الفيزيكال، نفس الشيء. تكلم is your mental health gym. You should be there to reach out to the people that will help you and guide you لحتى انه to have a better lifestyle.
بس ايناس نحن واصلين لمرحله للاسف انه الواحد يوصل لما يوقع او تصير للاسف مصيبه،
بس وقتها
بعدين وقتها بفكر يروح عند طبيب نفسي وبفكر 1000 مره قبل ما هي، لانه
صحيح.
مربوطه فكره انه اذا رحنا عند طبيب نفسي فمعناته انا مجنون.
صحيح.
وهذا الشيء ابدا ما نصح.
وهذا هاي الستيغما عالميه باي ذا واي. everywhere they struggle with this. نحن الموضوع لساته اكثر يعني اصعب لاسباب مختلفه لكيف عاداتنا وبرضه لتمسكنا الاجتماعي اللي هو ممتاز، لكن اظن هلا الوقت وبوجود التكنولوجيا المعلومات الموبايل والويب سايتس والاكسس صار كثير يكون اسهل، والاشخاص ان شاء الله راح يكون عندهم يعني فرصه كثير اكبر بانه في بسبب الخيارات المتواجده المختلفه انهم يقدروا يحصلوا على الرايت منتل هيلث كير. في different solutions available، لكن انا دائما بحكي انه الواحد يحصل على اول خطوه كثير مهمه
صح.
وانها تكون يقدر يشبك مع الاشخاص والاخصائيين اللي عندهم خبره بثقافتنا، عارفين من وين نحن عم نيجي، ايش الروتس تبعتنا. you know despite كل حدا فينا is global ونحن بنتكلم we are targeting millennials، لكن بكل خطوه بكل فيتشر we launch it هدفنا انه نكون نقدمها بمحتوى بكونتكست بيناسبنا وبيناسب مجتمعاتنا، سو فعليا تكون المنتل هيلث كير اللي provided لهم is effective and efficient ويكون بدايه لحياه كثير افاقها احلى واسهل.
تخيلي انت لما عم تحكي فعلا بموضوع كثير مهم وسلطت الضوء على نقطه كثير مهمه اللي هي تخيلي انا عم بحكي مثلا لا طبيب نفسي ما بيفهم مبادئي ابدا والخطوط الحمراء تبعي لانه الكالتشرز مثلا مختلفه والثقافات مختلفه ويجي ممكن يعطيني نصيحه ما بتتفق مع المبادئ تبعي. فبالتالي قد ايه مهم فعلا انه يكون تailored لثقافه الشخص المبادئ الخاصه فيه. ولكن كيف ممكن اثق بالطبيب النفسي اونلاين؟ يعني كيف اختار الطبيب النفسي الصح الخاص فيه؟
تكلم حل القصه. بتفوتي عندنا على الموقع في عندك اوبشن انه find me an expert. ف within 7 steps تكلم بقترح لك مين افضل ماتش عندنا موجود ومين السكند ماتش بيست على يور بريفرنس. نحن عندنا موجود على الويب سايت more than 60 mental health experts، يعني فالفرايتي موجوده والاكسبرتس موجودين البروفايل تبعهم الاكسبيرينس تبعتهم their languages. we definitely have حتى كمان عندنا experts موجودين بالغرب جلوبالي to match time difference. مرات بيكون الواحد جاي على باله يحكي الساعه 10 المساء بعد ما خلص يومي that's my private time and I want to speak to someone at that time. So we provide all of that diversity on تكلم different platforms and yet يعني نحن بالاخر طول الوقت عم بيكون هدفنا انه نخليها accessible و available at any time and at any point.
حتى بالمحتوى اللي بتنشروه على السوشيال ميديا الخاص فيكم،
شو رايك؟
في دور بنشر الوعي عم تعملوه، بصراحه هذا دور يعني جبار، لانه مو بس انه مثلا في خدمات بتقدموها، انتم كمان عم تنشروا الوعي بالموضوع قد ايه مهم المنتل هيلث.
حكيت لك هذا الموضوع والباشن اللي عندنا اياه it's personal, very much personal. ولما we looked at it globally and we verified it and we tried to do the research, it is a real issue. And هلا it's becoming like an urgency. يعني it's not anymore a luxury او يعني مشكله انه نحن يعني مش كثير بتمس حياتنا، لا اظن كل حدا فينا عم بيسمعنا وعم بيشوفنا كمان اليوم they can relate لانه there is someone very much close to them is having a serious issue or almost walking into a big difficulty or a big challenge. يعني it is challenges. فهي هذا كل حدا فينا بمرق فيها. We need to normalize it more. يا ريت ان شاء الله يصير عندنا كمان ناس بيحكوا فيها بصوت عالي، يشاركوا قصصهم، تجربتهم مع تعزيز الصحه النفسيه، ونحن عم بنساهم قد ما بنقدر يعني to raise هذا الاويرنس على اهميه هذا الموضوع.
هي جهود جباره بصراحه، عن جد نشكركم عليها. طب خبرينا اكثر، ليش موجودين انتم بالستاف؟
ما يعني في احلى من هيك؟ ما في احلى من هيك فايبس. اشتقنا للستاب. السنه الماضيه كان فيرتشوال، العوده ل يعني شبه الحياه الطبيعيه نوعا ما كثير حلو. الانرجي موجوده، بتطلعي مش بس نحن لحالنا متحمسين، كثير في ستارت ابس كمان متحمسين، في سبورت، في جايدنس، في سيشنز كثير حابه اني اشوفهم. فمش ملاحقه يعني مش عارفه وين which room to go to.
احنا سرقناها اول ما اجت.
I was like يعني it's a great timing. نقابلكم ونشوفكم طبعا ونحكي مع الأودينس.
خبرينا اكثر، هل مثلا عم تدوروا على انفستمنت، استثمار، في ببالكم هيك شيء، او شو خططكم المستقبليه؟
هلا نحن موجودين بالامارات وعم نعمل اكسبانشن ما بين السعوديه فوكس اند جي سي سي. هدول هم التارجت اودينس تبعنا من ناحيه اكسبانشن and targeting البزنس جروث. yet we have users globally. حتى من هلا يعني اكثر من 18 دوله our users and people who are using تكلم on daily basis. فهدفنا انه نقدر نتواصل مع الاودينس، الاوتريتش، اليوزرز تبعون تكلم. I'm trying to avoid using client because كل حدا عم بدخل على تكلم عم بيكون صديق لنا اكثر من اي شيء ثاني. at the same time definitely الانفستر والinvestment يعني I have to say نحن بتواجدنا بالامارات it's been a great ecosystem that did support us انه تكون اول خطوات لنا steady وstrong. yet we have and we've just closed our first round كانت that was really great. مستعدين عم نستعد للراوند الثانيه. حلو. Having our mobile application and as per our technology growth plan والroad map اللي عم نشتغل عليها, we really want to definitely connect with investors, VCs. عم بنكون selective because we want people who believe in the cause, not only for the business purpose. It really makes يعني it is important for us. فعم بنشوف we did connect with definitely few من اول الراوند تبعتنا و I can't wait to meet more.
حلو، هذا الشيء كثير حلو. كثير نحن سعيدين الموجودين بستاب لانه عن جد تجمع ما بين الستارت ابس مع بعضهم لحتى يشوفوا انه التحدي اللي انا عم مر فيه غيري كمان عم بمر فيه، انا مو لحالي.
صح.
وبالضبط كمان موضوع حتى الانفسترز مع الستارت ابس بيجوا بيشوفوا افكار جديده، الانرجي هون مختلفه تماما مثل ما قلتي، كله متحمس، باشنت، في شغف. هذا الشيء كثير حلو. شكرا كثير لك ايناس، يعني فعلا جهود جباره انتم عم بتقوموا فيها. ولكن حابه اسالك يعني هل فئه الشباب، انت ذكرتي انه بتركزوا على هي الفئه،
صحيح.
هل فعلا عم بيجوا على المنصه وعم بيقدموا على هي الخطوه؟
صحيح. نحن عم نحاول قد ما بنقدر انه نوصلهم ونشجعهم انهم ياخذوا الخطوه الاولى. عملنا ويبينارز وجلسات اويرنس، كان هون حتى بالامارات it was a beautiful day مع اليوث كونسل في الامارات، و huge webinar and the response and the people how they are reacting, the students طلاب الجامعات they are open, they understand the necessity, they want help and support. Basically again it's not of a problem that they want to solve, it's more of having a better lifestyle, to be more capable and to unleash all of their potential and give their best. That is what really is important, and people are definitely اليوث عندهم الاويرنس they understand what they want and I'm really happy انه تكلم يكون موجود ويخلي هذا الموضوع لهم سهل affordable. That's what something an area that we want to work on, speaking to youth and targeting youth. And I can't wait to hear a lot of success stories.
يعني هذا شيء ممتاز جدا. شكرا كثير لك إيناس.
شكرا
لمشاركتك القصة لكم. يعني شكر كبير عن جد للجهود الجبارة اللي انتم بتعملوها.
رح اعطيها الستريس بول. Enjoy the day with less stress.
Thank you so much. شكرا لكل الناس اللي تابعت المقابلة. رح اترككم مع فاصل قصير ونرجع لكم بتغطية خاصة لمؤتمر ستاب. رجعناكم من جديد بعد بريك، وما زلنا عم نغطي مؤتمر ستيب لعام 2022. مؤتمر ستيب عم بيحتفل بعامه العاشر، والآن حابين نحكي لكم أكثر عن موضوع التراكس. هالمرة موجود بستيب كونفرنس ومؤتمر ستيب لريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا العديد من التراكات، في الستارت تراك، في الفنتك تراك، في أيضا الفيوتشر تراك، الديجيتال تراك، والويلنس تراك. وهذا شيء جديد ما كنا متعودين عليه بمؤتمر ستيب. خليني احكي لكم اكثر عن هدول التراكات اللي مثل 4 مسارات موجودين بمؤتمر ستيب، عم بتضم الاجنده والفعاليه 4 مسارات رئيسيه مثل ما ذكرنا، هي التكنولوجيا الماليه للتركيز على موضوع المدفوعات والعملات المشفره والتجاره الالكترونيه، وحتى الابتكارات المستقبليه خاصه مثلا تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي، لانه مثل ما عم نشوف هو المستقبل. بالاضافه الى ذلك ايضا تنقل الطاقه، الحوسبه السحابيه، عم نشوف كل شيء عم بيتجه نحو الكلاود. حتى نحن بسماشي تي في عم نتجه بموضوع الستريمينج والبث المباشر ليكون على الحوسبه السحابيه والكلاود. ايضا المحتوى الرقمي تقاطعه مع ممارسات التسويق المحتوى، مثل ما ذكرنا ايضا موضوع صناع المحتوى، الكرييتر ايكونومي، في تركيز كبير عليه، هو المستقبل مثل ما عم نشوف، فبالتالي ايضا في تركيز كبير عليه. هلا الفكره من هي المسارات التعمق ايضا مثلا بالخدمات التقنيات الصحيه وانماط الحياه، مثل ما شفنا في الويلنس تراك. بيقدم الحدث لزواره نماذج مستقبليه لحلول التكنولوجيا، عم تعرض الشركات الناشئه منتجات خدمات مبتكره، بحين عم تستعرض ايضا منصه المؤتمر الانجازات ايضا اللي جلبتها هذه الشركات الناشئه اللي موجوده لميادين التكنولوجيا خلال الفتره الماضيه. ولكن مثل ما عم نحكي سوا، مثل انه في الستارت تراك مثلا اللي هي عم بيغطوا فيها مواضيع العلاقه بالشركات الناشئه، الحلو بالستارت تراك مثلا انه رح تغطي كل شيء له علاقه بالشركات الناشئه، فممكن انكم تتجهوا له. من الاشخاص اللي موجودين بالستارت تراك واللي رح يكونوا متحدثين في شقيقه من اتصالات مثلا، ايضا وليد فزاع من MSA كابيتال، بالاضافه الى ذلك في ديل، في AWS، في EY، بالاضافه ايضا الى ذلك في من امازون، في انغامي، الي حبيب، اتومز، كيتوبي، وغيرهم من الاشخاص. ايضا في عندنا الفنتك تراك مثل ما ذكرنا اللي هي امور له علاقه بالتكنولوجيا الماليه، كل شيء له علاقه بالامور الماليه، البنوك، اي اهتمامات له علاقه بالامور الماليه رح يكونوا ايضا موجودين هناك. من المتحدثين اكيد رح تكون نادين نزهر من ثروه سبق واستضفناها بسماشي تي في. ايضا في عندنا كريم باي، مديحه، عندنا هايبر باي رح يكونوا موجودين. تابي طبعا هي منصه المدفوعات، بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يكون في تاب بيمنت، غيرها في العديد من الشركات الناشئه. لا تفوتكم عن جد. فالحلو بهذا الموضوع انه ايضا في ياب اللي هو البنك الديجيتال، فمثل ما عم نشوف كل شيء عم يتجه للرقمي والديجيتال. ايضا في عندنا شيء اسمه الفيوتشر تراك. الفيوتشر تراك بيتم تغطيه فيها كل شيء له علاقه بالمواصلات مثلا، ايضا مثلا السمارت سيتيز، المدن الذكيه، اي شيء له علاقه بالتكنولوجيا وتحديدا الذكاء الاصطناعي. رح نشوف ايضا العديد من الشركات مشاركه هناك، مثلا ايكار اللي حصلت مؤخرا على تمويل ضخم جدا، ايضا غطيناها بسماشي تي في، رح يكونوا متواجدين هون. رح يكون في فرص عديده لانكم تتحدثوا مع هدول الاشخاص، تتناولوا الخبرات اللي هن عم بيحكوا فيها، تتعلموا منها اكثر وتتبادلوا ايضا الخبرات معهم. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يكون في اشخاص من بيانات مثلا، والعديد من الشركات الاخرى. خلينا ننتقل الى التراك الاخر بعد هي الفيوتشر تراك. في عندنا الديجيتال تراك. الديجيتال تراك هي تراك ومسار متخصص في عالم الديجيتال، طبعا كل شيء عن المحتوى الرقمي رح يكون موجود هناك. فبتوقع اي شخص من صناع المحتوى قد يكون مهتم جدا بهذا الموضوع. رح يحكوا عن مواضيع العلاقه بالمحتوى مع التكنولوجيا، البودكاست، كل هاي الامور رح تكون بهذا المسار. من الاشخاص طبعا اللي رح يكونوا موجودين اشخاص من ستيب فيد، سينما عقيل مثلا، ايضا رح يكون في اشخاص من العديد من الشركات الاخرى مثل يلو، تلفاز 11. يعني تلفاز 11 معروف شركه ناشئه بالسعوديه رائعه جدا، علاء فدان هو من الاشخاص اللي موجودين هنيك. ممكن انكم تتبادلوا الخبرات. ايضا رح يكون ستيفانو مؤسس بوديو رح يكون ايضا موجود هنيك. فالعديد من الشركات الناشئه رح تشارك. ايضا MBC، وهذا اللي كنت انا عم خبركم عنه سابقا، اللي هو الخليط ما بين الشركات الناشئه والشركات والمؤسسات الكبيره. رح يكون في تبادل للخبرات بشكل كبير. اكثر تراك قد تكون قريبه الى قلبي وجديده حتى ما شفناها سابقا، اللي هي الويلنس تراك. نحن ما شفنا هذا الشيء ابدا بستيب كونفرنس سابقا. الويلنس تراك رح يكون فيها اكثر تركيز على الصحه النفسيه او حتى الصحه البدنيه. هذا الشيء. وحتى الويلنس تراك او مسار الويلنس بتحسوه هيك مريح اكثر، تشيلد اكثر، غير عن التراكات الاخرى. رح يكون اكثر له علاقه باللايف ستايل، اسلوب الحياه. ومثل ما ذكرنا في تركيز اكبر رح يكون على موضوع الويلنس. من الاشخاص اللي رح يكونوا موجودين هنيك ايضا في عندنا مايند تيلز مثلا من احد الشركات الموجوده. humanizing brands اللي هو ايضا رح يتم الحديث عن مواضيع العلاقه بالبراندات والى اخره، ولكن من ناحيه اكثر الهيومن او الناحيه الانسانيه. ايضا رح يكون في توازن ومضى ايضا العديد في من الانستركتورز العلاقه باليوغا وغيره رح يكونوا موجودين ايضا. بالاضافه الى ذلك خوله مؤسسه تكلم اللي سابقا مثل ما شفتوا عملنا مقابله مع الشريك المؤسس ايناس. بالاضافه الى ذلك في العديد من الاشخاص اللي عاملين منصات لها علاقه بالصحه سواء كانت البدنيه او النفسيه، كلهم رح يكونوا موجودين بهي المسارات. الحلو بهي المسارات وليش موجوده بمؤتمر ستيب حاليا، الفكره منها انه إذا أنا مهتمة بهذا الموضوع تحديداً ممكن ركز إني أروح على هذا المسار أكثر من المسارات الأخرى، وبعرف إن الأشخاص اللي موجودين هنيك هن التارجت أودينس تبعي، فبالتالي رح يروح. يعني مثل ما ذكرنا صناع المحتوى قد يروحوا للديجيتال تراك مثلاً، أما الأشخاص المهتمين بالصحة النفسية فممكن يروحوا على الويلنس تراك. واذا اشخاص مهتمين بالامور العلاقه بالمدفوعات والامور الماليه والفنتك فبيتجهوا الى الفنتك تراك. فمثل ما عم نشوف هذا النوع من التنظيم رائع جدا بستاب. نحن الان ايضا ما زلنا متواجدين ورانا الشركات الناشئه. ايضا حابين ناخذكم شوي هيك بالزمن لورا لمؤتمرات ستيب السابقه، وحابين ناخذكم بارشيف ستيب تحديدا. ورح نحكي بهي المنصه او الفقره اللي رح نترككم معها عن المنصات versus الببلشرز او الاشخاص اللي بيعملوا ببلشنج وبينشروا. مين اللي بيمتلك الاخبار وايضا تحديدا المستهلكين لهذه الاخبار. فبالتالي خليكم معنا وتابعونا. رح اترككم مع ارشيف من ستيب كونفرنس. تابعوا وبنرجع لكم بتغطيه لمؤتمر ستيب 2022.
Squeeze. So platforms and publishers can coexist, it seems. So we're going to get them to introduce themselves. But I'm really lucky to have these four women with us. They've got so much tappable knowledge we can get into and really share with everyone. And I'm going to invite them to do short intros, and we'll get this started. We'll start with Dina from Google.
Hi everyone, I'm Dina Amin and I look after publisher partnerships for Google across the Middle East and Africa. So while I'm in camp platform for this debate, I actually look after publishers as well.
Excellent.
Hi everyone, my name is Kinda Ibrahim. I lead the partnerships team for Twitter Middle East, North Africa. And what we do is we work with media partners, including broadcasters, publishers, and influencers or creators to help them increase their reach, engagement, and monetize over the platform.
Excellent.
Hi everyone, my name is Lorna and I am a digital journalist for the BBC World News. So I was also a TV journalist and now I focus on digital and social media.
Excellent. Dima.
Hi everyone, I'm Dima Khatib. Who follows AJ Plus here? AJ Plus. I'm the managing director of AJ Plus, and I used to be a TV journalist, written press journalist, radio journalist. I've been through it all. I'm very happy to be here to talk about the latest experience in my life as a digital journalist in AJ Plus.
Excellent. Thanks, Dima. Thanks, Dima. So the publisher used to own content, distribution, marketing, and the consumer. We used to never invite a technology partner to such a debate. But today, with the publishers on one side and the platforms on the other, I'm hoping for some debate. Let's see where it takes us. So we're going to start with a very cliche question, but important to start with. Is content still king, or has it been toppled by distribution? So does it matter where we read it? Who says it? Dima, you want to start?
Content is queen, since I'm a woman, obviously. I do believe content is king or queen, because if we did not produce good content, people would run away from the platforms. What would they be looking for if there was no good content? And in our experience as AJ Plus, we put out a good video. It goes viral because it's good. Sometimes it's not of a great journalistic value, but it helps us reach more audiences. So when we put something of a better value, it reaches those audiences, and they get hooked because it is a good content.
How
that
do you
they
balance
like.
the two? You said not very good, not to
I said
paraphrase.
you have to balance.
Yeah.
You have to balance. Some people will not be appealed by the best content you make. So what you do is you give them the kind of content they may like to just have fun. When you have really valuable content about a humanitarian story, that's when you have already reached them, they're already following you, and they will pay attention to it, and they will get hooked because it is good.
How do you feel about the changing algorithms and how to deal with environments that you're not used to? Where you said you were a TV journalist, you knew what would, when, and how it would be distributed.
Right, but even in TV, we used to depend on cable networks and satellite. And they used to manipulate things all the time and change contracts. In Latin America, where I worked for 10 years, it was very difficult to distribute because they had their terms. I don't see much difference between that and the algorithms, because you just have to learn how to navigate. It's just like sailing. You have to adapt to the winds and to the currents of the sea. And I don't see it really as something that hinders us from reaching our audience. I see it as an opportunity to work harder to see how we can reach new audiences. If there was not this obstacle, we would not make such an effort to reach all those audiences we think we're missing out on.
So
I have to say, can I jump in and just say, I have to say that from a platform's perspective, I can't say it's either content or distribution. It has to be a combination of both. And it's really important for publishers to find that right balance, depending on their business model, about which one they want to lever more. And this really comes back to the subject of this panel, which is the user. And it's because of the dramatic change of user behavior that we've seen over the last 10, 15 years, where users now have the ability to decide what content they want, when they want it, and through the mobile and the tablet are really in control of the news.
I just need to add to that, actually, and I totally agree with Dina here. It's not either or. Actually, we live in an age where user is king, because users decide what content they want to consume, what format of content, where to find it, what platform. So basically, it's the responsibility of publishers and platforms to work together to make sure the best content gets to user at the right format and the right time.
I think no one doubts. I mean, there isn't a publisher that's not on platforms. There's no doubt that the marriage is there. You know, there's love now. Honeymoon phase maybe is still waiting for a great balance between the two. But there's a stat I really came across by the Digital Content Next Association, which is good for both. It found that 57% of the time, people are aware of which title they're clicking on when they're reading on social media. 57% of the time, they know the publisher. It's clear. There's still 40%. It needs work. It'll get there. But, I mean, Lorna, what's your take on, you see this feed of content, BBC, Huffington Post, AJ Plus, Sabak, Anghami, so much content in the region. Then users, sharing, comments. Can a user, not a savvy user, let's say, really know the different sources? How do you feel about that as a user?
Well, I think that's the, as Dima was saying, that's part of our job to establish like our trust so that our audience comes and looks for our content. I mean, can you establish, every organization has a different style, and I think, yes, we are flooded with information. We're flooded with video shares on social media, and it can be a bit overwhelming. But I think that's our job to try and make sure that our stuff stands out.
Dima, do you feel Dina, go ahead.
So there's research out there also that suggests that users now are actually preferring the algorithm to what editors provide.
Okay.
So over 50% of users prefer to get recommendations from their friends or recommendations based on what they previously read on content rather than what editors are providing. So there's also an element of these news feeds, while the brand may not be so prevalent to the user, they might not be so aware of the brand, it's actually delivering what the user,
Yes, I mean,
wants.
I think we all want to sift through the thousands of content, and you want the valuable content that your friends read to come to the top. Dima, you seem to be itching to say something.
I think it's a very competitive market, extremely competitive. And the fact that it is competitive and that anybody, now any one of you can produce great content and can go viral and can become very famous in a matter of hours.
Exactly.
And that makes it wonderful for all of us to work hard. And regarding the publishers, what you said, I mean, I agree with you, obviously, it's a great marriage. But it's still, in my marriage, you have to work hard to keep the marriage happy and continuous.
True.
So, I mean, I don't see the publishers as, many journalists see the algorithms as the enemies of journalists. I don't see it like that. I think it's something that we work with. And I think the opportunities that the platforms give us to widen reach are also something that we need to just bank on the right way. That's the key, is how do we work together to take those opportunities in a way that serves our brand. And to be honest, I don't mind if somebody watches the AJ Plus video and doesn't realize it's AJ Plus. I want to get the message through. Yeah. It's not about me making money on people. Mm-hmm. That's not the message of AJ Plus, at least. It is about getting the story through. It's about keeping journalism alive despite all the changes that have happened. It's about making people appreciate the stories that matter to them in the best ethical way possible. Yeah. So this is what matters to me. It's not about them recognizing AJ Plus for doing that. It's about them seeing the children of Syria and seeing what happened to them. Or telling the story, if we're telling the story of a boy maybe coming out to help that boy, which happens a lot with AJ Plus with our stories, that people react and they take action based on the story. Now that matters to me much more than them finding out whether it was AJ Plus or Google or Twitter or Facebook.
But you're an MD. As an MD, you run a business. You need to make money. You need to have long-term sustainability to your shareholders, government. I mean, I'm not, but in the end, there is a return. I'm not fully aware. Is AJ Plus profit-led or?
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. If you were given the choice between money, cash, and influence in a market like the US, where you get a straight window, a straight tunnel into the brains of the future adults of the United States of America, which one would you want?
Influence.
Of course, as a human.
Yeah,
but as
you
a
want
business,
influence. But
as a
because
human, yes,
with
and
the money,
I
what are you
applaud
going to
the
buy
effort.
with the money? So I go for influence rather than money. If I have an opportunity to make money, I will make the money. If that making money opportunity jeopardizes my journalistic ethics, then I will not go for it. And I think the opportunity that AJ Plus has, thank you. I think the opportunity that AJ Plus has in the US market and now in other markets, in the Mexican market, now we're invading Latin America and obviously AJ Plus Arabi, but the one we have in America in particular, it's the first non-US news outlet that manages to go into millions and millions and millions of millennial brains every day. I'm telling them the story of Palestine from my point of view. I'm giving them an alternative way to think about their own surroundings, about Black Lives Matter, about indigenous matters, about Trump, about everything else that surrounds them. Now that is much more valuable to me than money.
For sure, that's fair, and we applaud you for that. But again, and I think I need to hear from someone else as well, to add that there's 1,000 other publishers who cannot. They want to balance that. I don't think very few people really don't want what you want.
Quartz is an example of, they are saying they're making profit. Yeah, that's the only one I found. But to be honest, I am not up to profit, and I understand it's very difficult for other publishers to survive if it's a business model where you have to survive on the profit you make. It's not that easy. And Facebook, for example, doesn't give the opportunity to monetize to everybody in the same way. They choose the publishers they want to make money with. So it's tough. If you have a business model, it's tough, and you have to go for maybe sponsored content, you have to go for direct ads, and it doesn't look good when it says sponsored, you know, like
well, yeah, I agree.
people
And the model
feel,
needs
people
work.
feel
Lorna?
you're using them to make money, and that doesn't, you know, that doesn't go very well with your users if they think you're giving them the real story.
Fair enough. We agree on
Can I just
journalism,
add
no
one
doubt.
thing here, just to support what Dima's
Yeah.
saying? So independent, strong storytelling is at the heart of news.
Yeah.
And that is what I think every platform, particularly Google, will say is what we need to see from news organizations. It's great to hear that AJ Plus is super clear on what their business model and their objective is. And that's what I would ask for all news publishers, is to really have a clear understanding of what their business model is and what they're trying to achieve. Is it reach? Is it monetization?
Dina,
Because it won't be
Dina,
a one-size-all
but Dina, who's paying for this?
everyone.
Who's paying for it? Google, Facebook takes 70 to 80% of digital ad dollars. So no one's denying these great technology products and the ability to push truth to the world. No one's denying that. The issue is there's an ecosystem that is not generating money. Lorna was sharing with me before about the pressure or direction she had to create. Tell us more about the headlines you had to get involved in, how you had the effort, the pressure you're under as an editor to create traffic. And I think it's important to balance that between great initiative, great platforms, but also there's thousands of publishers writing misleading headlines or teasing headlines, and I think there's a debate there on that.
Yeah, I agree. I think, but I stand by what Dima said, and I feel like it should be quality over quantity. But we are running, we are running into a problem where we are, having to like put out too many articles or these videos, and we're just saturating it. We should be concentrating on producing good quality content that,
But how are you pressured? You shared you were pressured to scale.
Yeah, I mean, there's always pressure in terms of like, what you write, the headlines, the tease, the way you position an article on a website, which article you prominent, because on a daily basis, there are hundreds of articles going out, just thinking of on a website alone. And how do you get your article seen?
I just want to actually add on 2 points. First, on the content quality versus quantity. But we're underestimating how sophisticated the user is becoming. So the user sees a clickbait, lands on the website the first time, sees content that is not of a high quality, second time, third time, they're not going to come back. This is not a winning strategy to build a long-lasting audience. That's one. On going back to the point of reach versus monetization, it's actually not either or. And the right strategy, in my opinion, is for publishers to basically balance their monetizing strategy on and off their platforms, so that they can get the maximum they can get out of these platforms. There are solutions out there where for example, at Twitter, we work with publishers to pair their content with advertiser pre-rolls in a safe environment, in a way where publishers agree to basically the categories and advertisers that they compare their content to, and vice versa, because also, if this is for advertisers who are looking to pair their branding message with quality content.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the pressure that journalists feel, the views, the number of views. We have to get the number of views up there because we need to be on the tubular classification. We need to rank up. And this is really terrible for a journalist to think that they're after views. In AJ Plus, we're not after views, although views matter, because through the people that you reach, you will make the engagement that you want and you will have the impact. So the idea is, how do you not put the journalists under the pressure of wanting to generate views for just views? And we know on Facebook it's just a few seconds. On YouTube it's higher, so every platform is different. But how do you not make the journalists feel they have to produce views versus impact? That's a huge challenge on a daily basis for any newsroom that is making news or making even entertainment. It's one of my biggest challenges with the journalists, and I always try and make them think engagement is key, because the number of views is not usually realistic. Yeah. Sometimes you can pay Facebook and you can reach a lot of people who've never watched a video. It's just scrolled through their page and it shows as a view, and it's not really the retention rate is very low. Now, that's not a valuable view for me. So that is the real pressure for us, plus the pressure of if you want to make money, a journalist will always go like, no, my mission, my ethics, and they will go really, they'll panic. So you need to create a culture where people are not afraid of taking a risk, sometimes trying things out, experimenting. And you also need the right people to make the journalists feel that we're not taking away from you the power of journalism. You can do both sometimes. Obviously, you have to be very cautious not to lose your brand image or whatever it is that is valuable to you. And that's where the challenge is.
But how does
And
everyone...
when it comes
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
actually making the money, if that's what a news organization wants, if it's a priority to monetize, platforms do provide the tools in order to help publishers, news publishers make money. So Google, for example, worked with over 2 million publishers last year and paid out over $16.8 billion back to publishers. So those tools are also there and provided by platforms.
But all statistics show that over 80% of publishers are not making enough money and are not profitable. So there is money going to the ecosystem, there is distribution, no one doubts that, but it's not enough. And there is this drive for scale. And today, who owns the consumer? Who owns the consumer? You are renting, on some level, the consumer from a platform. Don't you feel the risk of that few years down the road? And I think the platforms are great, are offering scale, are offering so much monetization. But in the end, the question of the debate today is that relationship with the consumer, is it direct, indirect? Tomorrow, a platform can become a publisher as well. So where is the risk in that, and where is the... don't think about that? You don't consider that, Dima? Yeah, go ahead.
So I would start by saying I don't think anybody owns the consumer because I don't think the consumer wants to be owned from the first instance. And the second instance is if there was going to be any who would have more a stronger relationship with the consumer, it would be the party who understands the consumer and understands the user behavior.
Again, it's about the synergy between publishers and platforms to provide the consumer what they're looking for, the right format at the right time. So.
We don't want to get into users discovering news, later finding out it's not true. There's a lot of that, so we're not going to debate that. Everyone's trying hard to fix this problem, but it's not true. Users are discovering content, finding out days later, it's not true. This guy did not die. The amount of time Justin Bieber died is incredible. And someone has to take responsibility. It's the publishers coming back, at least fact-checking and replying. But initially, they were just retweeting, resharing. And so, no, the owning of the consumer is more about that relationship. No one wants to own anyone, but it's about the relationship. I personally feel there's a major gray area now, and it comes even to data sharing, understanding. I don't think anyone's really touched upon that. I don't know. I think we're talking about reaching as many people as possible. But what about the relationship?
I think users are not the same they used to be because they have so many options and they can be actors themselves. As in, they contact us and they say, the guy you showed in your video, AJ Plus, is actually alive, is not dead. We contact that person, we find out where they got the information, we change the video and we apologize. That's fantastic. Why would I see that in any negative way? Actually, users are more conscious and more aware than ever before, and they have this opportunity, thanks to the new platforms which are interactive, to be part of the story and to be part of creating a new story or correcting a story. So it's a matter of trust between them. And back to the point of who owns the consumer, I don't want to own anyone. In a marriage, you don't want to own your husband or your wife, I hope.
Well, the king is...
and this is like becoming... but I mean, it's a matter of earning this trust again, over and over and over every day. That's all it's about. Just like in any relationship between 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, you need to build that trust and keep earning it every day. And if you do that, it's also the user that has to earn the trust, because if they come every day and tell us that this guy is not dead in our video, and every time we contact them, they're not telling us the truth, then we will not listen to them anymore.
So let's talk about the ecosystem, just for a sec. Today, publishers are investing more and more. They're not generating revenue fast enough. There's pressure to scale. Advertisers want cheap clicks and cheap views. This is causing a major, let's talk about the industry. Everyone's trying to help, but we're still not touching upon that there are brands appearing on really crappy sites. There's a system of driving scale at the expense of the consumer, and we're acting like, no, everything's great, we work together. There are problems here. And I don't think it's only about getting the message out there. I think there's truth, there's honesty, there's and from what I'm seeing, people are just driven to get the cheapest click and are doing whatever advertisers want. Yes, AJ Plus is a bit different, and I like to hear that, but I think we should talk about the sector. What would you advise the next 200 publishers in your sector to do if they're going to be profitable and have an aim like yourself? What did you advise?
Yeah, since I don't have that challenge on a daily basis, I don't think I'm entitled to give them advice that may work. But I don't see much difference between that and when I was working for television and we had sponsors for Faisal Qasim's program, or even for small shows, we had ads in the middle of our shows. It's the same thing, it's just a different scale, it's just a different way. TV had to survive also on ads, and it's just a matter of us adapting to those new changes. Yeah. It's been the same challenge all along in media. Same thing in newspapers. When you go and you have an ad that is like 1 page long, it's disturbing, but you have to do it, and people get used to it. For example, YouTube consumers, they're very used to the ads. They just skip it, they don't mind. I feel that other platforms that have tried this may not have the same kind of mentality as the users of YouTube, so they get disturbed by it. Whereas the same person on YouTube doesn't get disturbed by an ad, they get disturbed by the same ad on a different platform because they are going to that platform in a different mentality. So those are the kind of things we need to understand and deal with, so we get to that balance that you're talking about for publishers who have to make money. I think learning every day, read, learn every day, find out about your users. Why do they come to see you on YouTube? Why do they come to see you on Twitter? And why and when and how and who? And that's how you will get to choose the right publicity and the right ads for the right platform and for the right user.
But when the platform changes their algorithm and your views drop by 40%, and this is why
you get a heart attack when you're an MD.
This is the question of who owns the consumer. We're saying content is king, but someone else is controlling distribution. And so I'm...
But again, it used to be the same way with cable networks and with satellite. It was really, trust me, I've been through this experience, and cable companies used to control a lot on when they suddenly change the place of your channel on the numbers of the users, so they don't see you on top of when they go home in the first few clicks. Trust me, they're the same kind of intricacies.
Fair enough.
The
distribution's always been there. Print had to pay at the supermarket. That's fair, no doubt.
I just need to take, because I actually don't agree that, algorithm determine the distribution. I speak on behalf of Twitter. Basically, yes, we've changed the algorithm where you'd see at the top of the feed, basically, the accounts that you interact with the most, but you can just refresh, and then you get basically a chronological feed with basically what happens, based on what happened latest. And this exposes the user to content that he's interested in, he's following, and also through search and discovery and the hashtag, it exposes you to a lot more publishers that you actually didn't know exist, and didn't know basically you're not necessarily following them. So it's a very broad statement to say that algorithms determine distribution. It's not necessarily.
There's a wealth of content out there, and platforms have helped discovery. Sorry,
So I would agree with what Kinda's saying. The way that you've described the ecosystem, I think, is quite an extreme way of looking at the ecosystem. And in probably 99% of the cases, the platforms and the algorithms work as intended. In the cases where things, don't work as intended, you have the platforms actively working to improve their algorithms, actively working to improve the way that that systems work, and working very closely with publishers to do that. So again, it's back to that marriage.
I think it became publisher versus platform a bit, but I think we have
That's
time for a question.
what you wanted, huh, from the beginning.
No, I mean, I wanted
you
platforms
wanted
versus publishers, but we are living in a new economy, and I think we know that we are going to live together, and that's why, I mean, the question is content or platform king? It's a tough one to answer. I think, any questions on the floor? Here, excellent. Can we pass the mic? Here, let me go.
So, very fast question. So you agree with me that the platforms essentially want to keep their users as interested as possible with whatever they're delivering as content. And so by this sense, they will filter out whatever content they have so that the user will have what he wants to see. And my question is then, doesn't this like stop the user from seeing information that he's not necessarily interested in, but that is important?
I think users are very intelligent today. They know. They will go and find out.
Yeah.
They will go and search for whatever they want, and then the algorithm will put that back in. I don't think people get so lost. I think someone who wants to follow someone, they will realize they have disappeared from their wall, and they will go and look for them. It takes a click. I think people make that effort, and I have experience with our users of AJ Plus that suddenly they feel, oh, AJ Plus is not appearing. So I always answer, well, maybe you're not interacting with us enough. Show us some love, and we'll be back on your wall.
Are they your users?
Huh?
Are they your users?
AJ, well, it's the same. We share the same space. You're back. You want.
And that is the question. If incorrect news comes on the feed, people would like to assume it's true.
Yeah.
Because they don't always know the source. This is, I think, the debate that's being held on how do we find a way to validate. And I think the platforms are finding ways to validate sources, give more weight to companies like AJ Plus, trusted news organizations. And I think this is answering for the platforms. But this is what we'd like to see, and we're seeing more and more. My feed is more and more original publishers. The problem is monetization, is thirst for scale, yes. But I think everyone has the right intent to make things better.
You're absolutely right, and it's only by working together that things will be made better. But just on the verification side, Google just very recently launched a new label that helps users identify when news has been verified by an authoritative source. So that's now going to be visible to the user, so it also is an additional way to verify.
Good. Any other questions? Yeah, great. Maybe we'll leave a mic down. Ah, you got one? Good.
Hi guys, my name is Virginia. I run a Snapchat agency, and I'm curious to know, what do you guys do to build your community, right? To actually engage with your people, and like, what would you say is sort of the energy, the brand messaging while building that community?
Who are you directing it to? Anyone?
Yeah, to everyone.
To everyone, great.
Yeah, I'll just briefly say that, for example, at AJ Plus, when there is a hot topic that's going on, we make a newsletter. We actually send emails to our followers.
Wow.
They sign up on our landing page. We send them emails. And we have a new project right now, which is interactive, and people can tell us their stories, and we will publish their stories. And it's working very well for about racism, for example, in the US. So people are directly sending us their stories, and we are publishing their stories. We do a lot of that. The newsletter works really, really well when you know how to hit the right tone at the right time, and that's when you find out that they are your users. When you send them newsletters to their email box and they actually respond and they actually interact. We do these kind of things all the time. We sometimes do also testing on WhatsApp. We send people messages, and people have to send us their feedback or their stories, and they actually do. And we use that, and we compile it, and we make it a bigger story, or we make a live out of it, and we talk to people, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Anyone else wants that?
Like social media, really. On all platforms, we're on Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We ask viewers to contact us with their stories, like Dima was saying, with their questions, topics that they want us to cover. So yeah, we realize that most of our key audience is on social media. So that's like, that's a big thing for us now.
Is there a specific platform you find more exciting, more for community connection?
For me, Snapchat. But I'm a Snapchat and an Instagram person, and I think that now with Instagram stories, we can give our viewers something that they wouldn't get from an online article or from a TV program. We're giving them a backstage, and we're keeping them hooked. Really, we're getting them. They're going to us. They're thinking, okay, we're going to see something cool, and then hopefully they're telling their friends about it. And
excellent.
I just want to add from a Twitter perspective. So basically, that's what we do. We work with publishers to give them tools, products, best practices that help them in basically building the community. Twitter being an open and public platform, it makes it very easy for the engagement. As Dima mentioned, they get feedback about, be it through email or through Twitter, a comment on a video on basically what would they like to see more. And we've seen, not necessarily in the publisher business, we've seen CEOs of big companies do it. They ask users on Twitter, what would you like? What kind of new features would you like? So that helps with the community.
Dina, anything to?
Well, in my day-to-day job, what I do is actually I help publishers keep the users on their site, so not necessarily on platforms. And we provide them with tools such as being able to understand their audiences better that will help them generate new audiences or help audiences return back to them.
You shared with me before that Google believes in a free
and open web.
Open web. And this is a topic of debate has been on free and open web, free speech. Is there limits to free speech what it could lead to, and where ads are appearing on certain sites that the consumer is on, but brands do not want to be on those sites? Is Google doing anything about that, or is that against the free and open type mentality?
So it's a really big challenge that Google takes very seriously. As you said, Google at its core believes in a free and open web, in that people should be able to give their point of view, to be able to create websites, to create content that they feel is necessary, and let audiences find that content. So it's a real challenge. But in the instances where content has been flagged for inappropriateness or extreme sensitivity such as violence, Google does take action such as completely removing advertising or demonetizing.
So it's only after being flagged?
It has to be. Google does not police the web.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And Dima, I think, so Google doesn't police the web, but publishers are scrutinized if you have a fact wrong, you post something which is not fully accurate, you have from a good source, but no one challenges you. The platforms can take that. We're not the publisher. We don't own the content. Do you feel they should be scrutinized?
by the users. I have daily battles on Twitter. I wake up sometimes at 4 a.m. and I find there's a hashtag against me from Palestine because the video that we published at 2 a.m. showed a child that his name is misspelled, for example. And like all of Palestine has woken me up on Twitter to tell me, Dima, how could you do this to us? You are Palestinian. How could you misspell the name of the child in our village? And this is the kind of interaction you have with your users, and this is why you know that you matter to them, because they will rise when you make a mistake or when you offend them, when they are not happy, and sometimes they're wrong from our point of view to be unhappy about something, because sometimes they don't like the truth about their own life. So you just have to stand up for them. Sometimes I have to answer each one in private messages or each reply, and I spend hours doing that myself. And sometimes I just write a statement on Twitter or on my personal Facebook to discuss or to answer whatever it is that the users are raising. So I think it is the users that challenge us more than anything else, and I'm very happy about that. I'd rather the user challenges me than anyone with authority, because the user has the best authority there is, which is their story. They are the ones that matter most to us.
Of course. So we're going to have to wrap this up.
Agreed.
We'll leave it to the final question. Start with Dina. So if you're going to have to choose, yes, we know content and platform are coexisting. But if content or platform is king, which one would you choose?
It's a hard choice.
One word, content or platform.
It has to be who understands the user.
Oh, Dina. Kinda, you gonna try?
It's user. User is king.
User's king. Wow, wow. But who owns the user? Who has the relationship with the user? Nice. Lorna?
Content.
Content.
Content, obviously.
At least we disagreed a bit at the end. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Hope
you.
you enjoyed that.
With our new guest, Norman from Deal. Welcome to the show. Smashy at Step Conference. Welcome to the show. And we would like to know more about Deal Company. What services do you guys provide?
Yeah, of course. So just let me give you a quick context first. So we founded the company in 2019. We did YC in San Francisco before COVID, right? And basically now we started with 20 employees and now we're 800 employees all across the world. It's going amazing. We present in Middle East and super happy to be in Dubai today.
And why are you in Step? Why did you choose to come to Dubai, especially now?
Yeah, of course. Well, so the thing is, there is a lot of talent here, a lot of companies that want to hire talent all across the world, and that's what we allow them to do. So basically, we have we are a payroll solution. So we have 100 entities all across the world, and we allow company, for example, in the Middle East, to hire employees out of the Middle East. So, for example, you're a young entrepreneur, you open an entity, in Egypt or in Dubai, and you want to find a super software developer. But obviously, there is a lot of scarcity right now. And if you want to, if you find a talent out of Dubai, let's say, for example, I don't know, in the US or in Canada or in Germany, even Japan, you don't specially, you want to hire this employee, but you don't want to specially open an entity in this country because, obviously it's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to take a long time. And maybe the day you will have opened the entity, the talent won't want to work with you anymore.
They'll be like, boy, I don't want to.
Exactly, right, that's the thing. So basically through Deal, we can hire the talent, the employee in 100 countries on your behalf in 48 hours, and we do everything for you. We'll do
48 hours.
Yeah, super fast. Honestly, super fast. We do the employment agreement, we do the tax, we do the payroll, we do the benefits as well. So in every country there is different benefits, but you don't even have to know that. We do it for you.
So basically, you take all the headache from the startup or the company.
You just have to find the talent. In any country on the planet. We're not on Mars right now, but we'll be sometime. Yeah, for sure. But right now, anywhere on the planet, you find a talent. You go on the platform Deal. You tell us how much you want to pay the talent, what type of benefits you want to, how much holiday you want to give, and we give you the detail. So, for example, maybe in Canada it's 20 days holidays. there is like a healthcare plan and something. We give you all the keys, you know, to set up the plan. And in 48 hours, we hire the employee for you, and you're ready to work with it.
But that's amazing because a lot of times you don't know the regulations of the country, and even as you said, like the taxes, everything, like it's totally different here, for instance, in Dubai than any other country in the world. So you help them with that, and we were just discussing off air about the taxes. How does it work in terms of other countries, for instance?
Exactly, Hala. So it's a very good point. So basically, if you want to, so on the platform, you can actually go on Deal right now. We have a global hiring guide, and you can see in any country some sort of a breakdown, an overview of the policies in every country in regards to tax. So employer costs, you know, in every country, it's more or less expensive to hire someone because you have to pay for the mandatory benefits, right? Pension, unemployment, and so on. So we tell you how much you're going to pay to hire this employee. We're going to tell you how much there is of holidays, you know, PTOs, how many, for example, you know, what's the probation period? What's the notice period? How complicated is it to terminate a contract? We do everything for you. We tell you everything, so you can go on the platform. And if you think that it's a good plan for you to hire someone in Canada, well, there we go. You can hire someone on the platform super easily.
A lot of people are doing it, especially after COVID now, like with the remote work and working from home, it's actually very applicable. But did you see any trend during COVID period, an increase in hiring or anything?
Definitely. So right now, everyone is remote. And that's why I tell you at the beginning is that we started the business before COVID. And since COVID, we grow exponentially because people, they don't want to, back in the days, people just were like, you want to hire someone, you're going to sponsor the person, so come with you. But now they want the people, and they're right, they want to stay in their home, in their family, in their country. And so basically, you need to come to us, to them, all right? And so, yeah, the trend is that developer all across the world, there's everyone wants to hire them. So, you know, if you're a developer,
technology platform,
definitely account executive as well.
Wow.
We need sales to sell the product, right? But the thing is, if you want to open a market in the US or in Europe, you know, if you're a young startup, especially, you probably don't have the money. I mean, if you do, it's amazing. But if you don't have enough money to open an entity in every country, you can just like start to launch, you know, the market with Deal. And so we hire a talent for you in the country. A developer, maybe a customer rep, and in 48 hours, I told you, you find the talent. The only thing is that you need to find the talent. We don't find the talent for you. But as soon as you find the talent, we hire him for you, and you're ready to expand the business.
That's really good because it saves a lot of money, energy for the startups, the companies in general as well.
Definitely.
What are your future plans? And as you said, you're focusing as well on the region here.
Yeah. Well, let me take a quick step back and tell you that if you don't want to hire someone as employee because maybe you are scared of the pressure in terms of compliance, exactly, it can be stressful. Just by the way, we do the termination for you as well, so we take care of all the compliance. But if it's too stressful for you, we can do the contractor model as well. We do the freelance. So when you hire someone as a freelancer, you need to be careful of the local jurisdiction, the compliance. And you need to avoid misclassification, right? Misclassification is when the government tell you this person should be an employee, not a contractor, right? So in every country, we went to lawyers, you know, in every country, top tier lawyers, and they have draft for us a contract for contractors that you can have access to the platform in 150 countries around the planet. So tomorrow you find a super person for Smashy that is located maybe in the US. You want to work as a contractor. We provide you the contract. We do all the compliance for you. So we make sure that the contractor is ready to pay taxes in the country, basically. He has the right setup in the country. We do everything for you. And then you want to pay him in dirham, right? So you pay all of your contractor and employee in one click in dirham. And basically you pay to Deal the full amount, and we funnel the right amount to all of your contractor and employee all across the world in their local currency.
So basically, you're taking all the headache from
basically,
literally.
Yeah, you can even pay them in crypto if you want.
Whoa, now
good.
we're talking.
That's the hot part. Yeah, definitely.
Now we're talking. That's amazing.
Exactly.
Like, did you integrate crypto?
Yeah, exactly. So you can so we integrate with Coinbase, and you can pay all of your contractor and employee in USDC.
That's amazing.
Pretty cool. And so you asked me about the future plan, and the future plan is that we're gonna do the payroll for every country. So international payroll. So meaning that tomorrow you have an office in Dubai and you have employees in maybe you own entities. You know, tomorrow you launch an entity in the USA. You have your own employees, but you need still a payroll software, right? Yeah. So instead of having a software, a payroll software in every country, which is going to be super complicated to set up, course, yeah. You're going to use Deal for your only software, payroll software will be a Deal. And we'll do the payroll for all of your countries.
That's amazing. That will simplify the whole process.
For sure. Definitely.
Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you, and welcome. Best of luck in your journey.
Yeah, thank you very much. You too.
Thank you for everyone who was with us. Now I will leave you with an archive from STEP previous years. We're going to talk about the evolve of technology.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the kind introduction. I appreciate that it's the end of day 2. Someone was joking with me earlier that this is very much the graveyard shift. I prefer to think about it more as the headline act, but I'll let you guys decide after we've spoken for about 10-15 minutes or so. So a quick introduction. My name is Chris Free. I'm the general manager for Uber here in the UAE and in Doha. I'm from London, as you can hopefully tell by my accent, although it's getting a little bit messed up the longer I stay in this part of the world. I worked in consulting. I was at Accenture for a while. I worked for a small venture capital firm in the US. And then I joined Uber. So I joined Uber about 2 years ago. And I joined as a launcher. And as a launcher, what we were doing is we were going into new cities, and we were basically launching the product. You find a local team, you build the product, you find the demand, you find the supply, you get things going, and then you move on to the next one. And it was a really, really fun thing to do. But because we've grown so quickly, I kind of put myself out of a job. So I had nothing else to do. You know, unless I spoke Chinese or I spoke Russian, there was not really much to do in the launch world at that time. So my old boss said, come to Dubai, there's tons of stuff to do in the Middle East. So I moved here about a year ago, and it's been an incredible journey. I'm loving it so far. My email address is there, christopher@uber.com. If you have any questions, email me, come and speak to me afterwards. And say hi to the team. I think there's a bunch of Uberites here in the audience. There they are. We got our t-shirts on, we're representing. Come and say hello, ask any questions. So I'll talk to you guys a little bit today about how technology is really helping people move around the world. You know, Uber's been here now for about 5 years, coming up to our 6th year. Started very small, but it's grown very big, so we can talk a bit more about that as we go through the session. So this was my first mobile phone, and I'm sure for a lot of you it was your first mobile phone, right? I had to actually Google it last night. I think it was a Nokia 3210, although I may have got that wrong. But all you could do on this thing, all I used to do was play Snake. Play Snake, maybe send a few text messages, make a few phone calls, but that was about it, right? You could do nothing with it. And then about 8-9 years later, smartphones really became a thing that you just had in your pocket. It was a lot bigger than the phones you used to have back then, but you could do a lot more with it. It was very easy to use. You started to use it to listen to music. You started to use it to watch TV, to listen to YouTube, whatever it might be. And then Uber came around and you started to use it to press a button and get a ride. And it was the very ease of that process that made us successful and made us grow very quickly. So I'll talk to you a little bit about the evolution over the last 5 years. You know, most people are familiar with the story now. Uber started really as an idea in 2009 at the Le Web conference in Paris. It was a snowy evening, it was rainy, people were leaving the clubs, and Travis and Garrett, our co-founders, they just couldn't get a car, they couldn't get a taxi. They both had smartphones in their pockets and they were frustrated by this. And so they went back to San Francisco. They basically hacked together a little system, a little platform. They hired a black Lincoln Town Car, and they experimented with their friends to see if anyone would like to use this. So you can kind of see on the map here that on the far left-hand, on my left-hand side, the little dot that's in San Francisco. And the idea started to really generate a lot of momentum very quickly. People liked the idea, the concept of pressing a button, getting a ride, accessible, quick, safe, really resonated with people very quickly. So we started to really evolve, we started to move, we started to launch these new cities. And the guys went back to Paris in 2011. That was our first international city. And we also started to gain some momentum in the US. So we launched some cities over in the East Coast, Chicago in the middle there. And then 2012, we got to London just in time for the Olympics. We did some more European cities. We launched in Spain, which we then left, but we're now back, I'm pleased to say. We launched in Amsterdam, which is now our international headquarters. And then obviously the progression across the US continued to be strong. 2013 was where we started to move to India, to China. It was our Asian expansion. And excitingly, I think for this city, I think Dubai was the 44th city. We launched here in August 2013. Doha followed shortly after. I think it was about our 55th city. So we really people started to interact with this application. They started to realize that you press a button, you get a ride. That's a really powerful thing. And if you can press the button and get a cheap ride, an affordable ride, then the growth becomes really interesting. And that's what happened in 2014. We just kind of went crazy. This is the year I joined. This is the year when I guess the launch team was kind of at its peak. And we launched 200 cities in 1 year. And that's an amazing feat unto itself. You know, I know what it's like to launch 1 or 2 cities, but to have a team launching 200 was incredible. And what happened as you grew and we got that scale is we started to get into this amazing cycle, right, where you had shorter wait times because you had more cars on the road. Incomes for drivers increased because they were doing more trips per hour. You know, previously they might have been sat outside a hotel in Dubai, for example. In a day they might do 4 trips. Uber comes along, they go from doing 4 trips to 8 trips, right? So if you can half the cost of those trips, they're making the same amount of money, but you're paying half that cost as a rider. And our goal, our ambition in every city we go in is to have a car in front of you within 5 minutes, any time of day, anywhere in a city. Granted, in some places we're not quite there yet, but that's our ambition, that's where we want to get to. And when you have a super efficient system like that, it means you don't have to have pre-booking. Pre-booking becomes obsolete, it becomes a thing of the past, right? You don't need pre-booking because the system is so utterly efficient, you can rely on it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to get a ride. And so now we're global, right? We cover the world. We're making a difference to millions of people every single day about how they go from point A to point B. We're in 400 cities, 69 countries. We're doing 5 million trips a day. We have over 1 million driver partners. And that is incredible because if you think about where we started, it was only 5 years ago. But the team has just grown so quickly. They've done amazing things. And you've realized that if you can give someone a cheap ride, that really resonates and it becomes a solution that people, instead of using it once a week, they start to use it 2 times a week and maybe 3 times a week. And I think there's really a misconception in the industry that we're not local. We are local, right? We're in every single city we're in, more or less. We have a local team. We're on the ground. We have to understand the nuances of the different cities we work in. We have to adapt. We have to provide a service that works for that city, right? So if you think about MENA, we're in 14 different cities, and each of those has its own local twists. But we're still delivering that same safe, reliable service that our brand has come to be associated with. So places like Cairo, where we have sexual harassment training for drivers because we know that's an issue. Numerous cities across this region, we have different payment methods, whether it's cash or whatever else it might be. You know, on the far right-hand side there, India, we launched Uber Moto in Asia, providing people a ride on the back of a scooter. Again, just a local product. I think most recently in Egypt, we've just launched rickshaws in one of the beach areas. However, being global does have its advantages, and people come to rely on this service no matter how much they travel. They assume when they land in a city, they can open up the app, they can press the button, they can still get that same service that they get in London, in New York, in Dubai, in Nairobi, wherever it might be. And I think this really resonates well for Dubai because between 30 and 50% of our rides at any one time are done by tourists. So we want to be that reliable service where people land at the airport, they open up the app, they can get a car in 5 minutes, they can use that same service to transport them around the city during their stay. They trust it, they know the system, they know it's safe, they know if anything is going to happen, we've got their back. And then they take it to the airport and they go on to the next city. And this network keeps growing. This is just a snapshot of eyeballs 2 days in March of people basically opening up the app. And the really fun thing here is that people are opening up the app in places we don't even exist in. They want this product. They've seen what it can do. And I think this part of the world is really interesting and it's exciting, and that's why we announced at the end of last year that we're going to put $250 million into growing this region. We're excited to be here. We can see that we're making a difference. We're going to grow the number of cities we're in. We launched in Lahore about a month ago, and that's growing incredibly well. But there's also a big gray space over here, over my right-hand shoulder, which is Africa. And so Africa is going to become increasingly interesting. We're only in a handful of cities in Africa, in South Africa, in Nairobi, in Lagos, I think Abuja, Mombasa. But there is a whole big area there where we haven't even touched. And so watch this space in terms of 2016 and what that looks like maybe in 6 months' time. And I think the reason it's working is because we're solving real-world problems, and we found real product-market fit. Cairo is a great example. This is basically when Cairo launched. It launched in the end of 2014. So that's Cairo, a little dot over there. San Francisco, established city, at that time 4 years old. You fast forward 1 year later, San Francisco's doubled in size, which by any business is an incredible thing. But Cairo's grown 200 times. That's amazing. That basically means that we are now able to offer safe, affordable rides to a hell of a lot more people in this region than we were necessarily a year ago. But there's two sides to every story, right? So at Uber, we think about ourselves, well, we are a marketplace, and so a marketplace has two customers. It has riders on one side, and it has drivers on the other. And I think the driver stories are things that sometimes get a little bit forgotten. But in this part of the world, technology is enabling these ladies, these men, to make more money, to give them more economic opportunity, and I think there's some really good stories to tell. This clicker's being a little, there we go. We've now got about 15,000 active driver partners in MENA. 6,000 of those did at least 100 rides last month. And so the exciting thing is, though, guys are looking at this platform and they're saying, yes, it's Uber, I can maybe, traditionally they would look at it and say, yes, I can use my car and make some money. But guys are really now looking at this with an entrepreneurial lens, and they're saying, how can I use this platform to actually build a business? How can I drive for a little bit of time, work hard, make some money, then maybe buy another car, employ someone to drive that car. I'm now an owner of a fleet. I can start to grow that fleet beneath me, and I can actually create a valuable, sustainable business. And we're not just creating economic opportunity, but we're creating better economic opportunity. People are able to make more money by using this system. In Cairo, we asked drivers, why do you drive? And 64% of people said they drive to earn more income to better support themselves and their families. And that's a really, really powerful message that we need to play more across this region of economic empowerment and using technology to really drive that forward. And Dubai has a million incredible stories. Every time you guys get in an Uber, which I hope is often, you should always talk to your driver and ask him about his story, because they are really, really powerful. These guys come here, they work hard, their families stay back in their home countries, and they send about 50% of their earnings back to their families every single month. And if you think about it, an average Uber driver, they're probably sending close to about $1,000 a month back home. And that's a huge amount of money when it goes to a village in Pakistan. And it means that these guys can use that money to help accommodation for their families, medical care for their families, schooling for their children, or to pay off their debt. And the hard part, though, in terms of how we grow, is making sure that the two sides of that equation are always in balance, right? The two sides of that marketplace. And this is a really, really difficult thing to do, but it's key to our success, and it's key to making sure the platform is as efficient as we can, and we can give you guys the cheapest rides possible. If the supply grows quicker than demand, it means that you have more cars on the road. It means that they're doing less trips per hour. It means they're not making as much money as they could. They get disgruntled, they leave the platform. On the flip side, if demand grows quicker than supply, it means you have less cars on the road, you have more people wanting to take a ride. It means the ETA is going to be higher, so riders get frustrated. It means that surge pricing kicks in, which I know everyone loves, and starts to put people off. And so you have to make sure that you're growing in balance, because otherwise the system doesn't function properly. So our next act, and I think what we really want to do now, is figure how can we take what we've done now, establish this platform, and start to make a tremendous difference to some of the problems that cities can have. Do you mind just playing the video? So you can see that if we can use the technology we have and actually put more people in one car, then we're starting to make a real difference to cities' problems around congestion, around pollution, and some of the other problems that they might face. So, you know, how do you best utilize the assets you have on the ground in a more efficient and a scalable way? And this is kind of what we refer to internally as the perfect ride. And it's basically an Uber pool trip. So someone gets in a car, they drive down the road and they're going in one direction, someone else also wants to go in that same direction. So as long as they're not more than 2 minutes off that track, they'll pick them up, they'll bring them in the car, they'll then go on their way, they'll get out, someone else might do the same thing, you get another person in the car, and so on and so on. So potentially you can have this endless journey for a driver. It never stops, he or she makes more money. The rider in there pays either 50% or 25% less because they've got more people in the car. And so what it does is it allows you to actually take cars off the road. So you don't see pictures like this on the Sharjah-Dubai corridor anymore because you're transporting that same amount of people with half the number of cars. And so where we found that governments are willing to embrace this type of solution, they're willing to push the boundaries and think about ways that we can use the assets we have to move people around, then we're really seeing things like this take off. Things like this are also a problem. This is a car park. 15% of real estate in most metro areas are dedicated to car parks, whether they are multi-story or whether they're outside of office space. And that space can be used much, much, much better if you don't have to park a car there for 12 hours a day whilst it's doing nothing. And it makes a real difference. It's not just a hypothetical thing that we talk about. We saw the simulation in San Francisco on the video, but this is real life examples, right? This is Los Angeles. We did 5 million pool trips in 8 months, 150,000 gallons of gas saved, 8 million driving miles saved, and nearly 1,500 metric tons of CO2 emissions prevented. So it does make a difference. This is the thing that governments should embrace. We should regulate. We should find a way to make this happen. But the innovations have only just begun, and this is what's so exciting about Uber, is we have 1,000 engineers sitting in San Francisco whose brains are like 3 times the size of mine, all doing crazy stuff. And it means that we can basically give you the most efficient marketplace you can get. So it's always on demand. We have to have cars in the right place at the right time, so we never have to do pre-booking. We can do things like forward dispatch, so a driver, before he even drops you off, he's got another trip coming, so he never has to go offline. We can do things like Uber Commute, which is another variation of Uber Pool. Mapping, we know, is not great in this part of the world, so we'll build our own. Right? We'll take all the knowledge we have, we'll take the 5 million cars we have driving around the world every single day, and we're going to map the world. And we're going to put a traffic layer on top of that, which is then going to suggest things like, where's the best place to get picked up? If you walked, 500 yards down the road, would that be better than getting picked up in the office you're in right now? Safety, safety, safety. We're always using technology to improve safety, things like facial recognition to make sure that the right driver is driving your car, using the telematics in the phone that a driver is using to basically relay messages about, are they braking too quickly, are they accelerating too quickly, are they going around a corner too fast? And product innovation, right? Eats, Rush, family, business. We're doing so many things. We've got a chopper sat at the Atlantis, which is going to pick me up in a few minutes and take me off somewhere else. Would be nice. And then API integration. So how do we take the experience of Uber, that tap a button, get a ride, and put it into every single application that you guys use in your phones every day? And I think that's something unique to Uber, and it's something that I think just demonstrates the power of the team that we have. So guys, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Now, as Paul was just saying, we're living at a pivotal moment in history. I guess most everyone in this room was alive in 2013. If so, you were alive during a pivotal moment, according to the United Nations, when for the first time, the world's urban population exceeded the rural population. More of us lived in cities than not. Today, I want to talk about the cities of the future and what I see as some of the 2 big challenges. Now, STEP conference called Dubai the hottest city in the Middle East. Who lives in Dubai? Can I see your hands? A lot of Dubai. Okay, good, thank you. I flew into Dubai this morning, And I have to admit, the view is pretty cool. It wasn't quite like this. I didn't have a window seat, but it's pretty cool. And Dubai does, at present, have the tallest building in the world. But if you want cool towers, Singapore has them, and it lays claim to being the garden city. Or maybe, if you're looking for dramatic skylines, Shanghai, with its population of 24 million. Or maybe you prefer Paris, home of 10 million, and maybe the most chic city on the planet. Or is it the goth and glam of the iconic skyscrapers of New York? Are we heading to the futuristic towers of science fiction? Okay, let's take a step back. As Paul was saying, we live in cities. Ours is an urban world. We're illuminated by our urbanity. This infographic from the UN shows urban population by country. The bigger the circle, the more people in the cities, and the colour of the circle indicates the percentage of the total population. You can see the megacities of China and India. These maps show the emergence of megacities over the last 50 years. By 2030, 85% of Latin America will live in urban environments. And by 2030, China alone will hit 1 billion people in cities. Today's rural to urban migration will continue full force, with 8 out of 10 of us living in cities by the close of the century. What do people want living in the growing cities and megacities? They want basic services such as water, sanitation, electricity. They want housing that they and their children can afford, jobs above the poverty level, and transport to get around. And we know that transport has to be sustainable. How will these needs be met in the explosion of urbanity? And beyond the basic needs, people want clean air and healthcare, education for their children, green spaces, and their voice being heard for the future of their city. So, our cities are getting bigger. What about the technology? Today, we have smart devices as our phones. We have smart devices in our houses. Some of us even wear smart devices. When traffic signals were first introduced, they caused more accidents than they prevented because people weren't used to the technology. Today, most cities already have connected and computer-controlled traffic signals. And companies like Streetline now have sensors in the parking spaces, so your mobile phone can tell you exactly where the nearest space is and how to get there. These are the canals of historic Amsterdam. Street lamps in the city have been fitted with sensors and LED bulbs so they can be dimmed automatically based on people passing by. And in Barcelona, the city deployed sensors, yes, in the traffic signals and the street lights, and also in waste management and public transit. The results were reduced cost, better quality of life, and the city becoming a hub for Internet of Things startups. For example, they analyzed the data of commuters and redesigned the bus network, reducing commute times, reducing the number of interchanges, and increasing the number of green lights. So, our cities are getting smarter, as well as bigger. Now, my font didn't come out here. The question is, does sensors and big data bring solutions to the challenges of growing cities? Researcher Boyd Cohen studies smart cities. He developed a scoring system. It has 6 factors, and each factor has dozens of variables. Cohen goes on to divide smart cities into 3 generations. Smart Cities 1.0 is all about the technology. 2.0 is led by the city, but enabled by the technology. And Generation 3.0 is all about collaboration between the municipality and the citizens. Let's look at some examples. Smart Cities 1.0 is creating from nothing, technology-enabled cities. This vision of a futuristic, master-planned utopia is far from new. It's been around for centuries. What is new in cities like Songdo in South Korea is the sensors and the IT. The problem, as critics like Adam Greenfield point out, and as the Venetians found in Italy back in the 16th century, is creating cities that people actually want to live in. By contrast, Smart Cities 2.0 uses technology to improve an existing city's score. For example, Singapore are pushing forward on sustainability and efficiency through smart technology. Or take Boston in the US. The city developed a smartphone app which detects when you go over a bump or a pothole and automatically notifies the city based on your GPS. Pretty cool. Smart Cities 3.0 engages the citizens. This is Medellin, the second city of Colombia, and historically the cultural capital. The city became famous for poverty and violence and drug cartels. The city then developed from the ground up a bottom-up approach to urban regeneration, engaging people in the most vulnerable neighborhoods in transformative projects like an urban cable car and electric stairs, and technology-enabled libraries and schools. Smart Cities 3.0, as Medellin has shown, takes city initiative and innovative technology and grounds them together, focusing on ethics and social inclusion. So, some cities are embracing the sensor-enabled, technology-filled Internet of Things, which brings us to 2 challenges. The first challenge is management. As this dashboard from IBM shows, smart cities need management to yield the potential advantages. The mayor of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil reached out to IBM to build a sensor network and this centralized control and management center, and it's regarded as quite successful. This is the control center in Glasgow in the UK, which is the largest CCTV center in Europe. Do the citizens feel safer? Critics like Greenfield point to the growth of smart cities as a larger change in society, a shift towards a paternalistic, disciplinarian society. They ask, rather than a vision of the future with centralized surveillance and control, driven by those in power, can we imagine a different view of the smart city, one rooted in the needs and aspirations of all its citizens? As cities grow larger, they grow in complexity. This is the second challenge, and I want to conclude with it. The challenge of complexity is not so much the management and control of urban environments in developed places like, here's the Beirut city centre. No, the challenge of complexity is the chaos of the poverty and development of megacities in the majority world. This is what the city of Medellin faced. Nasser Yassin from the American University of Beirut puts his finger on it, although talking about refugees rather than cities. Yassin, if you will, points out the difference between the top-down management of smart cities, especially Smart Cities 2.0, with the bottom-up emergence of resilient networks in the urban context. In the exploding megacities of the majority world, see the divide between the city and the sprawling, low-density, low-tech, informal settlements on the fringes. How do we navigate this complexity? Here's why it matters. The UN estimates that by 2030, 3 billion people, that's 40% of the world's population, will need proper housing and basic services like water and sanitation. As one Canadian commentator put it, cities have to work, and they have to work for everyone, including the urban poor. Let me close with this picture. This picture was taken by Layla. Layla is 9 years old. She lives in Beirut. She comes from Syria. Layla was given a camera and invited to take a picture of her safe place. She took this picture of the clouds and the flowers. So whether you think Dubai is the hottest city in the Middle East or in the world, how do we navigate the complexity of our growing urbanity to make all the cities in the world work? Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. And now to continue the session, my bad. We'll invite Dima on stage, please. Welcome, and come on, please applaud her. Ah, that's better. I like that kind of crowd. Yes. You want to be seated? You can. I give you, because I'm very generous, I give you all the time you need to continue this session, although we're running a little bit late.
Dima, welcome.
Thank you.
You work with IBM, and you're one of the leaders of the smart cities in the Middle East region. Can you tell us how you got into this line of business?
Thank you, Neil. Good morning, everyone. Actually, IBM started focusing on the Smarter Planet, Smarter City initiative in 2009, where we started putting more solutions and point of view into the market. For us here in the region is the right place to be for smarter cities. You've seen one of the biggest initiatives is here in Dubai. So we wanted to expand that focus and dimension into the Middle East region. My background is mainly government. I've worked in government for more than 15 years within IBM. And most of the smart city initiatives we've seen here is driven by city leader, government officials, and the ecosystem behind it. So it was a natural kind of organic growth to focus on smarter city initiative for the region, and part of the IBM investment here in the region is to build that practice around smarter cities and serve the region better.
Great, thank you. So in terms of the categories of smart cities, 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, in this region, Where do you see the trend is at present?
The region is no different because we are living in a global world. And the way we look at it in IBM around those categories is basically the same. We look at it from a different 3I model that we talk about usually, which is the first layer focusing on the instrumentation of the city. So making sure that we have the right technology infused in our various systems in the city, the infrastructure, the back-end solutions and all of that, that is gathering the data. And that's mainly the responsibility of the city itself. So that's aligned to the one. Here in the region, because we're growing, it's really at the advantage of building those, infuse this technology up front in the infrastructure. We've seen a lot of infrastructure projects happening here, whether it's smart meters, mobility, or even in healthcare. So that's a high focus. In terms of data, and the second layer is putting the right communication infrastructure in place to enable all those systems coming together. The third dimension, which is around information. So we are being, in the region, as anywhere else, hit by big data information, a lot of data that's coming from our network, from our citizens. How do we bring this together? And it's not only the city leaders that need to put that in place. We want to look at the ecosystem around us, and people like here, the startups, the new businesses, to enable this data and bring business back to the cities, bring solutions back to the city. So the co-creation is very important, and it's very aligned to what cities are doing around the world.
Yeah.
And here in the region, we've seen in Dubai, they focus on the data law, which is coming, it will be a trend. How do we open up our data and include the ecosystem of startups and other businesses, private sector, to co-create the city itself. So I see it very much aligned to that dimension.
Speaking of the ecosystem, what kind of startups have you seen recently up and coming, do you think, in the area of smart cities?
Can you repeat the question?
Have you seen startups in this region?
Yes.
In the smart cities area?
I see them playing a very influential role in co-creating the cities, especially that here the technology is enabled and the literacy within the technology is here. We don't have to educate a lot of people. Most of the people are coming from outside. They are equipped, and if we have the right platforms in the cities to enable them, they will be able to be successful and to contribute to the sustainable economical development that most cities are aspiring. Here it's more about growth, it's more about expanding and being able to serve the larger community better. So I feel that the startups have a huge influence for the region. And the government are already investing and funding and supporting the startup community.
Let me ask, going beyond the region a little bit, and as you said, it's a global effect. In your mind, what have been some examples of the most successful smart cities until now? I mean, I mentioned a few in my talk, but from your perspective, what do you see as successful, making a difference?
So for me, there is every city is unique, and you started your speech about that, showing different images and showing what cities want to be famous for. So it's very important that every city has its own charisma and its own objective of how they want to be known or be famous for, and how to resolve their issues. For me personally, I see two ends of the story. I see the example, like you mentioned in Rio. It's more about how do I handle my flooding situation, optimize my city resources, help to serve the citizen, help me predict weather conditions, and be able to smartly and intelligently plan, and in case of the problem, react better and optimize my resources around the city. And that's what makes me a successful, safe, well-integrated city I want to be famous for. That's one element, is more driven on operations, enhanced services, breaking down the silos, and using the cost effectiveness to build for the future. The other dimension I see is more on economic growth. So cities are competing for talent, for resources, for information to be better to attract the organic growth is not enough. I need to bring talent. And the young generations, it was mentioned early in the morning, they're very demanding. They want their own services, their own customized interactions with the city. So how do I attract those people, retain and sustain for the future? And we've seen the smart cities investment around economic development, around open data. Like here, Dubai is the perfect example again. It's helped me retain, bring the right talent, invest in them, build for the future, and create an economic sustainable growth, as I said earlier. So those are the two. We've seen also examples like Nice in France, also focusing on tourism, inclusion of the citizen, to help bring the tourism industry back into the city. So that's the two dimensions that we've seen. You mentioned most of the successful ones are well known. Barcelona, Singapore is focusing on mobility.
Right.
So every city is famous for something. I think here in the region we'll see more kind of well-rounded approach to smarter cities coming up here in the region more.
Kind of holistic approaches. So maybe cities in the region not, most famous for this or that, but just doing well, covering all the bases, building up capacity, the ecosystem with the companies, the government, the citizens.
Yes, I agree.
So I mentioned a couple of challenges of technology in cities. One was the management, and the other was the complexity, particularly the complexity when we think about the majority world. What are your thoughts on these things?
Personally, you always get challenged, especially with the pictures you saw, because I'm a city person. I like to be in cities. I like to feel that the city is inclusive of all the demands of the different categories of the city. But unfortunately, with the growth and the expansion that's happening, it's definitely a challenge. What we have seen is how we can use technology. Yes, we want to attract, people are coming into the city, but how can we bring the city to them? Other than pushing people to come to the cities, using technology, remote technology, we've seen that in medicine, telemedicine, bringing that technology element, that smarter city element within their urban development areas, rather than attracting them more to the city. So I see Smarter City Initiative doing that in the future, focusing on the demographics around the city and leveraging the assets that they built in the well-developed city to help serve the challenged area. There's no easy solution, of course.
For sure.
But I think technology is there to help them to leverage these assets and capabilities to bring them to the people rather than the people coming to the city. We'll see that migration, I think, over the few years.
The predictions are that increasingly we are urban. And not only is it the big mega cities, the predictions are cities kind of 5 to 10 million or 1 to 5 million just growing up. You look at China or India, and it's almost a scary number of cities of that sizable, but not huge, but still sizable size. Do you think that this trend can be reduced by taking the technology and excellence of the city and taking it out to people?
Yes.
Do you think you'll persuade people to stay in rural areas and smaller towns?
It's a challenge. I agree. I see it coming in a different types of pillars, not in an overall. There will be definitely services that will better be obtained, but I said health could be mobility. Other aspects from that could be brought into the rural areas. I believe we need to also work smartly in terms of how we serve the citizens better, cut down some expenses, and use that cost reduction to fuel us to help us grow sustainably. But it's definitely a challenge. Smart cities are helping solve some of them, but it's a continuation. It's a journey.
Right.
It's not something that you switch on and you can solve the problem. But with the right vision and leadership, I think the equation would be more balanced.
And then coming back to the region here, how do you feel the region is doing compared to other regions in the world in terms of technology, co-creation in the smart city context? So if we were to make a comparison, what do you think?
The comparison, as I said earlier, this is a younger kind of area in terms of development. We've seen a lot of infusion of the technology. There's the challenges that you have in other cities, which is the old infrastructure. You need to retrofit. You need to do that investment to be able to build smart cities. Here we are on the investment, infrastructure investment built, whether in the UAE and Qatar and all of the other cities. So that's an advantage to build it right, to infuse the right technology, to infuse the right standards, to help them achieve the results they want to achieve on the right vision. I see the region here has a lot of vision and the right leadership to drive it forward, where other cities in the world might not be able to do it. They are committed to growth, to economic development, and we keep hearing about life after the oil.
Right.
So the smart city is one of the contribution to create that economic development, to help the city to attract and create new revenue streams. The other advantage we see is the greenfield cities here, which is creating new cities from scratch and attracting people to come and not only live, work, and provide services and provide back to the city. This is also an advantage because in the other developed cities, it's not feasible. We've seen a lot of investment in greenfield in many economic development cities, and that will help also bring the vision forward, and it's definitely an advantage to attract and bring talent into the city. So I summarize leadership, the right infrastructure investment, and focus on green cities, new cities, economic cities.
So that's, I mean, the last one, it's a double-edged sword, right? It's great to have the space and the vision to build new, but over history there's been many examples of trying to create a new city from nothing, design it. And some of them have kind of worked. Brasilia, Milton Keynes, a few. But some of them have not worked. Do you see the greenfield cities here in this region being more successful, having learned the experiences elsewhere?
More successful from the city itself or more successful from cities abroad, you mean?
Compared to other attempts in history to build cities from scratch?
I think so, yes, they would be, because they are being built with the right tools and resources. Attracting the young generation will help build it better and faster. And that goes back to the element of co-creation. So from that element, if I am enabled to contribute back into the city, that will make me more successful. The challenges are less dramatic than what we've seen. So they could be a role model and an example for other cities around the world to leverage that experience, to leverage any assets and resources and take it forward.
So Dima, we have only a little bit of time left. So you mentioned some of what you see as the advantages, potentially, of cities in this region. What do you see as some of the potential disadvantages, particular challenges in the Middle East, our world? Particular challenges here?
As I said, this is a city like any other city here. The same challenges, growth, making sure we have a sustainable growth. It's always a challenge. It's an iterative process. We always plan for sustainability, but new things arises. So the same challenges that we've seen around the world, maybe bringing the silos together. So a lot of initiatives are run by the government. The government tend to be siloed, but I think we're advancing, but bringing that together and making sure that we're all working to the right or the same objective and targeted outcomes. But I don't see anything different than what we've seen around the world. Maybe we are more of an advantage rather than a disadvantage. But I see a lot of similarity.
Dina, thank you very much. I see we have 16 seconds left. We have a Swiss timekeeper, so let's wrap up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rian.
Thank you everyone in the audience.
جديد مع تغطيتنا المستمرة بمؤتمر ستيب لريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا، ومعنا الغني عن التعريف معين جابر من بودكاست سردي. أهلا وسهلا فيك معنا اليوم.
أهلا فيكي، ثانك يو فور هافينج مي.
حابين نعرف منك أكثر، كنت على الستيج من شوي وعم تحكي عن موضوع البودكاست وعالم البودكاست، خبرنا أكثر، صاير ترند البودكاست حاليا؟
هو صاير بعتقد بلش بالكوفيد لما العالم ما كان عندها شيء تعمله وقررت تشتري مايكروفونز وكاميرايات وتحكي عن حالها وتستضيف عالم، بس بعدين يعني هي يعني بدعت اذا بدك بكوفيد 19، بس كانت تبلش من قبل. وبعتقد كمان كنا عم نحكي عن هذا الشيء بالكونفرنس انه البودكاستنج هو اكثر اذا بدك وسيله انتمت فيك تلاقيها بالاعلام بشكل عام، او موست انتمت وسيله اعلام. ليه؟ لانه انت بدينين العالم، انت اتس ا فيري برايفت كونفرسيشن، او فيك تكون على التي في او فيك تسمع على الشخص هو عم بيعمل شيء ثاني بتصير رفقه معه. ودليل على هذا الشيء ورح احكي شوي من شق البزنس، العالم مستعده تشتري البرودكت ذات البودكاستر عم بيعمل له ادفرتايزنج اكثر من اذا بيشوف على بيلبورد او هذا، لانه كانه انت عم تيجي لعندي عم تقول لي ليك معين هيدا البرودكت كثير حلو لازم تستعمليه. سو في هذه العلاقه البيرسونال اللي ما بتلاقيها وين ما كان.
وهي بروفن بالارقام على فكره، انا فعلا قاريه انه كثير اشخاص لما بصير في اعلان عبر البودكاست في نسبه كثير عاليه انه يشتروه عن لما بيشوفوا الاعلان على التي في او سموير ايلس مثل ما قلت،
لانه كانه رفيقك عم بيقول لك انه عامله هذا الشيء.
بالضبط تماما، وعم بتكون فريندلي اكثر. حابه اسمع منك شو سر نجاح سردي؟
طبعا سر نجاح سردي ليكي رح اقول لك انا ليه قررت او قررنا انا وميديا عزوري نعمل سردي. ميديا عزوري اللي هي الشق مش الثاني، الشق الاهم من سردي، لانه هي كمان شيء domesticates the conversation. بتعرف النساء مع الرجال بيطروا الموضوع شوي.
فعلا بتحطها كثير حلوه صح.
لا ليكي نحن قررنا نعمل بودكاست لأن لقينا انه كل شيء على الاعلام التقليدي اللي عم نشوفه على الشاشه ما بيشبهنا باي شكل. وليش مثلا ليش العالم عم بيحكوا هيك؟ ليه كل ما بيحكوا بين بعض كانه عم بيعملوا نشره اخبار؟ ليه عم بيكففوا؟ ليه عم بيعملوا هذا؟ فقلنا لا، اذا هذا الشيء ما بيشبهنا خلينا نحن نخترعه. وبلشنا سردي لحاله انه بلش كثير هيك in a very random way، وتطورت ولاحظنا العالم عم تنفعل وعم تنبسط باللي عم بيشوفوه، لانه الكونفرسيشنز اللي انت بيكون عندك اياهم على السردي او على البودكاست بشكل عام they're usually very genuine. عن سردي بالتحديد نحن وين بنصور سردي؟ بنصور بالبيت، ببيت لميديا بالتحديد.
كثير انت مثل
فايه بتشوف يعني بفوت الضيف على البيت بيشوف صور عائله، بيشوف طاوله سفره، يعني اتس هوم انعاش فيه. وقبل البودكاست نحن بنقعد عاده ساعه مع الضيف نحكي معه، لانه اول مره بنتعرف عليهم لاول مره.
واو.
اي فبنقعد معهم نحكي انه بنتعرف على بعض، وبعدين هن بيرتاحوا. وكمان بعتقد سر البودكاست اللونج فورم بودكاست انه منه 5 دقائق، منه 10 دقائق، ساعه زمان. وبعتقد زبده الحديث بتصير بعد نص ساعه. زبده الحديث يعني ما انت تخلي انا عم نحكي اول 10 دقائق ربع ساعه في شويه بوسترنج عم بتصير انه ايه كذا،
في ماسك لسه
في ماسك 100%، بس بعدين خلص يو بيكم ديسارمد. عشان كمان سميناه سردي افتر دينر، لانه بعد العشاء بعد ما تكون اكلتي بتزيح الكرسي من هذا، بتقعدي هيك بتكون عم تتحدثي بشكل ما بتلاقيه من قبل. فاي ثينك هو السيتنج كمان كثير مهم، انه كيف بدك تريح الضيف، كيف بدك تخليه هو يرتاح، هو كيف يحكي بطريقه مختلفه. لانه كنا نجيب عالم يطلعوا على الاعلام التقليدي بس يحكوا بطريقه كومبليتلي مختلفه عنا، لانه نحن كنا نعمل setting that is inviting, that allows people to speak بكل حريه وبكل هذا، as long as هن sincere، يكونوا sincere ويكونوا يعرفوا كيف يحكوا. يعني من مية خليفه لكارلوس غصن لرفقاتنا.
هذا اللي انه جبتوا كارلوس غصن مثلا ونفس الشخص عم بيعمل مقابلات على التلفزيون، بس انا شفت شخصيه مختلفه مثلا بسردي.
لا مش معقول. يعني نحن لما اجى لعنا اجى مع مرافقين يعني اكيد، وبس ما طلعوا مرافقين معه على البيت. وقعدنا معه قبل بشي جمعتين، كنا طلب منا بس يشوفنا، نعرف انه نحن ما رح نتساءل، ما رح نوقعه بكم فخ وهيك. وبس اتعرف علينا ما كان توكتيف كثير، كان شوي ستويك، كان عم بيشوف عم بيحجمنا شوي. بعد ما تركنا انا وميديا البيت طلعت فيها قالت لي ايش رح تكون صعبه، ما حيحكي كثير الزلمه. قلت لها يلا ما على جبنا كارلوس غصن
اسم طبعا
هو ما كان بده يحكي ابدا عن كيف قرر يفل من
اكيد
ما حنقول هرب، لانه هو قرر، هو اخذ قرار كيف يفل. بعدين بس اجى على البيت لاحظت بالكونفرسيشن هي طول البودكاست بعتقد ساعه و45 دقيقه اذا ما غلطان. ميديا كيف يعني خلته يقول او يقر كل شيء، نطرت على 45 دقيقه. بعدين سالته هذا السؤال انه كيف قررت تترك اليابان. هو بلش يحكي بكل حريه، واللي بيضحك انه قال تفاصيل بالسردة اكثر من الدوكيومنتري اللي طلع. مش معقول، لانه it's about the setting itself. ومش حالنا يعني طلع كارلوس اوسون بيعرف بيا لميديا، كان يعرفوا ايامه بباريس، وكارلوس اوسون كمان اشتغل مع الام بي سي على الدوكيومنتري، فكان في هيدي كمان العلاقه اللي نحن قدرنا نستغل.
بس بتعرف يعني فعلا السيتنج كثير مهم. بس عندي سؤال، هل ضروري انك تكون جورناليست عندك الحس الصحافي لتبدع بعالم البودكاست مثلا؟
ما بعرف. هلا كنت بعد الصحفيه هن يعني مرجع اذا بدك، بيكونوا عندهم الورك اثيك، يعني بيعرفوا كيف يوثقوا الفاكتس، بيعرفوا مين يسالوا، بيعرفوا هذا الديو بروسس. هلا المهم انه اذا انت منك صحفي يكون عندك حدا بركي في يكون مرجع لك، انت تسالي كم سؤال وانت تعملي ريسيرش تبعك، وبعدين اذا بتصير غلطه او غلطتين فيك تقولي انه انا عملت غلطه بس بدي ارجع اعمل كوركشن. يعني ما عندك هالميكولبا اللي بتلاقيها عند البودكاسترز عن الاعلام التقليدي. ما حدا على التي في حيقول لك نحن عملنا غلطه، لا، عندهم هن سرديه معينه، هن عندهم اجنده معين ورح يطبقوه. نحن لا، نحن we're human beings.
كثير جد.
طلع فيك الكرافات لهون وشي بلعن نفس يعني.
تماما. طيب في نقطة اللي هو انه انتم بتسبوا على البودكاست تبعكم. خبرني اكثر، هل مثلا اجاكم تعليقات سلبية على الموضوع او الناس تقبلت البودكاست؟
اللي بيضحك عن القصص المسبات انه في عالم بيحبونا عن هذا الموضوع، في عالم بيكرهونا من وراء هذا الشيء. وبصراحة يعني اذا ما في عالم بيكرهوك، اذا ما في عالم ما بيحبوك، you're vanilla. انه خلص انه you're pleasing everyone. وبعدين لا ليك بالنسبة للمسبات، خاصة إذا عم نحكي عن السياسة بلبنان أو عم نحكي بالسياسة بشكل عام بمنطقتنا، ما فيك ما تسبق، ما فيك ما يكون عندك frustration عم تغلي من جوا. ونحن ليك ما بنسب كرمال بس مثل واحد عمره 13 سنة اكتشف كلمة بذيئة، لا نو، يعني مفخوت قبل conversation. وأمرار العالم بيقولوا لي إيه أوكي معين وميديا حكيت اللي بقلبنا وسبيت اللي بقلبنا، وهذا شيء كثير طبيعي، نحن بنسب عادة. وهذا دليل بعتقد على كيف نحن فينا نكون صريحين. يعني we don't make it a point، بس اذا الموضوع حاجه لمسبه اكيد بنسب مرتين كمان.
وعرفت لسانه رح تطلع حاسه انا. طيب مستقبل البودكاست وين بتشوفه مثلا تحديدا؟ انه عم شوف كثير فئه شباب عن جد عم بيبلشوا، والبودكاست تحديدا فيك تبلشه من البيت، يعني ممكن على ابلكيشن على الموبايل حتى ما تحتاج اكويبمنت من البدايه.
ليك رح فرجيك كيف نحن بلشنا البودكاست. انا كنت فان، اوكي، واكبر صعوبه اللي انا شفتها هي كيف فيني اتحول من فان لكرييتور، لانه ما بيكفي بس تحطي مايكروفون قدام شخصين ويتفلسفوا على راسك، لا، بدك في بروسيجر، في اون بوردنج بروسيجر لازم تصير. اول شيء لازم تشتري الاكويبمنت، او لازم تعرفي حدا في يعطيك الاكويبمنت، او لازم انتم تجوا كرفقه وتحطوا مصاري. اهم شيء الاكويبمنت. يعني بيضحكونا هو العالم ليه بيعملوا بودكاست على زوم. شو زوم؟ الزلمه اللي عم بيشتغل مثل الحيوان 12 ساعه، من هول 12 ساعه في 8 ساعات زوم، بده يرجع على البيت وكرمال يرتاح بده يتسمع على زوم كول. نو واي. بدك تشتري الاكويبمنت، بدك تشتري الميكروفونز، الكاميرا، واهم مدرسه بالعالم يوتيوب. يعني انا تعلمت كل شيء اللي بعرفه، وانا لحلقه رقم 18 قررت جيب اديتور.
واو،
يعني كنت عم بعمله انا وما بعرف كيف اعمل اديتنج، بس السوفت ويرز والتولز اللي صارت ديسبوزبل لك كثير سهلين. يعني انه اذا ما بتعرف كيف، يعني الادوبي بريمير للحمير انه سوبر سمبل. سوري عم بستعمل هالكلمه بس عن جد هي اتس ا كويستشن مش اوف سكيل اوف تايم.
صح.
اوكي.
هلا حد يو ديديكيت تايم لتتعلم او لا؟
لانه الشخص يعني if you dedicate time للبودكاست، الشخص اللي عم بتسمع عليك will also dedicate time for you. ما في اتس اخذ وعطى kind of.
لانه بحس انه البرودكت اللي انت عم تقدمه برودكت محترم، عرفت كيف؟ في
محترم، في العلم تستفهم على الموضوع. ايه
قصدي في جهد محطوط لحتى تقدمها، يعني
لا اكيد
اي كلام، عرفت علي كيف؟ فبتوقع ايه مليون بالمية هذا الشيء كثير مهم. شكرا كثير معين عن جد لوجودك معنا، كثير شاكرين لك واستمروا بسردة.
في بعد شغله بس كرمال الشباب اللي بدهم يفوتوا بالبودكاست، يعني بس بدي اشجعهم، بدي فرجيهم انه في سبب ليش العالم عم تلجأ للسردة، في سبب ليش العالم عم تروح عند البودكاست، لانه شايفوا انه كل شيء عم بيشوفوا على الشاشات ما بيشبههم. So if it's not available create it yourself. واذا ما بيمشي الحال، هي كمان اكبر ريسك بالعالم البودكاست is اذا if it's not successful حتعرفي انه you might not be that interesting. بس بدل ما خلص تسألي من الموضوع وترجع على شيء become a producer. لاقي شخص بركي انت فيك توثقي فيه. نحن هيك بلشنا مع سردة، يعني انا ما كان بدي افوت احكي مع ميديا، انا على اساس هي حتكون بالكاميرا وانا رح اكون البروديوسر. بس صار في كوفيد 19 عملنا حجر صحي سوا. اخي شي قالت لي معين بشرفك هلا اطلع على الكاميرا، ما في حدا، ما في ضيف، ما حدا في يجي، ما بدنا نعمل زوم كول، تعال خلينا نعمل تجربه. قالت لي ليك منك قليله. and we started from that وبعدين صرنا نستضيف عالم. so if it doesn't work find someone to make it work with. مش انه خلص abandon، لا it's a growing market. العالم بالكوميونتي بتعقد، كل العالم بدها تساعد بعضها وما في كومبيتيشن، في بس كوميونتي بشيء اسمه بودكاست.
صح، دونت اندر استيميت هذا الشيء، لانه عن جد في كثير ناس مستعده انها تساعد. عندي سؤال، قد ايه اخذتكم لبلش مثلا تشوفوا الارقام تزيد على السردة؟ هل من البدايه؟ لانه في ناس تفكر اذا مو حطيت اول بودكاست واول حلقه وما زبطت يلا خلص يعني.
لكن نحن يعني كبشر بنعمل اوفر انتلكتشواليزيشن لقصص، يعني بنجرب نبرر فشلنا. اوكي، بس الفشل مش من اول مره، رايت؟ اهم شيء بعتقد يكون عندك لايبرري معين اوف كونتنت وبتشوفي اذا النمر عم تكبر ولا لا. نحن مع سردة اول حلقه كان عندها اكثر فيوز لانه اول حلقه العالم كانت بدها تشوف شو عم بيعملوا هول الاثنين عم يتفلسفوا. بعدين مع يعني ابسود نمبر 2 ابسود نمبر 3 ابسود نمبر 4 لما كنا انا وميديا لحالنا started decreasing. اوكي، بعدين قلنا اوكي طب let's adapt، خلينا نبلش نستضيف عالم، وبلشنا نستضيف وعلى النمبر. ف it has to do مع انت your adaptability قد ايه you want to adapt. اذا بتضلك عم تعمل شغله وحده وما حدا عم بينفع بالموضوع انه get the point يعني. بس if you don't adapt, if you don't see, if you don't listen ما بتشوف كمان الفيدباك رح تفشلي. so بس لازم يكون عندك library of content، لازم تشوفي استمراريه البودكاست قد ايه بتضاين، واذا في dip try to change it up. غيري، بدك جيبي حدا ضيف معين، بدك جيبي ضيف مهم تعرفتي عليه او بدك تعرف عليه send an email. يعني في عالم عمر الشقري معطى السابق قضى 3 سنين بالسجن سدنايا. بعتقد من احلى القصص او من اخوف القصص سمعت بحياتي، وزلمه بيعقد. كيف اتصلت فيه؟ بعت له ايميل واحد.
والله معك مليون بالمية، لانه انا جربت حتى هذا الموضوع دي ام مرات.
اوكي،
وحياة الله دي ام على السوشيال ميديا ما تقللوا من قيمته، بينفع
كمان دي ام ايميل شخص بيعرفه، شخص second degree of separation، ضلكم be relentless،
be genuine as well بالمسج تبعك.
of course
لانه you know مثلا sometimes you're adding value لهذا الشخص or you're genuine بس وبيقدر الشخص الثاني هذا الموضوع.
ما هي يعني بيقولوا communication is 93% non-verbal. صح. مش الكلام، it's the interaction. ورح تشوف انه اذا كيف انت رح تتصرف، الشخص قدامك رح يتصرف بذات الطريقه، رح يقلدك ورح يكون مرتاح اذا انت مرتاحه مع نفسك. ولكن في شغله انا اكبر صعوبه كان عندي اياها للاشخاص بركي عم
اكيد التحديات بحبوا يسمعوا.
اوكي، التحديات. كان عندي شيء اسمه imposter syndrome. يعني اسال حالك كل وقت شو عم بعمل هون، شو عم بيصير، ليه العالم عم تسمع علي، ليه عم بحكي مع كارلوس غصن، ليه عم بحكي مع مية خليفه، ليه عم بحكي مع كل اشخاص، مين انا. بدل ما يعني بعدين غيرت طريقه تفكيري، بدأت اسال حالي ليه هول الاشخاص قدامي، صرت اسال حالي ليه مية خليفه عم تبكي قدامي، ليه هالقد شي فيل كومفورتبل عم تبكي قدامي، ليه كارلوس غصن حس حاله هالقد مرتاح يحكي عن قصته كيف فل من اليابان. اتس بيكوز اوف نحن كمان السيتنج، مش بس الضيف. نحن ات سام بوينت فكرنا انه كل الاعداد تبعت سردة خاصه بالضيف، بس كمان في جزء كبير منه الهوستس، السيتنج، البرودكشن، الكواليتي. فخلوا هذا الشيء بعين الاعتبار و move forward onward و upward وسردوا.
عن جد ثانك يو سو ماتش معين، وعن جد كل التوفيق لكم يا رب. انا شخصيا اما بيك فان كثير بستمتع باني احضر سردة، هو شخص كثير متواضع يعني كمان نضيف على الموضوع. شكرا لكل الناس اللي تابعتنا، رح نروح بريك قصير وبنرجع لكم بتغطيه لمؤتمر ستاب. our guest Rino from Bit Oasis. How are you today?
Doing fantastic. Thank you.
you.
Thank you for asking, Hala.
Thank you for being with us. We would like, first of all, to talk about Bit Oasis and the services you guys provide, especially in the cryptocurrency market. It's the hottest topic right now. So yeah.
Sure. So Bit Oasis, I mean, for those of you who don't know, so it's a cryptocurrency platform, largest cryptocurrency platform, and it's been in existence since 2015. So that brings a lot of trust as well into the ecosystem. So as a platform, like, we are in a mission to, make crypto accessible for everyone in the region. So in that process, we have created like a simple and easy to, use interface where user can buy, sell, cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, Ethereum, all the new wave of tokens, right? So we have more than 40 plus tokens. And we also simplify by helping people to deposit their local currencies like Saudi Riyal or, dirhams, using the easy funding option. So you can use your our local bank account to deposit and then buy cryptocurrencies.
But that's amazing. Like, it's been a really hot topic in the last period of time. Have you seen any trends, especially during COVID? Like, people are talking more about cryptocurrencies. Even youth, they're investing where they've never invested in anything before.
We've in fact, Ola, our CEO, keeps joking about some of the platform back in 2015, right? There were so few of the users who were like less than 18 years old.
Wow.
And legally we are not allowed to onboard them, right? So we had to put some stringent policies in place, and then those people, they use their parents' ID to sign up, and
wow.
I mean, just one or two instances, like very rare cases.
Yeah.
But it's a very interesting dynamic to see, right? We as a company, we take regulations quite seriously in that sense. So quite early on, we self-regulated, where every user who onboarded are going through a due diligence, KYC process and all that. Because if we let anyone and everyone to get into the crypto, you are opening up the ecosystem for bad actors, right?
Sure.
And we don't want that, especially at an early stage when you are trying to build the trust into the ecosystem. And at that time, we were also having early conversations with the regulators quite closely. So we need to make sure that we have these things, basically our house in order, to make them comfortable to roll out the crypto policies that is happening now, right? So that's one big thing. But going back to your question, so there are a host, lot of crypto adoption happening at a massive scale, but it is driven a lot by institutional investors. One, because the retail investors, like individuals like you and me, we always had interest, but we never had let's say that sort of a push to get in, right? Either because there was no reliable and trusted way to get into it, so people didn't know how to buy Bitcoin. They would have heard about Bitcoin, but there's no easier way. And the second thing is there was not enough momentum picked into the space. True. Right? So Bit Oasis is solving the first part of the problem for sure, making it easy for people to get into it. And then the momentum, obviously, when the price hit I think close to $65,000-$70,000. Everyone so that's kind of hype we've seen. So I have been in Bitcoin and crypto ecosystem since 2016.
Okay.
So a bit early on. But when I joined at that time, I already felt like, okay, I'm too late into the system, right? But hindsight, it still feels early. But at that time, I got in when the price of Bitcoin was $1,800. Ethereum was $100.
Wow. Good old days.
So that was the time. But yeah, fast forward, right? So at that time, people were still the narratives that at that time, and now it's completely different, right? At that time, everyone is just getting in to make money and all of that. But now people are still getting in, from a financial aspect, more from an investment point of view. But people are also understanding, right, why cryptocurrencies, especially Bitcoin, has come into the ecosystem. What is the problem it's trying to solve, and how it is evolving the entire ecosystem in that sense, right? So those are some big fundamental shifts. And the fact that all these big CEOs Twitter and all these
all of them are tweeting about it.
All the CEOs
Elon
are kind of
Musk
getting
has changed.
Musk is a different thing in that sense, right? So he has the influence of moving the market by 20% up and down. So which needs to be addressed in some sense. But the fact that all these things are quite of super dynamic is quite interesting. It also provides an opportunity for a lot of people to make money, or in a way, if you're not careful, you might lose money also. So you need to be very, very careful. How do you go about it? My advice is usually try and invest when the price goes down massively. So you invest whatever small amount you have to invest. to play around, dip your toes a little bit, see how it goes. The way I look at it is I invest like long term, like gold.
Oh, nice. So you sleep on it. Yeah.
I just to go back to the example. So if I invested back in the day, I mean, now I feel like I've not invested enough, but I've invested, let's say, some amount and then kept it for like 10, like, look at it as 10-year investment rather than like, short-term sort of.
It's because some people do it on the short term, but it's so important for everyone to be educated, to do the research, to do the homework before you start investing. Because honestly, we're listening a lot to youth, especially. They get influenced by their friends. If he's investing in that certain token or whatever, I will invest in it. What's your take on that? What do you think?
So you are at a pure mercy of your friends' advice in that sense. Right? End of the day, it's your money. So and we take people's money quite seriously because it's their hard-earned money, right? I would always suggest like people to at least do some bare minimum sort of a research. I have been a victim of that, those sort of things. Oftentimes, what happens is when you don't do your research, you will come across tokens which are like, we call it rug pull, which is like there's no like proper structures backing that one, and you tend to lose most of the money, right? Because you'll see like, okay, this guy has made so much money, you need to get into it. Even on Twitter and all the other platforms, you see so-called influencers. They keep influencing with you like this is the next big 10x growth, 20x growth sort of a token you need to invest, and people kind of get lured into that, right? So I would suggest like invest into tokens that have like some sort of backing, in the sense either like strong fundamentals, we call it. We at BitOasis, we have obviously highest amount of tokens listed on our platform, and what that gives us an opportunity to give like a plethora of options to our users who can pick and choose tokens, and all of these tokens are super vetted from our side. We do our due diligence. We make sure every token is listed, is trustworthy, it has a strong backing, it has a strong like fundamentals as well. And there are a few tokens like Dogecoin and
they're tempting though.
They're meme tokens, we call it, right? So so we do list them because of customers' demand, right? But we don't list tokens, which are like super low cap, which are not trustworthy, they can disappear at any point. So we kind of stay away from them. But we do list like, few tokens that are super popular, high in demand, because customers keep asking for it, right?
Tell us more about the latest tokens you guys listed. Solana, you have it.
So we have like a lot of options like Solana, Cardano, Phantom, which is like one of the super high growth tokens that we are seeing. Avalanche, Polygon, which is a massive platform in itself. So we identify all these high growth tokens and we list them. So we have a dedicated team in the company who just does its due diligence of all these tokens, starts picking up, shortlisting them, and then list them, which has like high potential as well, right? And on the other side, as I mentioned, we have like Shiba Inu, we recently launched. Apart from Doge, we've listed them. The funny bit is like, on the personal level, I have not got into meme tokens yet. But if you look at it, and Andrew, like one of the popular influencers on crypto ecosystem, they said like don't look at tokens and judge them for it, right? Look at them as the market opportunity, because the fact is, whether you like it or not, these tokens are growing massively. So you have an option to either stay on the sidelines or try your hands, see what is the risk that you can take, and invest and see how it goes, right? So I always suggest people to like distribute their token portfolio in that sense, to make sure that you have stable tokens like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all of them, and then you have high growth tokens like let's say Solana, Cardano, and all these trusted tokens that has a huge potential. And then you can dip a little bit on like other tokens to see how things go. But do remember, if you lose that money, like you need to like just be okay with it. Like, so please don't put most of your money into let's say meme tokens specifically, but please do your research.
But also like now the demand on NFT as well, and the growth from that like whole concept, it's making people a lot buy Ethereum, for instance, and those tokens where they can actually invest in NFT, and that plays a huge role. But I want to know, what are the future plans for BitOasis in the near future?
Sure. So I'm glad you touched about NFT, and there are like a lot of new let's say narratives that are kicking into the crypto ecosystem, right? It a lot feels like we're still in the early days, right? But in reality, like it's been 10 years that the Bitcoin white paper is listed. So for us, looking into like, NFTs, metaverse, GameFi, which is going to be a massive thing, and few of the DeFi products as well. So these are like some of the exciting things we are looking at. And also like, expansion for us as a company. So we are looking not just in like, Middle East markets, but we are looking at a lot of new markets as well, because we feel that the region is still, it's having its crypto movement, but it's still in its early days. I had the opportunity to work in other ecosystems like Southeast Asia and Europe, as well as African markets, back in my previous role at another crypto startup. So I've seen how ecosystem has developed and how nascent stage the Middle East is still at. I would say like we are at like 0.5% of the crypto adoption, right? And whereas other countries have like already on like 5% adoption. So which means there's a 10x growth opportunity already, right? Just straight off the bat. But we also seen historically Middle East, it's super fast at adopting at new technologies as well. So we, for us at BitOasis, we are betting huge on this new opportunity that we are looking at. But so yeah, so our objective is to build the entire crypto ecosystem, right? So one way to build that is getting trust into the ecosystem. So we are working with the regulators quite closely, putting policies in place, self-regulating as well meticulously. So that's when we are launching a lot of new tokens. We'll continue to launch aggressively, obviously. I mean, we are, yeah, we are one of the only platform now like listed more than 40 plus tokens, and we will continue to do so. And then apart from that, we are also trying to like launch a lot of new financial products, which will simplify and bridge the gap between like traditional financial system and the crypto system a lot more closely. And we have a few more fintech products, which I cannot discuss at the moment. But it's super exciting. Like you will look forward to it like very soon.
For sure, and we were more than happy to cover it as well. Thank you so much for being.
Thank you for having me, Hala.
Thank you, and best of luck.
Thank you so much.
We will be back. We'll go on a break right now, and we'll be back with more coverage from Step Conference.
Thank you.
والتكنولوجيا، وطبعا معنا الغني عن التعريف بيج هاس. اهلا وسهلا فيك معنا اليوم.
يا اخي والله انت اول شيء انا جدا فخور فيكي انت شخصيا، وسماشي ما شاء الله يعني عليكم، وشكرا للاستضافه، وليتس جو.
ما فينا يعني شفناك هون لايك لازم اكيد بدنا نحكي عن الميوزك اندستري تحديدا بالفتره الاخيره. عم نشوف تالنتس لاشخاص لسه مبلشين مشوارهم.
صح.
وبيج هاس من اكثر الداعمين لهدول الافراد، خبرنا اكثر عن الميوزك.
والله اول شيء شكرا للسؤال. انا خدام المجتمع عامه. انا بدات رحلتي في التدوين من 2006 ولغايه الان. صراحه في بلاتفورمز كثير الان، وصوت الفنانين بدا يطلع. يعني بقول صوت الفنانين صوت الشارع، يعني خلاص طفشنا من حبيتك وحبيتيني وشلتيني وما اعرف شنو. فنفس الغناء اللي هو البوب الطرب العادي اميزنج، ولكن في صوت ثاني اللي هو الصوت المستقل، الموسيقى المستقله، ان كانت روك، ان كانت هيب هوب، ان كان اي نوع. فلانه صار في وسائل الاجتماع التواصل الاجتماعي فتح الباب على انه خلاص ما صارت محصوره فقط على الراديو او التلفزيون. صار انت او انت اللي بيسمعونا او بيشوفونا الان كمان اتس يور جوب، وواجبك او واجبكم انه كمان تشوفوا وتفتشوا على دور التالنت. صار مفتوح الموضوع، مش انه خلاص اللي موجود على التلفزيون او الراديو زي سبون فيدنج
تماما.
دول خلاص المشهورين خلاص عرفوهم.
على العكس تماما، عم نشوف هلا على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي حتى بلاتفورمز مثل انغامي، وعم بيدعموا كمان
لا ليش؟ لانه هذا هو الصوت الشارع. يعني حتى يعني ان كان انغامي او سبوتيفاي او حتى يعني اذرز، صار مش ذير فورس، صار يعني لازم يسووا هذا الشيء لانه هذا توجه الشعب
تماما.
يعني اللي بيصير بمصر مثلا بالنسبه للراب العربي الان، الهيب هوب في مصر جنون. الدعايات في مصر لنجوم الراب، الدعايات للشركات الكبيره. بتكلم عن الراب لانه انا اعشق الراب العربي وشفته تطور من لا شيء ودحين صار قوه هائله صراحه.
في قضايا مثل ما ذكرت انت صوت الشارع، في قضايا عم تناقش من خلال الراب. قبل بصراحه كان في فكره عن موضوع الراب والهيب هوب انه مجرد شخص طالع وعم بيغني او كذا. اكزاكتلي تماما. هلا مختلف الموضوع.
صح.
صار فعلا في قضايا عم
لانه صار اكثر هو صوت الشعب. يمكن يعني ردا على اللي قلتيه، يمكن كانوا الناس مش متقبلين الراب كثير. الحين صار في تقبل للراب اكثر، وصار في مثلا في مصر صار في شيء اسمه ايجيبشن تايب بيت. ايش يعني ايجيبشن تايب بيت؟ يعني حتى اللحن صار تحس انه هذا جاي من مصر، وهذا اللي ناقص كثير صراحه بلدان عربيه. مثلا زي دول الخليج مثلا عندك جماعه زي اوتو برودكشن اللي هم ماستر شيء اسمه الخليجي هيب هوب. فحلو انك تحط الثقافه حقتك في اغنيتك، وهذا اللي بنشوفه خاصه في الراب. ولكن الموسيقى المستقله عامه بمكان جدا قوي وبمكان جدا رهيب. فخور بكل موسيقي صراحه لانه من جد مشوا ضد التيار بكل معنى الكلمه.
وشو التحديات اللي عم بيواجهوها هدول الناس؟ في كثير ناس ما بتعرف، بفكروا انه الواحد مجرد انه يغني عنده موهبه الصوت مثلا وخلص.
تبغي الصراحه يمكن 10 سنوات كنت بقول لك التحديات كبيره، لانه لازم يكون واحد يوقعك وشركه انتاج. دحين التحدي الوحيد اللي يمكن يواجهه انك تكون حقيقي. تكون حقيقي يعني تكون انت او انت. وبعدين في شيء ثاني يمكن التحدي اللي بيواجه الفنانين الان، كلمه الفاليديشن هذه، انه كلمه انه هذا الشخص لازم يحب انا ايش اسوي. انا ضد هذا التفكير صراحه. ما ضروري اي احد يؤمن فيك، انت المفروض تؤمن بنفسك اول شيء وبعدين. بس المشكله انه لا بيج هاس انت انسان جدا مؤثر فانت لازم تحب اغنيتي. لا مو لازم.
صح.
موسيقتك واذا انت او انت you're gonna quit music حتترك الموسيقى لانه انا قلت لا، then sorry انت you don't belong in the music. يعني ما لازم تكون موسيقي harsh. بس هذه هي الحقيقه، هذه اللي تعلمته انا من خلال. فالتحديات تكون حقيقي، يسوي شيء حقيقي. لانه دحين تطلع على سبوتيفاي، انا تعرف انت الان ممكن تروحي على ويب سايت معين وتطلع اغانيكي بلبسه زل، بعد 3 ايام تكون على كل وسائل الاستماع.
تخيل
قبل ما كان هذا الشيء موجود. يعني هذا هو التحدي اللي كان لازم شركه انتاج تتوقع معاك وبعدين هذا التفكير انه شركه انتاج حتيجي تدفع لك $1,000,000 ما حتصير. ما بقى في هذا الموضوع، ما مش زي اول ف ابني الفان بيس حقتك. يعني انا سوري بتكلم كثير، بس في فنان سعودي اسمه بلاك بي BLVXB. ليش احترم هذا الفنان؟ فنان رابر سعودي موجود في الرياض، بنى فان بيس من لا شيء. تعرف ايش مكتوب على البايو حقه؟ فنان للفضاء. بيأدي للفضاء. شوف التفكير، ايش فضاء يعني؟ فبنى الفان بيس حقه فضائيين. يعني الناس اللي يحبوا بلاك بي بيسمعوا للفضاء. ايش يعني فضاء؟ ايوه هو بنى فان بيس 100,000 سبسكرايبر على اليوتيوب، بتجيب ارقام جدا رهيبه، وحتى ما عنده فيديوهات كثير. ليش؟ بيتكلم عن مواضيع ما في اي رابر سعودي بيتكلم فيها، منتل هيلث، كوميونتي ايشوز، بيتكلم عن اشياء يعني قليل كثير الرابرز العرب بيتكلموا فيها.
شيء رائع، عم تسمع اصوات
صحيح،
ما عاد في خوف كمان.
بيج تايم. حلوه هذه النقطه، صح، ما اعتقد انه في خوف، وصار عندك فرصه. اتمنى بس بالنسبه للراب اشوف سيدات اكثر، يعني اطلعوا يا بالله والله. وبهذا يعني هذه النقطه حابب اقول نحن كرجال لازم نامن المساحه الامنه صح للسيدات انه يطلعوا. اتس فيري يعني صعب الموضوع نتكلم فيه بس ضروري
مليون بالمية.
لانه انا شايف الموضوع مثلا اذا نحن ما بنامن المساحه الامنه للسيدات انه يطلعوا، مش بس موسيقى، تي في، فيلم ميكينج، دايركتنج، امنوا نحن كرجال. اتس اور ريسبونسبيلتي يو جايز، هذا واجبنا نحن كرجال في المجتمع الفني.
تعرف شفت انا العديد من التالنت صراحه، كنت بعرف يعني يغنوا بالغرفه، اوكي صح. بالغرفه تبع البيت تبعهم عندهم جيتار مثلا ويغنوا فقط. الان عم شوفهم عم بيحيوا حفلات يعني مثلا احداث او ايفنتس ضخمه، ولنفترض باكسبو حتى. هذا الشيء رائع جدا، فالفرص موجوده.
الفرص موجوده، بس ازيدك من الشعر البيت احيانا يعني الحياه صعبه والحياه هي رحله. اعتقد من رحله 2006 لغايه الان اذا احد قال لي انت ايش استفدت من الموضوع، اقول له او اقول لها الرحله. يعني انت اهتموا بالبروسيس نفسه، مهم جدا لتوصل لهذه المرحله اللي هي انت قلت عليها الان، لانه مش كل واحد يعني مثلا على اسمي الان على ذهني عصام النجار اللي هو انشهر باغنيه حضل احبك، حط راسي على المخده طبعا، انشهر من هذا الفيديو، ضربت ما شاء الله، ووقع مع نفس المانجر اللي حق الويكند وحياته تغيرت. بس مش كلنا زي كذا، مش
صار ترند على تيك توك وصار بالضبط
كل واحد له قصه. فانت ما تعرفي ايش المشكله كمان؟ كومبيرنج
مليون
هذه المشكله، مش بس فقط الموسيقى عامه. مثلا ليش هذا المذيع مشهور يا اخي؟ هذه رحلته او رحلتها، دونت كومبير. ليش هلا رائعه مثلا شيز اميزنج، خلاص دون
نقطه على السطر. بس فعلا لا بس عن جد انا حتى كنت مر بهذا الموضوع اللي هو انه انا قارن رحلتي حاليا بشخص مارر برحله لسنوات. ف سيلف اب حتى يعني بهذا الموضوع عن جد عم تجلد ذاتك. فهذا الشيء مو صح في اي اندستري كنا عم نحكي عنه. ولكن انت كمان عم تدعمهم من خلال برنامجك حتى على الراديو، يعني you're playing their songs والى اخره. فهي الامور كلها.
ممكن اقول شيء هنا مش كونتروفيرشال بس على سماشي، بس انه من جد عندي امنيه، اوكي، امنيه وما اعرف توصل لمن توصل عبر سماشي. ليش نحن في الراديو في الامارات هنا ما نسوي شيء انه نخصص 50 او 60% من الاغاني اللي نلعبها بالراديو يكون للمواهب المحليه؟ في استراليا بيسوي هذا الشيء على فكره. ادري انه المواهب في استراليا عامه يمكن اكبر من هنا او يعني عاده، بس نعمل برسنتج، يكون في برسنتج معينه انه يعني فورست باي ذا راديو انه نشغل اغاني.
يا ريت
وهذه بتزيد، لانه اللي يقول لك انه الراديو مش يعني الراديو مهم.
كلياتنا لسه عم نطلع بالسيارات وعم نسوق وعم نسمع.
مش ضروري كثير الان ولكن مهم جدا. فهذه فكره.
بعدين اي منصه على الراديو الان عم بتكون كمان على البودكاست وعم تسمع على منصات اخرى، فيعني على السوشيال ميديا.
جود بوينت. فاتمنى يكون شيء بس حكومي اكثر، يكون شيء قرار انه وير فورست. هذا هو استراليا دوز. يعني استراليا مكتوب اي راديو المفروض يلعب 40% من الكونتنت اللي يطلع شغال مواهب محليه.
جميل.
فليش ما تسوي هذا الشيء؟ والله عندنا مواهب محليه او اقليميه. هذا واحد. اثنين اللي انا بسويه على الراديو انا ما عندي، صار عندي سيجمنت وهذا تعلمته، ما صار عندي سيجمنت ناو بس لوكال تالنتس، لا بلعب جاستن بيبر بعدين بلعب واحد ثاني، بلعب تايلور سويفت بعدين بلعب شخص ثاني.
قد ايه رح يحس الشخص انه هو رائع لما انا بكون انت عم تلعب غنيتي بعد غنية رابر
انا ما ابغى اسوي فرق. بيفور كنت اسويها فقره اللوكال تالنتس، اهلا بكم دي فقره المواهب المحليه. لا ما ابغاك تسمع جاستن بيبر ودريك، وابغاك تسمع شخص زي ادم نبيل اند فريك مثلا. فيا
بيج هاس ثانك يو سو ماتش. يعني دائما
حابب اقول شيء، انا فان من جد. يعطيكم الف عافيه. سماشي يور سماشينج ات. يعطيك الف عافيه. شوف تطورك انت شخصيا وشوف تطور سماشي. وي ار ات ستيب ما شاء الله سيلبريتنج 10 سنوات. 10 سنوات يا جماعه الخير. consistency consistency consistency
How important is that بكل شيء لتحقق نجاح فيه؟
consistency is key
مليون بالمية.
بكل شيء.
شكرا كثير لك بيج
شكراً.
هاس لوجودك معنا. ثانك يو سو ماتش. شكرا لكل الناس اللي تابعتنا. رح نروح بريك قصير ونرجع لكم.
drop the mic.
Yay! Good afternoon. I know that you're all probably dying for something to eat, but I promise you the session is going to be exciting. It's got a lot of debate, and you're going to walk out of here going, yes, content, it's complicated, but I understand it a lot better now. I would like to welcome on stage our panel, our very esteemed panel that we have today. Come on to stage. We've got Lena from DMS, Antoine from Ramsey from Dance to Ages, and Ash, who we and as Hilton's brand studio. And I think Pepsi helped us out in starting this conversation. As you all know, they launched an ad literally 2 days ago. It caused a bit of a stir and has subsequently been pulled off air based on consumer comments. And the reality is, historically, consumers would not have had this power. But when you have someone like Bernice King, who's the daughter of Sir Martin Luther King, tweeting, "If only Daddy would have known about the power of Pepsi," you can see how content can truly create conversations. But what we have to say to ourselves is that content came from Pepsi's brand studio. And that's how we have defined a brand studio, as an in-house studio with client. But we have to ask ourselves, does the consumer really care where that piece of content came from? Lena, do you want to lead?
I don't think the consumer really cares where that piece of content came from. The consumer at the end of the day is seeing the message. It's seeing what the brand has chosen to put out there, be it on a TV ad, a print ad, or even a piece of content created digitally. It's what the message that we're sending out there as brands that the consumer really cares. The consumer doesn't care who brought it up.
So would you say, Ramsey, that really it's us as an industry that are trying to define who should own and make content?
I think it's one of the challenges that every brand faces on the table when you bring the different stakeholders together. Can you guys hear me? So the advertising agency, the content strategy agency, the social agency, we just need a better understanding of that dynamic when we come together, so that we create content that consumers really want to interact with and see. And right now it's a little bit ambiguous, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think we also need to go back to the original definition of what is branded content.
Yes.
Does the consumer care? Who is actually responsible for creating content? If we think about what is branded content, in essence, we realize that, and this is a great definition I like about it, is branded content is what a consumer chooses to engage with, as opposed to being interrupted by. And I think if we understand this right, I think we've cracked already a good part of, how should we be creating content. When it comes to the ownership, I think there are lately a lot of blurry lines overall. Everyone is claiming of creating content, and I think there is no one single client who can clearly say that this is these guys, this creative agency, this media agency, this full integrated agency who is creating content, or publishers. And I think this is very interesting discussion to have, not only with the client, but obviously today amongst ourselves. So I think that's my sort of 2 cents on the definition of content, but I would love to see what the other guys also have to say on with sort of owning the development of content, because I think this is also a very big discussion.
Yeah, it comes back to what you were saying, defining what is branded content. And one of the definitions that I've seen is that it's in the eye of the beholder. So reality, that would be the consumer. But then you go back to also asking ourselves, but then who owns the overall process and making sure that it's strategic and on brand? And Ash, I don't know if that is what you're finding in your consultancy work more and more, that you've been pulled in to try and be that almost coordinator to make sure everything is on strategy across different parties.
I think that's the client's responsibility in the end, because the client owns the brand, the client owns the content, the client owns the relationships with the various agency partners who are developing it on his or her behalf, and making sure everything is coordinated, B, on strategy, and C, everybody plays in their own sandbox, as it were, is ultimately the client's responsibility.
But then you have clients going on stage, and I can see Lena is dying to say something. But we have got clients going on stage like P&G 2 days ago in Los Angeles going, we don't want a one-stop shop, but agencies help us. Everything is too complicated. And when we're looking at content, we're saying content is complicated. So you've got a real ecosystem of complication that clients are saying, simplify it for us. And maybe some of that simplification can come through in what we were talking about earlier off stage was, really, is it about who owns the data and the insights that's going to drive who really owns content? And I think, Lena, you've got some great examples on publisher side, on how you have collaborated to drive some excellent creative that has been developed on pure insights from your side.
I actually wanted to build on what Antoine was saying and build on what you're saying, is at the end of the day, no matter what we're putting out there, it's all should be rooted in insight. Each one of us comes with insights. The brand has insights, the creative agency has insights, the media agency has. We at the publisher's end are sitting on tons and tons of data on behavior and on contextual, what works, what doesn't work, how does the consumer want to see that piece of content, when do they want to consume it. If we bring all of it together to create something, we're creating something mind-blowing. And we've had examples just yesterday when we were bringing together a creative agency, a media agency, ourselves, the publisher, and the talent. And you put them together in a room, and you will create something that will matter and resonate to the person that matters the most, which is the consumer. He's at the heart of everything that we're all trying to hit. And I think data plays such a huge part today in our lives. And that has to be woven into the stories. At the end of the day, it is storytelling. But it's storytelling today layered with data.
It's interesting that you bring that up because I'm just going to go back to the Pepsi, and it's only because it's a recent example. There are other examples where there has been consumer backlash to creative. But in essence, what they would have believed is that it was built on an insight. It was an insight that they are seeing in the world today, that there are people who are coming together to stand for a cause. But in their statement, their official statement, they say, but we missed the mark. And I'm wondering if that is not, where is the magic? It's taking that data and insight, but still understanding what is the mark with the consumer.
And it could be, and please feel free on that, is it could be added on when you bring the right partners to actually take that insight and make it come to life. It's the magic of making something come to life. And that's where, for example, sometimes, a lot of the times, our publishers come in with that magic.
I think, an insight is a starting point, obviously. Who doesn't get insight doesn't get to create the right piece of content, but this is only, it's like trying to get the cake right without buying the right ingredients. But at the end of the day, what consumers is judging is whether the cake tastes nice or not. And I think this is pretty much the same when it comes to content. Yes, we need to start with insights. I think in our position as media agency, we also own data, and we also developing tools that can help us putting everything together to get not only insight, but to actually get the right things in place to do what's best possible with the insight. And I think anyone can claim having the right insight. Everyone can claim having the data. And I think we all come from different agencies, publisher background. Everyone have different data, but what matters the most is what you do with those data, what you do with these insights, which leads us, I think, to, at the end of the day, who is from the insight and the data, no matter where they're coming from, who is creating the content. You have a publisher on my right who can create content. It comes with the limitation we know as well. That's the essence also of the discussion behind the brand studio. You have Ash with a client background, so there is a discussion of creating content in-house, and obviously I think we're having a similar background with agency hat and but media hat, and it makes us facing also discussion with clients, with publishers, but with creative agencies into the mix to really see with once the insight or the data have been populated, with creating the content, which is probably the next step, but one of the most important steps in the end.
I think,
Vicky, we should maybe take a step back because we're painting with an extremely broad brush right now. All content is not equal.
Absolutely.
There's a typology of content. There are very many different types of content. I think if a brand is trying to sell, or if a brand is trying to tell a story about the lives of the people that it touches, then there's a huge role for data and insight to inform the storytelling process. If, on the other hand, a brand is just trying to position itself through creative video, and we've seen this fairly close to home with Jumeirah doing 360 stuff to showcase, their properties. Emirates doing a lot in that area, but particularly, the A380 and the Jetman. I think those are statement pieces of content, and those statement pieces of content flow directly from brand intent. So I think we need to be maybe a little more careful about which types of content we're talking about. Some stuff can be done in-house. Some stuff, particularly very large productions, need a lot of outside help. It's contextual. It's not black and white, is all I'm saying.
I think that's what creates this debate, because there is kind of a fluidity, and while we can agree that different types of content require different specializations, and we talk about it at length within the media houses about you don't want to put a Facebook post on Instagram or Snapchat. Those, you need to be looking at different formats and different specializations. But really, also, the topic of this discussion was, is it tough for agencies? And what we're talking about here is when you look at, and we talk about data and insights, and who is owning the data that inform insights, it tends to be, and I don't want to be shot by any creative agencies for this, but it tends to be outside of the creative agency model as it stands today. So what is their role? Is it still a role of bringing all that data and insights for those big brand statement pieces?
I think, the core question of are agencies under threat, right, is a very large question that's been on the table for 20 years. And as the economics of the agency business became more and more challenging, agencies started going into adjacent capabilities. So today we've got media agencies that have creative directors, at which point somebody like me goes, well, why don't we just go back to the full service model then? Because then you don't need two of everything. It's not Noah's Ark. And that's where Mark Pritchard is coming from, where he says the landscape is way too complex. We need you guys to simplify it. And I think that the pendulum is now swinging the other way. I don't think disaggregation was a good idea. And I think we're now heading back towards some sort of reaggregation, if you will, where things get done under one roof with specialists brought in. There are people now talking about discarding the agency model altogether and working with what is typically described as a Hollywood model. When you're producing a big film, you don't have a corporation that employs all those people. You bring in specialists as and when you need them, and as the work flows. And I think increasingly we're beginning to see a fair bit of that as well.
So it becomes like an open source model, basically, where the best idea wins out. And I'm sure that the people on stage here have got ideas of some of the work we were busy talking about, the Coca-Cola work earlier, about how that truly is a great piece of branded content that came out of the region that didn't come from the so-called creative stable or agency.
Yeah, I think I very much align with you, but I believe the debate is not on whether we should go back to the old model, I guess, is very much to see what's the most suited, for our clients at the end of the day. If the only solution is to be fully integrated, then so be it. If the only solution is to build better synergies with creative agency or other partner agencies, then so be it. What I deeply think is, when it comes to creativity, I don't think creative agency have the monopoly anymore of creativity. And there is no reason why creative thinking should sit with a creative agency. Anyone can have ideas to start with, but I think anyone now is equipped, if we go back to the previous discussion we had, anyone is equipped today to come up with great ideas, to partner with the right people to create content, to approach some other great people to create the content at different scale. So I think clients have understood this very well. I think we can already see some tasks being divided up. You have the creative agency being a guardian of the brand, focusing a lot on the TV commercial, for instance, and they have social media agencies in place, developing more sort of bite-sized, so to be like branded content, for instance. So I think we already see kind of naturally where the market is going. I think this is then almost a matter of, in this new world of branded content, understanding again whether we want to divide it up even more. You have a social media on one side, or do we want at least to have this sort of full integrated agency model when it comes to social media activation, which is something we've done at UM. We handle for loads of our clients not only the paid media aspect, but we also have all of the creative aspect of the brand, where we are almost like a small creative shop with creative director, with designers, and we plan campaign in real time, reacting to trends based on also some of our insight and data, and that's something we do a lot at the social media level. And I believe this have a tendency probably to be deployed in some other agency on the long run, because I deeply think this is the right way of approaching social media, especially with branded content being at the heart of social media activation.
I would like to throw a little spanner. I'm going to do that. We're all talking about creating of content, who owns the content, does the creative agency have the rights to it, does the media agency have rights to it? My thing here to all of it is this is a debate that's never going to end. Whether we go from separate to becoming back to full service, it's not going to end. But when you're talking about content creation, you're talking about things coming to life, magic happening, using those data. It's very similar to what you said. Real-time data, real-time analysis of what your consumer wants. And coming from a publisher's side, where you see this happening across 45 different publishers, where they're analyzing and creating content on a daily, weekly, hourly basis, reacting to what the consumer wants. They're all creating content in their own specific, in their own specific genres, in their own specific specializations. And yet, at some point, you know, how do we bring it all together? How do we bring it all together? And it's not about, that's what I'm saying, it's not the magic sitting anywhere. The magic all has to come together. Yeah. It's all about us bringing it all together. You have all these, we have a huge amount of content out there that's being produced.
Crap content.
It comes back to collaboration, and I know Ramsey's going to burn him, but when it also comes to collaboration, we were talking about it outside, and we're going, we also need the reality check in that all the parties involved in collaboration work to revenue streams. And when it comes to revenue streams, there also becomes a bit of protectionist over your land, so to speak. And I don't know if Ramsey, you want to...
I just wanted to say something about all the points that are being mentioned earlier. It's very noisy here, right? Listen, if you're a client and if you have 4 heads coming up with ideas instead of one, it's actually very good for you. So if you have an advertising agency, media agency, a social agency on your table, and your own content studio coming up with ideas, that's a very good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's the quality of ideas that counts. And a lot of times in this region, we see first thought ideas. So it's, you know, you scratch the surface and you get an idea and somebody else has done it, and it's not really, it's just contributing to the just flow of stuff that is on your news feed that is not interesting for you. So it's fine if ideas come from different sources. If we want a great idea, and I think this region is dying for great content, because you said something, there's a lot of content out there. Sometimes there's a lot of bad content. And
exactly.
If you're a client, and I go to a lot of client meetings, the first thing that I ask a client is, yeah, you have a marketing calendar for 2017. Is that, yes, of course. So where's your content calendar? What content calendar? And what is your content strategy? So how does your Facebook posts fit with the TVCs that you're doing, the television commercials, the stuff that you're putting on YouTube, the influencers that are working for you? So I think the bigger challenge for clients is, okay, if you have a lot of content to churn during a specific year, it's fine to invest money in your own content studio. Just don't be jaded too much by the opinions on the table, because the people in your own content studio might do things just to keep you happy and not give you an honest opinion of stuff. But the bigger challenge is, if you will deliver content for the full year, make sure that it's tied to a content strategy. Make sure that people understand where that content is going to live, and there's a proper understanding of the ecosystem that's bringing that content to life, and how the different parts of that content and the content providers behind it, including publishers, are going to make sure that it ends up being an amazing experience for the end user.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, this is a statistic, actually. Ramsey, you bring up a really good point. In the US, there's a statistic for 2017 where 73% of marketers were saying they were going to spend more money on content, but over 60% of them did not have a content strategy in place. And then you ask yourself, well, that's also partly falls in terms of that's where the agencies can truly add value, and maybe that's where brand studios form more of a production side in-house versus the ownership of a content strategy.
Exactly. It's all about the value that everybody is bringing to the table for the brand, for the consumer, And it's not about the amount of content that we're creating. It's more about the actual content, the premium content that we're creating and where we're distributing it in brand safe environments. Today, everybody's creating content. And again, it all falls down to value and how do we ensure that the right consumer is actually consuming the right content.
Lena has been dying to say brand safety all session, let me tell you. So I'm going to give you a round of applause for bringing it up, because it is a whole different debate out there.
I completely agree. It's a whole different debate, but it's a debate we shouldn't shy from.
Exactly.
It's a debate that matters today because it's a debate that every brand is thinking about it at a global, local, regional level, including our clients here. We're all asked that same question. The content that you're producing, how can you ensure that it is for my brand and my consumer is actually seeing it? That's a question as well. So as brand studios, what value are we adding to that content, for that brand, to that consumer?
It's funny you should bring up brand safety. I was with Matt Britton of Google this morning, and you should speak with him about what they're doing, because they are doing some very interesting things.
Well, there you go. This debate, I can be honest with you, we only met up this morning kind of officially, and we could spend a good almost half an hour ourselves discussing it. But I think the reality of it is that truly content, it's complicated. Who owns it? It's complicated, but I believe that in this region, as you've seen on the stage today, there are more than enough people who understand how insights can drive truly tremendous creative thinking, and they're all behind collaboration. So I think we can watch this space and know that we're definitely going to see more Cannes winners for content coming out from the Middle East. Thank you very much to the panel and to you, the audience.
guest Irina from Datum.ai. Welcome to the show and welcome here at Step Conference.
Thank you, thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, we're happy to have you with us. We were talking about data, and your platform is the data management as well, and including AI. And AI is the future, really. So tell us more. What for services do you guys provide?
Yeah, I would say that AI is already our nowadays, not even the future. So we're building the data management platform. We call it like a new generation data management platform. That it helps to do automated data recognition based on semantical analysis and automated data mappings and ETL script generation. So you can easily do data migrations or data consolidation with our platform with almost no usage of data engineers.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the main advantage.
Yeah, and when we started, she's like, how technical are you? Because like it's well known, honestly, because all the technical stuff are either expensive or maybe they're too hard for us to understand and things like that if you're not an engineer or something. So can you tell us more about your platform? How do you simplify those things and make it easy for people to actually use?
Yeah, so the platform itself is a simple UI where you have basically several buttons. So the first one is upload the data. Then start the mapping. The system gives you like a number of columns with the result, how the data was recognized and how it was. So each and every column you can agree or not agree on the result. And if you agree, you just press another button, which is called like generate ETL script. That's it. That's simple as it.
Yeah, that sounds very simple for how complicated the outcome is. I wanted to ask also, like, how important it is to have my data in a secured place, especially for companies. It's all data. Like we are a streaming platform, for instance. We have all the videos and everything. Imagine if we lose those videos, like one day, it's basically our asset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good question, and a lot of people actually are asking about security and how, whether the data is protected.
Yeah.
Basically, right now in our world, GDPR, HIPAA, and all these regulations, they're in place, and each and every country and each and every company is fighting actually to protect it as much as they can. So in terms of our platform, we do security in a way that you can install it on-prem. Basically, the data won't leave your organization and it will stay with you, but you will be able to do the data management in a more efficient way without even having a chance to lose it or spread it out to the world.
Yeah, I think it's very important, especially at this age. Tell us more about, are there more startups that are enrolled in your platform? What kind of audience that really uses your services?
Startups, I think at least on the stage where we are not for the startups or small business, but we will be there maybe in a year because we are also rather young company. We're only 8 months.
Oh,
yes. Yeah. Right now we're more focused on medium and enterprise business because those companies, they really have data.
True.
And they have problems with the data in terms of how it usually starts. You start building one system, then suddenly you decide that you need another platform, and then you need another platform, and then 30 years have passed.
Yeah.
And at a certain moment, companies like enterprise level, they understand that the technology is old. They want to move. They want to move to something new, more modern, or more speedy, or whatever.
Of course.
And they don't want to lose the data. They basically they want to get the insights from the data that they stored for those 30 years, and they need to move it. And that's exactly where we help. So,
and data is very important, especially these days. Like it's everything. All the research is based on data. Even when we ask a platform that has nothing to do with data, they'll be like, our data told us to do 1, 2, 3, 4, or this marketing campaign, or and all of that. So it's a huge element.
Yes.
In the companies. But I would like to know, why did you choose to come at Step, be at Step?
So for us, this market and this region is absolutely new. Previously, we worked with companies from Europe. We already, even if we're so small, we already have our first clients.
Nice.
But this region is absolutely new, and we know that maybe United States and Europe, they more like to work with providers of these services.
Yeah.
And over here, you are more focused on products, on having the product that is already developed that can bring you value right now, not in several years.
Yeah.
That's why it was like from one side it was a thing just to try whether this region can accept us. I mean, in terms of our product, whether we will be interested for the market and to see how you live here.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you so much, and thank you for being with us, and thank you for everyone who was with us and streaming on Smashy about the coverage of STEP conference. We'll leave you now for a break and we'll come back. And we're still here live from STEP conference. We have Dania from Bring Away. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
We would like to know more about the brilliant idea of your startup, because we need it, honestly, especially shoppers. Like, they need it.
Yes. So the idea is the startup called Bring Away. We connect shoppers and travelers. It's a peer-to-peer platform to connect someone who wants to order items from abroad and someone who is traveling from abroad and can earn additional income. So basically, we solve problems of two different groups of people: travelers, giving them opportunity to earn additional income and also meet local people, and shoppers, basically they can order anything abroad that is not available in the local market or much cheaper from abroad.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes,
It's
yes.
much needed, honestly. Because I know a lot of people who actually want to order like electronics from abroad, for instance, or even any sort of brands, like luxurious brands, because the price difference is really huge.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge. I did research. For example, in countries like Latin America and Azerbaijan, the IT products or like tech products, phones, PS5s, or like VR things, it's twice expensive. It's like 100%. And people can save a lot ordering the items from someone who's traveling.
Exactly.
And we calculated if the person will be having just 3 orders with them, they can cover the ticket cost already.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's really amazing. And imagine if you're traveling anyways and you just have to drop by a shop, for instance, to get the item, and you're good.
Anyways, like travelers, they do shopping.
Yeah.
So by the way, they can use own like credit cards, and then once handing over the items, they can receive cash or payment card immediately.
Yeah.
So then they can cover the credit card and then earn additional income and bonuses.
That's amazing. How long have you started that?
We just launched it months ago.
Okay.
So within the months, we have already around 100 users registered within the platforms, and around 30 orders already. And mainly now it's from Azerbaijan, Russia, and some from Turkey. So we now starting in UAE market and advertise in UAE, Azerbaijan, Russia, Kazakhstan, and Turkey. And then step by step, hopefully, with this beautiful event, we can have some investment in.
Oh,
and
they're
then we
looking
can
for
expand.
investment.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Is it different? Like, I'm sure it's two different cultures, different markets, UAE from Turkey. Do you see any different trends or?
See, now with the internet, we are global.
Yeah.
We are global, and the people needs are, I think it's becoming same. Everyone needs a good technology that's high quality, and most of the times it's like 40 or 50% expensive in the local markets.
Yeah.
Due to the logistics. And now after COVID, the logistics is like they have trouble, so everything is delayed and much more expensive. But generally, culture-wise, there are slight differences. For example, in Azerbaijan, ladies love to have some fashion bags and the perfumes. Yeah. Here we can see it's like more tech-oriented use, but also there are many people, they want to order some special Yeezys from US that is they don't ship here.
Or sometimes, by the way, they get shipped or there are quantity from them in the US or abroad, but they don't come here as fast.
Yes.
Some people really want to be the first actually to get
the items. That's true. That's true. For example, even in my home country, Kazakhstan. So iPhone is launched here, like let's say today, and in Kazakhstan is going to be launched after 2 months.
Exactly.
So in 2 months, they will be asked if anyone is coming. And here in Dubai, basically, how this idea came up. We are in so many like community web chats and WhatsApp chats, and everyone is asking, who is coming there? I want to. So this is happening in every community chat. Doesn't matter if it's Turkish or even French people.
So true. Even medicine and things like that, a lot of people actually post like who's coming on their Instagram and social media, who's coming from that country, because they need stuff. So it's so true, like you solve a real issue for people. Why did you choose to come to STEP, and how do you find the vibes here? You've been here since the morning, so tell us.
Yeah, since the morning. So I know the STEP is the biggest startup and investment event in UAE because my background is in the event, so I know which events are really good. So I knew for sure this is a good event, and the event we need to be here. It's amazing. I was speaking with different people from Egypt coming and their startup events, and STEP conference stand out in MENA region. Yeah. It's the best one, really. I participated in STEP conference in the KSA version, but this event really, they bring all the investors, all the startups, all the media, and just anyone who wants to see what is it about.
Exactly, and I've seen we covered STEP in the previous years as well, and just to see those startups who were looking for an investment, but then they got it because of STEP, it's amazing. And seeing those startups grow, it's really, really great. Thank you so much for being with us, and best of luck in your startup.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll go on a break right now, and we'll be back with another interview. And we're back with Casey from Love in Dubai. She's a speaker at STEP conference. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Hannah. I'm so excited. I saw you guys set up. The setup looks amazing. I'm so excited to be here.
So much. Tell us more. You were talking at the stage about content, how to scale content, and it's really the digital content is growing more and more. Can you tell us more from your own experience about that, especially in Love in Dubai?
Sure. We just got off the digital stage, and it was a really great debate because they had us with the Love in Dubai perspective, and then they had a lady who's growing The Tempest and her own fintech channel, and she's using TikTok to grow it.
Nice.
And then we had someone from the brand and influencer side. So I thought in terms of having three people coming at it from totally different angles, of course, representing Lovin, we really talked about how we grew Lovin. So from 6 years ago, how we started and how we use the different social media platforms to do it, and how social media platforms have evolved and we have evolved with them. What's really interesting is that before we were quite kind of cautious going out because we're not reinventing the wheel, you know, and we were kind of nervous, like, are we going to add value to the people there? Because what are you going to give them? What insights are you going to give? But I think people who are starting out now may not know what legs Facebook had and how much we grew. So for example, Love in Dubai started on Facebook 6 years ago. We started with the website, of course, but we were pushing on Facebook because Facebook was the platform to be on. Everyone was on it. Your mom was sharing photos. Your dog had an account, and it was a place to be. So we were just shooting out as many articles as we could, and the reach was huge. You know, we were getting, on a good day, I think Justin Bieber came to Dubai, and he hung out at a pool, and we got 100,000 views that day.
And but at that time, like, those views were
exactly. And now in TikTok, you get 1 million views in a day, and it's like,
organically,
exactly. So and we've watched the platforms evolve. So the discussion was kind of like, okay, so first we were on Facebook, and then how we've jumped. So right now we're very much Instagram focused. If you follow us, please do it. Love in Dubai on Instagram. And you know, we have a massive engaging community there. We also still have Facebook. We have Twitter. We have WhatsApp. We have newsletters. But then it's looking towards new platforms and like, do we want to push into TikTok? Which 100% yes, that's what we're doing. But that's kind of where the conversation went.
But you know, you have two strategies. You have the articles on your website, but then you push them also on social media, but you have a different strategy for social media by itself. How is that looking for in terms of resources, the strategy of the content as well? Because it's something by itself. Some companies just do that on its own, you know?
Well, in terms of that, like we have a relatively small content team, but I reckon every publisher and every creative team will call themselves a small team. But we do the best with what we have, and what I think we are really good at is having a base of one piece of content that we like and pushing that out. So for example, we have a morning interview with, let's say, a personality that might come into the office. We have that interview. That goes live on Facebook, it goes live on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. And we do that because we know that the platforms are encouraging live content. We know that we're getting boosts. We know that we're getting seen. We know that when you go on live in the morning, if you turn on Instagram, really the first thing that you see, which is amazing and it's so helpful. But is that going to live on our Instagram feeds? No. So what we're going to do is we're going to push it out in different ways. And relating back to articles and social media strategy, we're actually talking about the articles that we did yesterday on the show in the morning. We're actually using our content. We're making like a couple of pieces of content and pushing it out everywhere in different formats because I don't know about, like, what platforms do you use? I'm on 2 social media platforms today personally. So we want to hit everyone and we want to tell.
True, you're not on all the platforms all the time. Like for me, Instagram is my #1 go-to, for instance.
Exactly. So we want to do news in an interesting way on each platform. The difficulty is not finding that kind of quality piece of base content. The difficulty is making sure that you're repurposing it properly for each platform. So what we're kind of looking into now, which is really fun because it's a lot more creative, is TikTok.
Oh man, it's a game changer though, like with the trends and the music and the background, it makes people who are not even much creative so creative, honestly.
Exactly. And TikTok has really changed the game in terms of short form content. Finally, Facebook has abolished 3-minute videos. So for creators who are into bite-sized content, we're not like going after that 3-minute because frankly the 3-minute stuff was boring.
It's too much. It's even production wise, it takes a lot. So
and the people who were doing it smart weren't actually great at storytelling. they were just great at making a video that had constant clickbait, and we get in trouble for clickbait.
They do all the time.
But no one was calling out those 3-minute videos because they were terrible for clickbait. Because you're like, oh, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? And they just would replay clips and clips and clips. Boring. Now TikTok has changed the game. It's really interesting. It's encouraging creativity and it's forcing creativity. Because we have all of the filters, we have all of the Instagram cuts or Twitter, TikTok cuts that you can do on the platform. And now Facebook and Instagram have done what they've never done before, which is followed another platform.
Yeah, like even the reels, everything on Instagram, it's getting people more creative. And
Facebook, by the way, has just today launched reels.
Yes.
So you can launch your reel on
Instagram, and then it goes on Facebook.
And you can do it natively on Facebook. And if you are trying to grow content, if you're trying to grow your brand, jump onto Facebook immediately because no one else is doing it right now, and you'll get those views.
100%. How important is consistency in social media and growing content? Please tell them.
Please tell them. Do they need to know? Consistency is key.
Yeah.
And we talked a lot about it because I think consistency and producing a lot of content is what scares people. It can be daunting because it's like, okay, how am I going to do what they're doing? How am I going to do what Gary Vee does? How am I going to do what Love and Dubai does? Because we could post like 8 or 9 times a day. But it's back to that piece of like creating something strong and then doing it lots. So we're consistent across all platforms. We have schedules, we follow them. Consistency is key so people remember you. But that doesn't mean you have to be creating new content for every platform because ain't nobody got time for that. You need to be really smart with your base piece of work. Like that's literally what we do. You know, we take the strong news stories and then we make sure that we're putting it out on the right platforms.
I have a question.
All day already.
There's a thin line between putting content out there for people and maybe, as you said, you post 8 times a day, let's say, and maybe spamming people. So how do you make sure not to spam people and irritate them with your content?
Well, good question. I think it's totally based on the platform. What's too much? And I think for us at the moment, in terms of Love and Dubai, we're most protective of our Instagram feed. So we're not spamming as much there. Not that we're spamming anywhere, but with Instagram, you know, we have a set schedule and we think we understand the algorithm. So what you need to do firstly is understand the feed and the algorithm of the platform that you're trying to post on and how much is too much on that platform. So for example, Twitter, it's never too much.
It's never too much.
It's never. You can do tweets and threads and retweets and conversation. You're always growing that conversation, so it's never too much. Facebook, we used to protect the feed. Now we're more focused on Instagram. Facebook, you can post a lot. As long with Facebook, you're understanding the feed, which is don't take people away from Facebook. Facebook wants the audience on Facebook. So if you put an article link, you're going to be downgraded and they go away. And obviously, Love and Dubai, we are always trying to bring people to our website. So what we need to do with Facebook is, as long as we're putting videos, as long as we're putting memes, as long as we're putting photos in between the articles, we're still okay. And we post probably 12 to 15 times a day on Facebook.
Wow.
Instagram, we start as a base of 3 or 4 posts. That's kind of like our furniture content. And then we can kind of build that out depending on what comes through in the day. A lot more always comes through. We don't have like a cap. We try and, I guess, never post within an hour, you know?
Okay.
We don't have a cap. And there's no strict hard and fast rules. Someday you might post a lot, someday you might post less.
Especially that your content is kind of also based on the news that are happening, things like that. Sometimes you might get a breaking news, you need to post it.
Exactly. So I think we have the luxury with news is that we can be a lot more organic with posts. We don't need to follow that strict schedule. And TikTok, you tell me, I don't understand the feed. I know, I feel like you can post a lot, but then I'm nervous because I'm like, well, the other platforms don't let us, so.
Honestly, TikTok is amazing. Like, you grow organically, but still, not a lot of people are understanding the algorithm on TikTok as well. Because sometimes you post a video and it's like 100 views, and then the next one, it can reach up to 90K views. So it's really, really about...
Do we have the understanding of that? Because we're still playing, we're still learning, we're still being creative, we're still posting a lot there to see what sticks. And I would agree that sometimes videos can really, really hit, and then others not so much. So we're still learning.
Honestly, the tips that I got when I interviewed a lot of content creators, for instance, or even people from TikTok, they were telling us, that don't ever on TikTok use irrelevant hashtags, for instance. do not at all. Sometimes we do that on other platforms just to get like, we want the reach or anything. Like for instance, hashtag Dubai, but the video is not about Dubai really, but you're based in Dubai, so you do that. In TikTok, don't do that. You need to put like the specific hashtags. A lot of hashtags don't work, so maybe 3 hashtags on TikTok, and always go to the Discover Trending page. That's the goal for you. There, the trends, follow the trends, jump on the trends always, using the music, the trendy music. And there's actually TikTok shows you which one is really hot and trending right now. So using those are the most tips that I got from people who really did well on TikTok. But yeah.
It all just leads back to understanding the platform that you're trying to grow on. There's no reinventing the wheel. There's no kind of magic secret sauce. It's just consistency, patience, because it's not always going to hit. And what's frustrating is something that you might be really proud of doesn't get the views, and then you might post a silly video of something and that gets all the reach, and you're like, this is not
100%. I can relate.
You can relate. I think everyone can relate. It's really frustrating if you write an article and you put it on Facebook and no one reads it, but then Instagram has such much bigger reach for us. But that's the thing. It's always about patience and persistence. Social media is such a long game, and people trying to kind of like make it big in a small amount of time need to understand that it's a long game.
And adapting, like,
massively, yeah, 100%.
Like social media changed so much, and it's changing a lot right now. Like now, as you said, it's no more 3 minutes videos, it's short form videos. So jumping on those trends as well is very, very, very important. Thank you so much, Casey, for being with us. Really enjoyed the conversation. We'll go on a break and we'll come back to you with more coverage from STEP Conference. Bye, guys. معنا بتغطية مؤتمر ستيب لريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا، ومعنا لما من بوديو. أهلا وسهلا فيك.
أهلا فيك.
حابين أول شيء تعطينا نبذة عن بوديو للناس اللي عم تسمعنا وما بيعرفوا بوديو ليروحوا ينزلوه مباشرة.
أكيد. سو بوديو أكبر منصة بالمنطقة العربية سبيسيفيكلي على البودكاستنج، العالم البودكاستنج. سو نحن مش بس نساعد أكيد الليسنرز، أنا صرنا سنتين منزلين آب بوديو على الاندرويد اكيد وعلى البلاي على ابل ستور. بتتسمع على كل شيء بودكاست عربي. واكيد يعني كيف تشتغل البودكاستنج هو RSS، اذا ما بعرف اذا شي مره حكين فيها. الكونتنت كله فور فري، عرفتي؟ يعني بينجاب على هالبلاتفورم تتسمع عليه. الحلو فينا انه نحن مش بس نعمل اجريجيشن، مش بس بنجيبهم على بوديو، بس كمان نحن عندنا اكبر لايبرري اوف يعني من Arabic podcasts، يعني عنا فوق ال 200 شوز عاملينهم نحن.
ليش اخترتوا تركزوا على المحتوى العربي؟
لأنه نحن عرب، لأنه نحن صوتنا يعني يمكن الشعب الآخر بيحكي عنا، بس صرنا زمان نحن كعرب ما بقى عم نحكي عن حالنا. صح. بقى صار عايزين نحن نقول إنه لا، سوري على كل المنصات الغيرين، بس إنه صار وقت نحن نكتب قصتنا.
هذا الشيء كثير مهم. قديش شفتوا ترندز بالفترة الأخيرة تحديدا مع كورونا؟ هل زاد الاستماع للبودكاست كثير؟ صح؟
كثير، لأنه الناس صار عندهم وقت، وبحس كل ما كلنا بالحياة وقت اجت كورونا وقفنا وحسينا حالنا إنه شو عم بعمل؟ هذا الشغل هذا هو اللي بدي أعمله؟ صار فيني أنا أشتغل على حالي، ليه ما أرجع أدرس هالشغلة؟ يعني كل مرة عم ترجعي تسألي حالك هل يا ترى هيدا الشغله انت بدك تعمليه عن جد هيدا هو؟ بقى انا لالي نضت الكورونا وكيف قضينا وقت بالبيت، هاي اول مره بحياتي يمكن وقفت تنفست انه قلت خي عرفتي؟ بقى بهالترند شفنا كثير ناس مثلي بلشوا يفتحوا يعملوا داونلودينج لهالابلكيشنز، يتسمعوا على قصص يمكن بدهم بس يضحكوا عليهم او يتثقفوا منهم، او ما بعرف انه عندك كل شيء، عندك من سبورتس، عندك بوليتكس، عندك ريليجن،
لكل شيء الناس اي محتوى الناس بتحبه وبترغبه. موضوع سرد القصص كمان صار يعني صناع المحتوى عم يتعلموا عنه اكثر. صح. صار مهم كثير بعالم البودكاست، بس عم نشوف انه كثير اشخاص عم يبدوا بمجال البودكاست، ما كنا نشوف هذا الشيء قبل. صح. خبرينا اكثر عن هذا الموضوع. هل في اشخاص عم بيعملوا شيء حصري مثلا معكم؟
الحلو فينا انه هلا بعد عاملين سوفت لانش بعد ما فول لانش، اسمه create.podio.co. بتجي على الداشبورد وبتقدري تبلشي البودكاست. يعني هيدي يعني internal communications، بس من نهار واحد عملنا لانش فوق ال 100 شخص عم بلش البودكاست. يعني بس تخبرك انه بعد ما عملنا لانش هدول من الناس اللي سمعوا انه فاتحين وبلشنا بلشوا يفوتوا، قالين اخيرا صار في عنا مستوى بالعربي، بس صار فينا حدا يفهمنا ويعرف شو نحن عايزين. بقى في كتير ناس بيجوا لعنا اكيد بدهم بس يجوا على بوديو، لانه نحن الحلو فينا مش بس نبعث لبودكاتشرز. انت وقت بتعملوا هوستنج على بوديو مش بس بتجوا على البوديو اب، تروحوا كمان على سبوتيفاي، جوجل بودكاست، ابل بودكاست، ديزر، وبعدين other gaming apps. يعني انا هاي شغلتي، انا VP of Partnership and Strategy. بروح بشوف وين فيني اخذ هيدي القصه او هيدي الحكايه او هيدي شو ما بدك، يعني البيس اوف كونتنت يلي اشتغلتوا عليها بالعربي، وين فيني اوصلها على الجيمنج. انت عم تعملي جيمنج مع جواكر، عاملين B2B partnerships معهم، انت عم تلعبي بتقدري تسمعي على بوديو. انت بالطياره اكيد دايركت ديستريبيوشن ديلز مع اميريتس واتحاد وقطر ايرويز. يعني عم نشتغل على كل هدول نوصل الصوت وين ما نروح، لانه عن جد المشكله بالبودكاست انه لهلا البودكاستر بالعالم كله ما بيقدر يعمل مصاري الا ما يفوت ادفرتايزنج. صح. كثير صعبه. يعني الناس بيقولوا هلا كنا بالبانل كانوا وقت عم بيحكوا سردي وكيرنينج كلتشرز وكمان كونفرسيشنز with لولو، كانوا عم بيقولوا انه كثير غالي. هون انا كان عن جد كان بدي اوقف اقول لهم صراحه لا، الفيديو غالي، البودكاست مع فيديو غالي، لانه عم تشتغلوا على مده اغراض، بس بالاوديو لا.
هي فيني اعمله من موبايلي، لا فهذا قصتي انه اي شخص فيه يبدا البودكاست تبعه من بيته. وفي بودكاست ما ننسى في اسماء كبيره وصلوا للعالميه بسبب البودكاست، جو روجن، العقد اللي عمله مع سبوتيفاي وغيره. فبالتالي ليش ما نشوف مثل هي الامثله عندنا بمنطقتنا
أكيد.
العربيه؟ عرفتي كيف؟ عن طريق بوديو مثلا.
أكيد.
فهذا الشيء اللي نحن بنطمح انه نشوفه. الكرييتر بلاتفورم اللي انتم عندكم يحتهل الموضوع اليوم كثير. ما مستغرب انه عن جد في هذا العدد من الاشخاص اللي حبوا يجربوا البلاتفورم يعني لهلا.
نحن انصدمنا واو بعد ما عملنا دعايات من وين اجوا؟
بس هو ستراجل موضوع الاعلانات، موضوع الدعايات بالنسبه للبودكاست. فانتم عم تفكروا بطرق بصراحه مبتكره واوت اوف ذا بوكس، اني انا اكون عم بلعب لعبه مثلا واقعد اسمع على هي. هذا شيء رائع.
ما الناس كثير عم بيحكوا انه شو افضل، الفيديو بودكاست او الاوديو. دائما بيسالونا، بقول لهم يا جماعه يعني صراحه انت وقت بتسمعي على بودكاست شو بتكوني عم تعملي؟ يمكن تكوني عم تطبخي، يمكن تكوني عم تسوقي السياره، يمكن عم تعملي يعني. المشكله انه انا بتصيري ام كومبيتينج مع انستغرام، عرفتي؟ او ام كومبيتينج مع تيك توك، مع يوتيوب. انا هدفي الحلو فيه انه وقت بفوت مثل باوديتوريوم وعم بعتد بدي اعمل حكايه، يعني بدي اعمل ورك شوب، بقول لهم قبل ما افوت بقول لهم سكروا عيونكم. كيف هلا اذا انا بدي اخبركم قصتي وانا بخبركم انا مين، كيف اولكم عم تطلعوا او you're envisioning انا كيف شكلي، او شو كيف تعملوا جادجينج، كيف يعني كل هدول وقت بتقري قصه وبتشوفيها على التلفزيون او على غلبت على فيلم ما بتنقهري؟ انا بقول لا ما هيك كان، او ما كان هيك كانت، وما كانت القصه هيك.
على فكره هذا الموضوع بينطبق حتى على مذيعين بالراديو. صح. مرات تكوني متعوده على الصوت وبتعرفي هذا الصوت، بس بعدين بتيجي بتشوفيه على ارض الواقع تنصدمي مثلا.
حياتك تنصدمي. دائما انا بحس انه فيكي يعني you break barriers وقتها بتتعرفي على حدا بس من صوته. ونحن I think كصوت العربي بنقدر عنا مجال نوصل صوتنا اكثر من دون صوره. صح. مع صوت.
صح 100%. ثانك يو سو ماتش لما، وعن جد شكرا لجهودكم ببوديوم، وان شاء الله يعني مزيد من التالق ان شاء الله. ثانك يو سو ماتش وبست اوف لك. شكرا لكل الناس اللي تابعتنا. بريك قصير وبنرجع لكم.
thank you for showing up. We have 20 minutes, as we did in the first one, and I am happy that I'm able to sit down. Look, you're still, can you hear me? You're still, you're early stage startups, in my view. 2, 3 years, maybe 4 years. You have gone through many challenges that from the very early days in building the business. So I'll ask one general question and maybe a second general question, but I want to give people the feeling of who you are. Why is it that you feel that you wanted to go out and actually build a business specifically? In the company, you felt a pain point somewhere? What happened?
Yeah, so basically I was at an event and I felt the event is run very manual. Like I want to meet you at the event and
Where,
I don't know that
Step?
No, not that Step. It was a startup weekend. So I felt the pain. Like this is a networking event. Everyone from the people at the event, they are going to network. They want to meet people, and there's a lot of changes and last minute changes and updates happen to the agenda and everything, and the event was done very manual. And also at the same time I attended a conference, an exhibition, and every time I go to an exhibition I end up with a bag full of flyers and papers, and I never go and I never find them or go through them again. So I felt like there should be something done for events, that it has to be run more efficiently for the attendees and for the organizers.
But isn't this something that has been done somewhere else? Or did you feel that the region was neglected in it, and you felt that you wanted to do something here in well, you started in Egypt, I'm guessing. So you felt that why not originate a startup that addresses that issue here?
When we started, we didn't have like a lot of event apps or something. So the space was new, was still developing, like worldwide. So we did our research, we did like a lot of, we attended a lot of events like worldwide, so we wanted to understand the market, understand the technology for it. And then we felt like we as Egyptian company or the Middle East talent, we can do anything. So we want to build something that can be used anywhere. We are not any less of like the people who build startups and it's used by events or by users like anywhere in the world. So I felt like we should do something here. Our dream for Eventus from day one is to build a company from the heart of Cairo or the Middle East and go global.
And you're in many places, and we'll come back to that. Lena, so you graduate from Cambridge, I'm guessing. You lived 7 years in Saudi Arabia. These are the things I want to mention because people need to feel that. And you become a co-founder of Mom's World. So Mom's World is also a growing company. It's creating an impact. You're moving here to Dubai, I'm guessing. So stuff happens. You're a mother also, and so tell us about the challenges and why not focus on being a mother and or become a co-founder? What happens? How do you manage these challenges?
So I don't know if this is working, but yeah. So I think you go to a show with your kids, and the magician takes the rabbit out of the hat, and half of the people are enjoying the experience, and you're sitting there with your kid going, how did he do that? And for the next 10 minutes you're solving a problem. And if that's just part of your DNA, wherever you go, whatever environment you're in, you're always seeking to solve a problem. And I think one of the biggest challenges of my life was becoming a mother. I was an investment banker doing M&A deals, not sleeping for endless days, flying after I had a half-an-hour break and getting on a plane and meeting investors. And then when I became a mom, I thought, shit, this is a lot harder than anything I've ever done in my life, and I need help. Now, luckily, I spoke English, and I lived in London when I had my 3, so information was difficult to find, but it was available. When I moved to Saudi, someone said to me that, do you realize that all these moms in Saudi don't have access to the information you have, and therefore they can't be good moms? And that was really upsetting. I think that was one of the biggest pieces of news I've heard that really changed How could you be a bad mom just because you don't have access to information? That's awful. And you know, as a mom, you always feel that you're running and trying your best to provide the best for your kids. But what if you can't reach it? And what if all it is, it's information? It's not even good. You don't have a monetary barrier. It's just not being able to read another language. And most of the information when I had my kids was published in English. Now it's improved a lot, but it's still Arabic is lagging greatly. And as parents, we need to empower other parents to be able to provide that great, upbringing for their kids.
So, thank you. I'll get back to you on a couple of points you mentioned. But Talal, so you've started your business 3 years ago, I should say.
Yeah.
You started in a certain space, and then you pivoted a little bit. And why did you feel you needed to pivot? Where is the thinking of fast thinking of an entrepreneur that says, I need to pivot and need to move fast into another area? And why is it that you think you are in the right space now? And maybe you can explain a little bit what you do. So you're in insurance, and you're in comparison and human resource management around medical insurance, I'm guessing.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, we're very data-driven, and what excites us is solving problems and giving people a better experience. So what we saw was initially we were a comparison site for financial services, and we quickly learned that the experience was not only really horrible when it came to purchasing and finding the right product, but then also the post-purchase phase. And then when we looked at health insurance specifically, it's a very important product. People spend a lot of time trying to find the right policy. So when people came to our website, they were spending much more time looking for health insurance than any other product, their time on the site. So it was very, very obvious that this was a very crucial value proposition that we could provide to people. And from there, we saw another problem. We said, let's solve this problem. It makes a lot of sense. Our clients come to us and they ask us, can you help us with this and this? And as long as it fits within our vision, we obviously want to do everything we can to give people a better experience.
Right. So, and tell me how, I know you've raised money early on, and so I'm going to go through a series of the challenges that founders and entrepreneurs have. So, and going back this way. So Talal, you launch a business, you raise money, and then you go back to your shareholders and say, I'm iterating, I'm pivoting. How do they react? And then how big is fundraising a challenge for you? And this is a question for everyone.
I mean, fundraising is obviously very challenging, but we're very lucky with the fact that we met the right VC early on.
How do you know that you met the right VC? Because they gave you money?
Because they gave me money, and we're still friends. So I think that counts for a lot. But to be honest with you, I mean, as an entrepreneur, I think there's the concept of risk homeostasis, right? So people who wear a seatbelt drive faster and riskier than people who don't wear a seatbelt.
Right.
So the fact that we raised money, we started taking more risks, right? And obviously they're very calculated risks, but when we were able to show our shareholders that the unit economics makes sense, at the end of the day, that's what we're in business for.
So it's unit economics matters a lot. I mean, what else matters for investors? What did you need? What is it that triggered their interest in you?
So we weren't smarter than people because we got into insurance. It was really a lot of luck. Obviously, we made the most of our luck. But I think in this region, a lot of industries, people are afraid that this industry is not scalable or it's not of a significant size. But then obviously, insurance is one of the 800-pound gorillas, right? So the market size was very obvious. We didn't have to have too many discussions about the addressable market. But really what it came down to was this is our cost of acquisition, and this is the lifetime value we're getting from the customer.
Thank you. And May, I know you're fundraising, and you sat with Obama. So May was on a panel with Obama, and she became famous. But were you able to raise more money because of it?
On the first panel with you. And this is my first
panel with me. But I hope you were more successful with me than you are with Obama. Because are you able? So tell us about. I mean, I know it's a challenge to fundraise. So what is it that you're facing? Do you need to knock on doors? Does it frustrate you? Are there people interested? What's happening? Is there money in the region, or is it there?
There is money in the region, but I think, so I will tell you, a little bit about our background. So we started Eventus. We decided to bootstrap for 1 year until we have like the product, we have some traction. So we approached investors, but we weren't asking for money. And then once we had this traction and early paying customers, we raised seed funding from Vodafone Ventures and Cairo Angels. And that was in Cairo. All our customers were in Cairo. And then we wanted to grow, we wanted to scale, and we wanted to fundraise to scale. And that was very, very challenging. Like raising from Egyptian investors, it was very hard for them to pay money for us to come to Dubai and try a new market. And for Dubai-based or regional investors, it was very challenging as well, because they want us to move to Dubai first and prove something, prove that we can tap into the market. So we were like in the middle. We can't get like one investor.
Right.
We were very lucky as well. Like we met some investors and we got that. And we had to fake it. Like we had to like bootstrap as well the moving to Dubai.
You have to bootstrap all the time and keep knocking on doors all the time.
Yes. And then once you prove something, once you have clients and you have traction and you have gross, it's a bit easier to start the conversation.
Open a little
exactly.
bit faster.
But still, it's very, I would say, very long, very stressful.
Stressful.
You know, yeah, it takes a lot of time. And I think the most important thing for startups, especially in our region, like we need money faster, because we need to grow faster and we need to tap into the market. We need to go aggressive, especially in our space.
And you feel investors are risk averse?
Yes.
They're worried.
They want you to prove like everything first, and then they take the risk.
And they don't know that you need to get the money so that you prove it.
Exactly.
So it's a chicken and an egg thing.
Exactly. So I think the startups, like, you have to act anyway. So you have to move anyway.
Right. And Lina, so I'm going to ask you a different question. You launched the business with Muna, doing well here in Dubai. It's easy to start a business in Dubai. Any entrepreneur that comes to me, I tell them, don't tell me you are launching in Dubai. It's good, but that's not where you get tested. So I know you're moving Saudi Arabia, and you're in a different business. You're in the moving of goods. And that's the most difficult thing, I think, because I lived 35 years in that business, if you remember. Tell me about the challenge of crossing borders. How do you handle that? How do you actually, and Saudi Arabia is such a massive market, but it's such an opportunity. But it's also so challenging to cross borders. Tell us about that challenge, and how do investors react to you when you come to them and say Dubai, and they tell you, well, I want Saudi Arabia?
I think the challenge of Saudi Arabia is not a movement challenge, although the lack of information around Saudi makes Saudi really daunting. So Saudi is actually a very nice country. As the Kareem speaker said, I really did enjoy Saudi. I love being there, and I actually didn't find doing business there very difficult. The lack of information makes it very difficult, or seem like a difficult place to do business.
But tell me, what does that mean, lack of information?
On all accounts, if you just want to open a phone, you get a phone line. It's really hard. The information available doesn't match the reality on the ground. You know, do you want to send goods across the border? Do you want a full list of information you need? Everybody tells you something different. But once you've established yourself and you know how the system works, it's very, very straightforward. The only problem is if you try to apply European methodology onto Saudi, it doesn't work. You just have to have a different mentality and say, I'm in a different environment, and therefore I will operate with the new environment's rules. So the movement of goods hasn't been a challenge. In fact, one of the biggest suppliers we deal with is not able to sell goods into Saudi, so he's using us as a channel because we can move goods for him and he can't, and simply he's trying to apply international rules onto a very local market. And I always look at Saudi and I think Saudi, Turkey and China are very similar. They're very inward looking. They set their own rules. When they think in their own language. So when you're trying to approach a market like that, you have to become one of them and walk the walk and really see where people go to malls, what they do and how they operate. And once you try to operate, you know, if I tried to apply what I did in London, in Saudi, I definitely would fail.
Clearly, and so even though we're speaking in English, we're in an Arab city, but in Saudi Arabia, if you speak in English, you're not going to sell anything, right?
Actually, yesterday, I'm on a group of e-commercers in Saudi, and I wrote a sentence in English, and and they literally said,
they fired
this group only speaks Arabic, and I actually said, thank you so much. I'm so glad that we can keep this rule. It's fantastic. And you know, as a mom, I force my kids to speak Arabic. So I think it's a great, great thing that we use our language.
But that's a demand in the market. So,
yeah, that's the biggest demand.
So another challenge, Talal, is talent.
Yeah.
Startups have a huge issue in recruiting talent. Not because there is no talent, in my view, and maybe you can contradict me, but talent goes to big companies. So they want to work for Google, they want to work for Facebook, they want to work for government, they want to work for big companies, secure jobs. What do you do? How do you actually bring people to work for you? And this question will go to all of you. It's when we ask entrepreneurs, they tell us our biggest challenge is not only raising money, but finding talent.
It's definitely a challenge. So we grew on January 1st, 2016, we were 10 employees. By the end of the year, we were 45 employees. So obviously it took a lot out of us.
Did you spend your time only recruiting?
Pretty much. Actually, our 10th hire was an HR manager, which was a very lucky move. I'm happy we did that. But I think, you know, if you look at our company, the average age is probably 27, 28 years old.
Wow.
So things are changing, right?
Are they older than you or younger than you?
Half and half. I made sure I hired some older people, so I don't feel so old myself.
Yeah.
But what we found was people, you know, these days are really looking at what's the vision of the company. What's the culture like? I think that's something.
So they interview you rather than you interview them.
Absolutely, absolutely. And in Dubai, we have something really great going for us because we've actually been able to import a lot of talent, which is it's a very international
the
city.
multinationals.
So if you look at our company, we have 25 different nationalities. And when you go talk to people in Europe or India or the MENA region, and you tell them our company has so many different cultures, it's actually very attractive to people.
Fantastic. Lena?
So,
how many people work at Mom's World now?
Over 60.
60.
Yeah.
And that's grew tremendously in the past 2 years.
Yeah.
How did you get people to work for you? Why?
So there are two parts to hiring people. So hiring technology people remains a challenge, but outside that, being a site dedicated to moms and really being focused on the vision has served us a lot in hiring. We do a lot of what they call returnships, which is mothers coming back to work.
So you have female-male balance or all females? You don't hire men?
It's a great question. We get asked that question. When will a man answer the phone? But
who wants to answer phones anyway?
So we do have a lot of male colleagues, but
they're in the warehouse, carrying
they're
boxes.
in the office. But we do have a big proportion of returnships, which are moms coming back to work, and they're juggling. And
so like you,
like us.
and like Muna.
Yeah, and it's great because they have a lot of skills, and it doesn't mean that they took a break to be a mom. They've lost the skill base. The only thing we continue to have a challenge with is technology people, but I think the region as a whole.
It's a global issue.
Yeah.
But then you suddenly found a wealth of talent when you tapped into a place where people don't think of. You know, mothers that left and could come back.
Yeah.
May, are you able to recruit? What do? Do you give stock options? Do you tell them you love them every morning so that they come and work for you?
Yeah, everything, all of the above.
No, I mean, did you find a challenge? You know, Egypt is a massive market with 90 million people and a lot of tech graduates. Are you able to recruit them? Is that a challenge?
It's one of the biggest challenges, yes. And I think.
And why?
The biggest challenge actually is not only hiring, it's retaining the talents. Because once they are in, they got very excited, they work for like 6 months, 8 months.
And they leave, why? They get paid a little bit more.
No, they actually, my own challenge is they leave the country. So
they don't?
They leave the country. So they move from
because
Egypt.
You have another challenge.
Yeah, so they move from Egypt to Dubai.
Is Dubai a challenge?
We only have one person move from Cairo to Dubai, but we have like 4 or 5 move to Berlin. And yeah, like Turkey.
Which tells us that talent is a global challenge because it has no geography, it's not bound, people will pack their bags and go.
Yeah.
And it's the largest asset in a company.
I think we try to overcome this by...
Is that your biggest challenge, all of you? Really? Recruiting and retaining?
So, sorry, can I... Yeah. It's not even recruiting and training our own people. I think across the board, we have over 800 partners. If you look at how the challenge is impacting all our relationships, the quality of the recruitment impacts every single link Mom's World has. So if they're not able to recruit, you even have a weak link with your partner.
Fantastic. So, Talal, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think every other challenge you face pales in comparison to the human challenge. Absolutely.
And I'm sure this resonates very well with our audience here. May, Lina, Talal, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
ورجعنا لكم من جديد وما زلنا مستمرين بتغطيتنا من مؤتمر ستيب لريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا، ومعنا الآن ضيفنا الأستاذ سعيد من M5. أهلا وسهلا فيك معنا اليوم.
يا مرحبا، شكرا على الاستضافة.
شكرا لك. حابين بداية نعرف أكثر عن M5، الخدمات اللي بتقدموها تحديدا والدعم اللي بتقدموه للشركات الناشئة.
نعم، شكرا. نحن شركة M5 شركة حاضنة أعمال لرواد الأعمال، مركزين في 3 قطاعات: التكنولوجي والديزاين والميديا. ونحن نشوف ان هذه القطاعات هي مربوطه في بعض في رياده الاعمال. عشان كذا نحن بدينا من سنه 2013 مساعده رواد الاعمال اللي كانوا داخلين في السوق وكانوا يحتاجون مساعدات. وفرناهم البيئه اللي هم نفس الكور وركينج سبيسز والانوفيشن سنترز، انهم يكونوا يشوفون هذا بيت لهم يعني. بعدين وفرنا لهم نفس السيرفيسز، نفس التريد لايسنس واللايسنسنج والفيز وهذه الشغلات. بعدين رحنا لمرحله الارشادات، كيف نقدر نساعد هذه الشركات، كيف نربطهم مع ليجل سيرفيسز، مع ماركتنج سيرفيسز وهذه الشغلات. بعدين دخلنا في الانفستمنت وبزنس اوبورتونيتي عشان نفتح لهم حتى مور اوبورتونيتيز. ونحن كونا تحت مظله رياده الاعمال ومساعده الشركات الناشئه عشان نضخ في سوق دبي وسوق رياده الاعمال شركات ناشئيه ممتازه علشان تخدم.
هذا الشيء رائع جدا بصراحه، واللي فعلا ما راح على M5 الاستديوهات اللي موجوده عندكم. فعلا البيئه بشكل عام بيئه حاضنه، يعني عن جد الواحد بحس انه ممكن ياخذ اللابتوب وبس يروح يشتغل هناك.
بالضبط، وهذا كان الهدف من الاول، ان اتس وان ستوب شوب، الناس تجي وتسوي. اليوم مثلا عندنا الميديا ان 5 ميديا،
صحيح.
عندنا كل الاستديوهات. نحن نقول لصانع المحتوى تعال ونحن نعطيك الديسكاونتد ريتس علشان انت تقدر تصنع محتوى وتنزله في السوق. نفس الشيء في التك ان 5 ديزاين، وي هاف برودكت ديفلوبمنت هاردوير لاب، ان الشخص اللي هو يبني البرودكت مثلا جولري ولا هاردوير برودكت يقدر يبني من A to Z ويطلع للسوق باقل تكلفه.
وانتم عم تعملوا كوميونتي كمان، يعني حتى مثلا تعملوا ايفنتات بين فتره والثانيه لتجمعوا رواد الاعمال ب M5 بريكفاست او كذا. حتى هاي الفعاليات الصغيره انا بحسها بشوفها كثير مهمه.
بالضبط، لان تعرفين رائد الاعمال اليوم يكون شخص وحيد وهو يروح ياجر مكتب في مكان الفلاني، لا، نحن نبى رائد الاعمال اللي سوى مثلا ريز فند مثلا 10 مليون يجلس مع الواحد اللي ما سوى ريز، وهذه هم يشجعون بعض ويكونوا كفاميلي. عشان كذا نطلع في الصوره. مثلا هذاك اليوم نحن سوينا ايفنت وشخصين تلاقوا ستارتد الشركه في قبل شو اسمه قبل اللوك داون، وهذا سنه 2019. اثنين طلعوا من نفس الشركه وجو اسسوا شركه. one of them raised تقريبا $15 million والثاني got acquired. فهمت لي؟ وهذا خلال سنتين. وهذا الجو اللي نحن نباهم عشان يجتمعون مع بعض ويتلاقون ويطورون افكارهم مع بعض.
بالضبط طبعا، لانه الهام. حتى مثلا احنا موجودين هلا مؤتمر ستيب، ولنفترض رواد الاعمال عم يلتقوا ببعض وعم بيشوفوا انه انا التحدي اللي مريت فيه مو لحالي، غيري كمان عم بيمر فيه.
بالضبط
يعني.
حتى تعرفين لما يتلاقون يسوون كروس سيلز،
صح،
اللي هم يبيعون لبعض. يعني مش انت برا بس، لا، احنا نجيبهم علشان هم يتلاقون ويكلمون بعض، بس هم اذا كولابريت نفس الشيء بعد.
وفي عامل ايضا انتم بتلعبوا عليه وكثير مهم بتوقع، اللي هو موضوع مثلا التريد لايسنس. قد يكون وجع راس لكثير ناس مثلا ما كثير ضليعه بهي الامور.
صحيح، نحن عندنا اللي هو التريد لايسنس، هذا اول بزنس نحن بدينا فيه، اللي هو نعطي الشركات الناشئه سبسيدايز تريد لايسنس، سبسيدايز فيزا كوست، سبسيدايز كووركينج سبيس، كله بمبلغ بسيط انه يدخل السوق. ومن هذا يستوى فيري الباكج مالنا فيري كومبتيتيف، وعشان كذي اكثر رواد الاعمال يجون ويسجلون معانا. بس فوق هذا نحن نعطيهم اشياء زياده. مثلا نحن نربط الشركات الكبيره مع الشركات الناشئه. في بزنس يعني مثلا الشركه الكبيره بغت فئه معينه، خلينا نقول AI ولا بلوك تشين ولا كذا، نحن نقدر يكون عندنا داتابيز للشركات اللي موجوده عشان توفر الخدمات.
هل شفتوا ترند معين بالفتره الاخيره تحديدا مع كوفيد ضررت العديد من الشركات، ولكن في شركات مثل التكنولوجيا مثلا ات واز بومينج؟
بالضبط، نحن معروفين يعني في الامارات اكثر الشركات اللي موجوده هي اي كوميرس. والاي كوميرس هالوقت طلعت فوق، والاديوكيشن تك بعد طلعت فوق. والحين تعرفين دخلنا في موضوع الباز ووردز اللي هي الميتافيرس، ايوه الكريبتو. حتى هذه حاليا بدانا نشوف شركات تقدم عندنا في NFT، في البلوك تشين، في الميتافيرس وهالشغلات. يمكن كان المصطلح ما كان برا، بس هم اصلا now they speak the language. ومع انه كانوا شركات عاديه، بس الحين مع البازورد اعطاهم بوش كبير انهم يدخلون في السوق.
جميل، هذا الشيء كثير حلو، فعلا عم نشوفه حتى من الامور اللي عم تتغطى معنا بالمؤتمر. موضوع الويب 3 والان اف تي والميتافيرس هو فعلا يعني هوت توبيك هلا بالفتره الحاليه. ختاما، هل ممكن تعطينا نصيحه لرواد الاعمال؟ في كثير اشخاص حابين يبداوا مسيرتهم ولكن في خوف، ويمكن M5 بتساعد كثير بكسر هذا حاجز الخوف، لانه اول شيء انتم مسهلين لهم حتى بالامور اللوجستيه العديد من الخطوات.
نعم، انا بنصح نصيحه لاني انا كنت رائد اعمال وانصح كل رواد الاعمال. اليوم نحن نفس ما قال الشيخ محمد بن راشد، كل حلم يبدا بحلم، صح ولا؟ كل مشروع يبدا بحلم. اليوم نحن الحلم هذا نحن نساعد رائد الاعمال انه البيئه اللي يقدر يغلط، يقدر يدخل السوق باقل تكلفه. اليوم نحن نساعد رواد الاعمال انهم يدخلون، ونحن ننصح رواد الاعمال لما يدخلون السوق ويجربون less cost، يدخلون وبعدين يجربون. لان اليوم الشركات الناشئه في نطاق التكنولوجيا still the business model is not مش مطور، وهو اصلا مش نفس البرجر جوينت وهالشغله. لا، هو لما يدخل السوق يعني الفوكس على الشراع وين هو رايح اكثر لما يسمع من السوق والفيدباك. عشان كذا نحن نقول لهم خلي الفكره تكون عندك، ادخل السوق جرب باقل تكلفه ونحن بنساعدك، وهناك انت توجه الشراع وين التارجت مالك.
تعرف الفيدباك من الكونسيومرز هلا صار كثير اسرع مع التكنولوجيا.
صحيح.
والسوشيال ميديا، اصلا ما بيرحم الموضوع يعني. على السوشيال ميديا مباشره بيجيك الرد، هذا الشيء ممتاز لانه
بالضبط.
يعني انت فيك مثل ما قلت تتويك مثلا المنتج تبعك والبرودكت. شكرا كثير لك ولوجودك معنا، وشكرا لكل الناس اللي تابعتنا. بريك قصير وبنرجع لكم.
شكرا.
ورجعنا لكم من جديد وما زلنا مستمرين بتغطيتنا لمؤتمر ستيب لريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا، ومعنا المزيد من رواد الأعمال. معنا حمد من زيدة، أهلا وسهلا فيك معنا اليوم.
أهلا فيك.
شكرا أول شيء لك لوجودك معنا. أعطينا نبذة عن الشركة والخدمات اللي بتقدموها.
جميل. أولا thank you for having me. زيدة is a B2B cloud solution للمطاعم. نساعدهم في تسويق المطعم واستقبال الطلبات بشكل اسهل عن طريق الانستغرام. كثير مطاعم تواجه صعوبه في الحفاظ على علاقه مباشره ومستمره مع يعني عملائهم، فاحنا نربط الانستغرام بيج للمطعم مع an online ordering experience that's easy, seamless and integrated مع payment, delivery, POS providers that just makes the whole experience of marketing your menu, receiving your orders, identifying your customers and knowing them. إنه أيضا من ناحية ثانية in the back office or in the kitchen it's easy to process the order. اوتوماتيكلي بيروح لشركه الدليفري، بيجي السواق يستلم الاوردر ويوصل. ف the whole experience is seamless, easy, fast and it's all for a subscription fee that's affordable for most if not all restaurants. And since 2018 we launched over 2,000 brands in the Gulf and in Cairo where we're operating. And since then we've also helped them generate over $250 million in direct orders. Our goal for this year, we're launching a campaign to reach $1 billion in direct orders.
حلو.
فهذا
هذا الشيء ممتاز، ولكن انه هل الناس فعلا عم تتجه لمثلا منصه مثل الانستغرام حتى تطلب الاكل؟ هل واجهتوا تحديات بهذا الموضوع؟ 100%.
الموضوع ما كان سهل في البدايه. 2018 لما بدينا كانت الاكسبيرينس مش معروفه للناس، انه لما بيكون حاب يطلب اكل تحديدا بينزل ابلكيشن او اوريدي عنده ابلكيشن فبياناته محفوظه الى اخره. فواجهنا صعوبه ان احنا نجذب الاهتمام. فبدينا اول سنه كان عندنا 40 مطعم that we supported and they kept believing in us even though عدد الاوردرات كان قليل جدا. وكنا احنا مو فاهمين يعني ليش المطاعم يعني هذه اللي شغاله معانا تكمل وتدفع الاشتراك الشهري او الربع سنوي. فلما كنا نقول لهم كان الرد دائما ان احنا we believe in what you're doing واحنا معاكم and you'll figure it out eventually. Now at one point being يعني in a startup kind of frame of mind, you don't know if you're gonna make it, you don't know if people will actually start following through what you envision for the business. بس 2019 كانت شويه احسن، صار عندنا 300 مطعم. فصار الموضوع شويه تحديدا حتى لما بدينا في الكويت انه الناس بدا يصير في اويرنس بسيط.
صح.
فالاوردرات بدات تزيد شويه. بعدين دخلنا 2020 صار في بيك اب اكثر. بعدين اجت كوفيد، طبعا الموضوع كبر بشكل كبير.
خبرني عن كوفيد بليز.
كوفيد was a very crazy year for يعني everyone.
تماما.
احنا حتى في البدايه ما كنا ندري if the impact for us would be slower business or faster and bigger business. And it suddenly hit. We used to have 40 to 50 to 60 new clients a month اللي شهر 2 تقريبا من 2020. بعدين صار كوفيد تقريبا mid March all through the end of the year we were adding تقريبا no less than 200 new clients a month. So we're going from 50 to يعني 4x plus الطلبات زادت يمكن 10 اضعاف. يعني
هذا ما كان صعب عليكم؟
صعب جدا. We went from a very tiny team of مثلا customer service والonboarding اللي كانوا بيساعدوا المطاعم to launch. كان الموضوع عندنا 2 teammates ماسكين الموضوع end to end. They were launching 50 brands a month.
Wow.
Now with 200 and the order volume going 10x also, we had to launch these 2 people into 2 entire departments of 10 people each, and we had to do that in a month. We were literally, and we had COVID restrictions كمان. فكان one of the restrictions إنه we can't bring people to the office يعني for their health وهذا. فكان limit that was advised by the WHO إنه يكون 6 people maximum in the room.
صح.
we brought in batches of 5 new hires a week with the trainer with them in the room to give the training. In 2 weeks we launched a department كان intensive training. طبعا coming up with the training material and the workshop with system that took us a few days to plan it all together because we had no time. And because the problem is it's not just business, it's not just us.
Yeah.
It's also the livelihood of many people, and we really felt everyone is at a time of crisis and they were coming to us for help. فحتى احنا we felt bad انه لا, we don't want to charge you for it. We went back to our investors. We were like, listen, this is a time of crisis. It's not about being or making money or growing your sales, even though our sales team was very happy طبعا. من ناحية إنه targets were easily achieved and doubled. They completely smashed everything with ease يعني. Now on the other hand, we got the support from our investors, which we're very grateful for, and we launched a campaign to launch 1,000 brands for free during the period of COVID. At the time, we were so naive to think it was going to stay for 3 months. وإنه خلاص الويف حتعدي. That's what everyone was trying to comfort us.
يعني كنا عم نحاول.
بالضبط. فإحنا قلنا for 3 months we will launch you, come for free. And we launched that campaign and it was also a great success. However, it was extremely intense for our team.
Yeah.
And we're grateful for their support, and يعني جد هم يعني they were champions in pushing through and working يعني basically 24/7 and working remotely. We've never worked remotely and we always loved going to the office.
ما حدا كان متعود على الشغل عن بعد.
بالضبط. And suddenly the workload was insane and we were all working through Zoom and it was so draining and so difficult. But somehow we came through on the other side. We're in a much better shape today and we're a much bigger company as well. And in times of crisis, يعني there's always an opportunity and there is always that sense of it makes you stronger as well. Which we're يعني we look back and you would think we made the most of يعني and we became the strongest we could be. And today we're launching in more markets and we're growing the company beyond يعني our imagination. كانت توقعاتنا في الأول إنه we want to grow this into maybe a $20-30 million company and we would be very happy with that.
And we're
even
satisfied.
وحتى يعني our investors are like also my friends يعني they're not even. That was the expectation. When we got to that point اللي هو لا يعني why not? احنا now we're raising a bigger round. The last round was $2 million, valuing the company at $20 million.
Wow.
And that was back in 2020. For now, يعني we've grown much more.
Even more.
It's growing even more. And what we anticipated also, مش anticipated, بس اللي هو يعني we had like a bit of a concern, like will the momentum, will the adoption of digital ordering, people wanting cloud and digital solutions. الجميل إنه even though there was a peak during COVID, however, when things started يعني when countries started relaxing the restrictions and people started going out more, we still see sustained momentum and sustained demand. Definitely فاللي حصل acceleration بس ما يعني and deceleration شوية آخر فترة. However, the volume in total has not decreased. يعني we're still doing the يعني the same amount of the same volume of orders for some of the brands that we have, and even more because more and more brands are adopting digital ordering. We've partnered up with Facebook more recently as part of the Facebook Accelerator program. We were one of 2 food tech startups in the entire program out of 60 startups globally. We were the only startup in the Middle East out of thousands that applied for the program. So we're also excited to have had this opportunity and to work closer with Facebook, which is now called Meta. لأنه this is where the people are. يعني you ask me, do people actually order from Instagram or why would they? If you think about it, these social media platforms today, they are in effect the malls of the digital world.
نحن بنستخدمهم طول الوقت. أنا لما بفتح موبايلي لا شعوريا بفوت فورا على انستغرام
100%.
immediately.
This is I think what's crazy, and I don't know how I feel about this honestly. It's a weird thing to think about the future in meta sense. يعني لما يجوا بيتكلموا عن meta universe أو metaverse.
صحيح.
it's crazy like يعني and now Facebook even rebranded into Meta
تماما.
and I don't know how to feel about that obviously.
بتعرف في كثير ناس عم بيمروا بنفس الكونفيوجن اللي انت عم تمر فيه ولكن شكله يعني هذا هو المستقبل لا مفر ابدا من هذا الموضوع.
And I think it's going to be an alternative يعني
بالضبط.
in addition to meeting offline in such a great conference and يعني breathing fresh air بالضبط and seeing people face to face which is very refreshing always. On the other hand, I think it's also giving a venue for people who to experience a different reality. People who maybe can't travel or aren't comfortable
يعني تخيل هي الكونفرنس مثلا موجوده على ارض الواقع بالميتافيرس لو موجود الخيار الثاني مثلا في ناس من all over the world they can meet يعني.
And it will I think add to the richness of the experience not take away from it لأنه guess what we will never lose the offline world. It will always be here and we will always love the face-to-face connection. And which is actually احنا بالنسبة لنا مثلا في زيدة the main thing we're big on relationships and the vision that we see is that for people to be directly connected and engaged with their favorite brands which is what we're trying to restore. We feel that's always been the case and in the last 5-10 years صار في انه applications في النص وبراندز مختلفة واجريجيشن ومونوبولي على الكاستمر وهذا we're trying to bring back people to interact directly, engage directly with their favorite brands. And we feel this cause and this mission is resonating with restaurant owners, foodies, and it's just we're very excited to be here, honestly. And thank you for this opportunity to speak with us. And we're excited to continue working with you guys, hopefully in Cairo, since you guys are based there as well.
إن شاء الله. عن جد شكرا كثير لك يعني ولوجودك معنا وكل التوفيق لكم يا رب your ستارت اب. شكرا لكل الناس اللي تابعتنا. بريك قصير وبنرجع لكم.
مع السلامة.
ما زلنا متواجدين بمؤتمر ستيب لريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا لعام 2022 وعم نحتفل بالعام العاشر لستيب كونفرنس. اليوم غطينا العديد من الستارت ابس والعديد من الشركات الناشئة. مثل ما شفتوا مثل ما كنتم متابعين معنا عملنا مقابلات مع رواد الأعمال في منطقتنا العربية. الأجواء كثير حلوة هون، في ناس مسافرين من مختلف الدول لحتى يحضروا هذا المؤتمر بأجندة يوم غد. لا تنسوا في الكثير من ورش العمل اللي رح تكون حافلة، رح يحكوا عن الكرييتر ايكونومي، صناع المحتوى وريادة الأعمال، أيضا كيف انك تحافظ على التالنت بالستارت اب تبعك والشركة الناشئة تبعك. هاي من احد الامور اللي كثير مهمة. بالاضافة الى ذلك ايضا رح يتم الحديث مع اشخاص من ديل من امازون، ايضا في حديث عن الويب 3. بالاضافه الى ذلك في العديد من الامور اللي رح يتم النقاش فيها. اليوم حكوا عن الكريبتو كورنسيز، ايضا غدا رح يكون في ورشات عمل مثلا عن ثقافه رياده الاعمال قد ايه مهمه. بالاضافه الى ذلك من احد المواضيع المهمه جدا رح يتم نقاشها يوم غد هي السيارات الكهربائيه. طبعا كل ما له ملف البيئه والحفاظ على البيئه من احد الامور اللي كثير مهمه عم بيتم تسليط الضوء عليها من جميع انحاء العالم، من حكومات حول العالم ايضا. فهي من احد الامور اللي رح يتم نقاشها اللي هي موضوع الالكتريك فيكلز والسيارات الكهربائيه تحديدا. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يتم الحديث عن الفند ريزنج للاشخاص تحديدا رواد الاعمال اللي حابين انه يحصلوا على فند وتمويل. فهي التوكس مهمه جدا بالنسبه لهم. ايضا راح يتم الحديث عن الداتا دريفن هيلث كير سيستم. يمكن بعد جائحه كورونا تعلمنا كثير قد ايه مهم انه يكون في بنيه تحتيه قويه جدا للقطاع الصحي، وهذا الشيء عم نشوفه بشكل كثير كبير وعم بتزيد اهميته يوم عن يوم. فرح يتم ايضا النقاش عن هذه المواضيع. بالاضافه الى ذلك يوم غد في مواضيع جدا حلوه حتى عن المايندفول ايتينج، يعني عن انه الواحد ياكل عمهله. يمكن بوقتنا الحالي معظمنا لما بناكل بسرعه، ممكن ناكل ونحن قاعدين على الديسك، او حتى مثلا ممكن نكون عم ناكل نتناول الوجبه ونحن على موبايلنا. هاي الامور ما صحيه ابدا، فبالتالي رح يتم نقاش هاي الامور يوم غد. بالاضافه الى ذلك رح يتم الحديث ايضا عن امور العلاقه بالفتنس، اللياقه وغيرها من الامور الاخرى. في العديد من ورشات العمل رح تكون موجوده يوم غد. خليكم معنا وتابعونا لتغطيه مباشره ايضا لمؤتمر ستيب لرياده الاعمال والتكنولوجيا يوم غد. تابعونا وخليكم معنا دائما على سماشي تي في.